Chapter 886. In the auction house, Xiao Yan's words caused everyone present to be momentarily stunned. The words that Xiao Yan had spat out a moment ago repeatedly echoed in their minds. Everyone's hearts were in a state of shock. Although many people on the continent were familiar with the name, icy spirit frozen liquid, there were very few people who could actually see or even obtain it. This was because of the environment in which it existed, and the frightening energy that the icy spirit frozen liquid contained. That kind of energy was something that even a Dodi would not be able to resist. Of course, to be more specific, the icy spirit frozen liquid did not possess such a frightening energy. The reason for this was because of the icy spirit frozen fountain. The icy spirit frozen fountain was extremely rare on the continent. This caused the value of the icy spirit frozen liquid to become even more precious. Additionally, it had the ability to suppress a heavenly flame, causing the value of the icy spirit frozen liquid to soar. If one were to compare, the value of 10 bottles of icy spirit frozen liquid far exceeded 600 spirit stones. It could even be said that the value of the icy spirit frozen liquid was not something that could be estimated with spirit stones. At this moment, everyone present was shocked by the words that Xiao Yan had spat out. Of course, Xiao Yan himself did not feel much about this. After all, with the icy spirit in his hand, the extremely cold aura that it emitted was able to help Xiao Yan continuously agglomerate the icy spirit frozen liquid. Ever since he left the Shilin mountain range, Xiao Yan already had over 100 bottles of icy spirit frozen liquid in his storage ring. These 10 bottles of icy spirit frozen liquid were nothing to Xiao Yan. On the other side, in a private room, Qin Yun and Yan He, who was seated beside him, had the greatest change in their emotions. Others might not know the origin of this icy spirit frozen liquid, but he could imagine it. His icy spirit frozen liquid. Could it be that he obtained it from there? Qin Yun's seated body trembled uncontrollably. The stone chair that he was sitting on had unknowingly been filled with dense cracks. However, under the powerful pressure from the latter's body, it was still squeezed until it maintained its original state. Young master, the icy spirit frost liquid is of great importance. Don't jump to conclusions. Then tell me, where else in the Western domain can produce icy spirit frost liquid? Qin Yun's voice sank as he bellowed sternly. When the latter heard this, his expression immediately changed. He subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to say anything. I have to get to the bottom of this. When the auction is over, not only do I want him dead, I also want the icy spirit frost liquid in his hands. Qin Yun's face revealed an ominous glint as killing intent filled his eyes. His ice-cold gaze stared intently at the jade cup in his hand. The instant he released his grip, the jade cup was covered by a layer of extremely cold ice. When it fell to the ground, it emitted a clear shattering sound before turning into fragments that scattered all over the ground. Yes. Hearing Qin Yun's order, Yan He nodded expressionlessly. He could not help but feel a burst of pity for Xiao Yan in his heart. If one were to talk about it, Xiao Yan and them should have been passers-by who brushed past each other. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan was unlucky enough to be chosen by Qin Yun and become a sharp blade that they displayed to the outside world. On the other hand, their edge was temporarily hidden. All they needed to do was wait for the right time to unsheath it. At that time, Xiao Yan would become the main culprit in all of this while they would successfully complete their original plan. Outside the arena, after a short period of silence, everyone gradually regained their senses. However, their eyes involuntarily fell on the box where Xiao Yan was located. To be able to take out 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid, this was not something that an ordinary faction could take out. However, from the clear voice just now, this person should not be very old. However, the crowd did not know why they had never heard of such a person in the Western region. Haha, this Mr. 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid are naturally more precious than 600 spirit stones. However, I wonder if this Mr. can take out the icy spirit frost liquid and let me appraise it? Although Xiao Yan's bid caused Lu Zhongtian's heart to be extremely shocked, he was not a fool. After doing business for so many years, he would not believe that the latter could really take out 10 bottles of icy spirit cold liquid, just based on a single sentence from the latter without absolute confidence. After all, the icy spirit cold liquid was really too precious. For the benefit of the auction house, he had no choice but to pay more attention. Haha, please forgive me. I am only doing this for the benefit of both of us. As if to prevent Xiao Yan from misunderstanding, Lu Zhongtian hurriedly added another sentence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan, who was in the box, smiled slightly. He could naturally understand Lu Zhongtian's thinking. After all, the item being auctioned was also a valuable dragon scale fruit. If Xiao Yan was unable to take out the icy spirit frost liquid, then the auction house would have no one to compensate for their losses. This method was reasonable. Immediately, Xiao Yan, who was in the box, flicked his finger. The space in front of him suddenly distorted slightly. Under Xiao Yan's control, the 10 jade bottles entered the space and appeared in the auction house outside the box. Although there were many people in the crowd who were tempted by this, they also understood that if they did not want to return empty-handed, they had to dispel the improper thoughts in their hearts. Or else, what Lu Zhongtian had said earlier would become their fate. After Lu Zhongtian held the 10 jade bottles in the empty space in front of him, he carefully opened one of them. Instantly, an extremely powerful icy aura gushed out from within. In the surrounding space, many fine ice shards immediately appeared. In fact, even the auction stage in front of Lu Zhongtian was gradually covered by a thin layer of ice. The terrifying icy power was completely revealed at this moment. Yes, it really is the icy spirit frost liquid. Such a rich icy aura was naturally not something that could be easily imitated by anything. Hence, after sensing the terrifying icy aura within the jade bottle, regardless of whether it was Lu Zhongtian on the auction stage, or everyone in the crowd, they were certain that the jade bottle contained the icy spirit frost liquid without a doubt. Sir, there are indeed 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid. Wow. Although Lu Zhongtian had already confirmed this answer in his heart, it still caused quite a number of people in the viewing gallery to be in an uproar when he personally said it. At the same time, Lu Zhongtian also returned the 10 jade bottles in front of him to Xiao Yan without any changes. According to the rules, the auction items would be personally retrieved by the winner after the auction ended. Before that, the auction items and the auction chips would be safeguarded by both parties. This sir is willing to offer 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid. I wonder if there is anyone here who is willing to offer a higher price? Lu Zhongtian said with a smile. However, the entire auction hall was silent. 10 bottles of icy spirit cold liquid. The value of such an item was already inestimable. Even if they had something even more valuable in their hands, they would not be so foolish as to use it to auction off a dragon scale fruit. As for Qin Yun, although the latter really wanted to know if Xiao Yan had any more icy spirit frost liquid, for the sake of his next plan, he still calmed himself down and waited impatiently. After a long while without any results, Lu Zhongtian and Xiao Yan, who was in the private room, revealed a satisfied smile on their faces. Then Lu Zhongtian made his decision. Chapter 887. The atmosphere in the auction hall was silent for a moment. Soon after, when Lu Zhongtian took out the next auction item, the atmosphere, which had become slightly silent due to the appearance of the dragon scale fruit, was quickly lifted again. Especially after Lu Zhongtian's seemingly enthusiastic introduction, the prices of the auction items rapidly soared. In just a moment, the atmosphere in the auction hall was once again heated up. So much so that it was even more intense than before. In the face of all these changes, Lu Zhongtian's heart was naturally incomparably happy. This was especially the case when he saw the crazy bidding from the open and covert struggles in the auction ground. The smile on his face became even more brilliant. While the auction was ongoing, he would occasionally throw his gaze toward the private room where Xiao Yan was located. After all, Xiao Yan had taken out 10 bottles of icy spirit cold liquid the moment he made his move. Such an act was the first time in so many years. How could he easily fall behind? Unfortunately, after the auction of the dragon scale fruit, although the atmosphere in the auction hall was extremely heated, the factions in the private rooms did not make any moves. This caused Lu Zhongtian to feel a little regretful in his heart. Of course, not making a move did not mean that these people were truly unmoved by any of the auction items. It was just that they were all waiting. The items that they wanted to auction were the truly high-grade items. Therefore, even if they encountered items that were enough to move them during the auction, these people still forcefully suppressed the throbbing in their hearts and waited patiently. Time quietly flowed by amidst this boring wait. As time passed, the atmosphere in the auction hall became increasingly heated. At this point in time, the auction items that appeared in the auction hall could already be considered high-grade items that were extremely valuable. Even though the auction prices were already astronomical to most people, the shouting of bids still rang out one after another. Under the attraction of the treasures, these people had already sunk into the climax of the auction, unable to extricate themselves. It was as if they would not stop until they had exhausted all their wealth. In the private room, after the auction of the dragon scale fruit, Xiaoyan almost no longer made any moves. Occasionally, he would make a move because he fancied a few more precious medicinal ingredients. Although the price was not cheap, basically no one would raise the price after Xiaoyan made a move. This saved Xiaoyan a lot of trouble. Therefore, when Xiaoyan's storage ring had an additional 5 baht of high-grade medicinal ingredients, he had spent less than 1,000 spirit stones. Logically speaking, this was already considered a huge profit for him. As the dazzling auction items appeared one by one in the auction hall, even Xiaoyan could not help but be tempted. During the process, there were even a few times when he was tempted and almost could not help but make a move. However, in the end he was suppressed by his own willpower. Originally, Xiaoyan's aim for participating in this auction was merely to obtain the hibiscus flower in the end. However, he did not expect that there would be so many surprises in this auction. It must be said that his trip to Jingyao City this time around was really worth it. At the same time, after witnessing the grandeur of the auction, Xiaoyan could not help but think of the origin returning art in his storage ring. Wasn't that thing obtained at the auction? He did not know if he would be as lucky as last time. If he could find another fragment of the origin returning art, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him. However, although Xiaoyan's idea was pretty good, the heavens were always unsatisfactory. Perhaps Xiaoyan was too greedy, so in the end he did not see anything that resembled the origin returning art. In the end, Xiaoyan could only helplessly sigh in his heart. He also knew that the origin returning art was not something that could be found in a hurry. It had to be considered in the long run. If he had the opportunity, he would naturally be able to obtain it. If not, he could only resign himself to fate. Fortunately, Xiaoyan was not completely clueless about the origin returning art. Wasn't there a fragment of the origin returning art in the Heaven End ancient tomb? If he could obtain it, it would be of great help to him. As for the remaining origin returning art, the Yuanwu continent was vast and boundless. How could a fragment of the origin returning art only exist in this western region? After all, this was a powerful qi method that was once renowned. There were countless number of people on the continent who wanted to gather it. In order to find the remaining fragments of the origin returning art, one must leave the western region. Only by broadening one's horizons would one have a greater chance of gathering the origin returning art. Perhaps it is time to leave the western region. Xiaoyan sighed softly in his heart. His fist was slowly clenched tightly. The vision of an expert could not be limited by anything. The western region was merely a stop on his path to becoming a true expert. The continent was very large, and there were many places that he had yet to visit. There were also many secrets that he had yet to understand. Only the place where the true experts gathered would be the stage for him to grow. Moreover, Sun Air's whereabouts were currently unknown. The only thing that Xiaoyan was certain of was that this group of things that were neither human nor ghost were definitely members of the Hun clan. Moreover, their aim was likely the same as Hun Tiandi back then. They had come for the Tu-Shi ancient god. Xiaoyan's tightly clenched fist under his sleeves involuntarily tightened when he thought of this. An endless amount of murderous intent crazily gathered deep within his heart. 980 spirit stones. Suddenly, a loud cry was transmitted from the auction stage. Xiaoyan finally recovered. He focused his eyes and looked over. The Ling class Do technique that had been auctioned earlier had been successfully auctioned off. Moreover, this price was also ridiculously high. However, Xiaoyan felt relieved when he thought about it again. Being an elite Do Di, these people had already practiced qi methods that were compatible with them. The two could be said to have blended together, and were inseparable. Hence, it was impossible for an ordinary qi method to catch their eye. Normally speaking, even if someone were to auction a qi method, it was only for the sake of the younger generation. Do techniques, on the other hand, were different. During a fight, the attributes of the Do techniques were different. The strength that was displayed would naturally differ from one another. If one was able to obtain a scroll of a powerful Do technique that was suitable for oneself, its strength would naturally soar by many times when used together with the qi method. This was also the reason why Do techniques were mostly auctioned in high-grade auctions while high-grade qi methods were rarely auctioned. Immediately after the middle-level spirit Do technique was successfully auctioned off by one of the people in the private room, Lu Zhongtian smiled and took out another scroll. Cuckoo, as everyone can see, the next auction item is called Desolation Finger. It is also a scroll of Do technique. Moreover, it is a scroll of high-level spirit Do technique. However, the difference between this scroll and the previous one is that once one is able to master this scroll, the strength of this scroll will be comparable to a low-level spirit Do technique. Moreover, this is under the precondition that it does not exhaust one's spiritual strength. Chapter 888. Comparable to an E-class low-level Do technique. Just this sentence alone was enough to cause everyone present to be shocked. In an instant, even the people from the factions within the few private rooms could not help but be moved. Within the private rooms, numerous human figures suddenly stood up. Their gazes passed through the screen in front of them, and stared intently at the ancient scroll that was floating in Lu Zhongtian's hand. A Ling-class Do technique that was comparable to an E-class low-level Do technique. It was likely that as long as the people present were not fools, they would definitely be moved by this kind of powerful Do technique. Immediately, everyone present gathered their gazes onto the auction stage. At this very moment, numerous gazes were like spotlights that stared intently at the scroll in the air above Lu Zhongtian's hand. If they had the ability, they would really wish that they could forcefully snatch it. If this Do technique could only be considered an ordinary Ling-class high-level Do technique, these people would not be so excited. Although a Ling-class Do technique could be considered rare, it did not reach the level where they would go all out to fight for it. However, the label behind it caused everyone present to be moved. Even Qin Yin was no exception to this point. It was not that he did not have an E-class Do technique. However, everyone knew that the use of an E-class Do technique not only required the support of an enormous amount of energy, it also had an extremely great demand on spiritual strength. Normally speaking, unless there was no other choice, no one would easily use an E-class Do technique. This would also reduce one's own fighting strength in an invisible manner. Hence, the appearance of this Desolate Finger scroll had undoubtedly made up for this enormous gap. The Desolate Finger was a Ling-class high-level Do technique. In terms of energy consumption, it could not be compared to an E-class Do technique. In terms of spiritual strength requirement, a Ling-class Do technique did not possess it. This was to preserve one's own strength to the greatest extent. When it was fully mastered, it would be comparable to an E-class Do technique. This was the point that caused people to be moved the most. Being able to use a Do technique with great strength while preserving one's own strength to the greatest extent was naturally a good thing that no one was willing to miss. Hence, wave after wave of noises sounded one after another in this enormous auction ground. The noisy roars charged to the sky, causing it to appear as though the entire auction ground was trembling slightly. Within the private room, Xiaoyan was completely isolated from the noise of the outside world. However, his gaze was similarly fiery hot as he stared at the scroll of Do technique. This time around he would not be willing to miss it. Cuckoo everyone, please don't be anxious. Due to the request of the owner of this Do technique, the value of this Do technique will not be calculated using spirit stones. Instead, everyone will take out a scroll of a water-type Do technique and use it as an exchange to take this scroll of the Desolate Finger. Of course, whoever takes out the highest level Do technique will naturally own the Desolate Finger. Therefore now please. Lu Zhongtian smiled faintly. His gaze calmly swept across the entire auction hall. In particular, when he swept his gaze across the private rooms, an unconcealable radiance appeared in his eyes. He believed that this time, it was their turn to make a move. This old man is willing to offer a high-level water attribute Do technique. On the spectator stand, an old man was the first to stand up. At the same time, he threw a scroll at Lu Zhongtian. In the blink of an eye, the latter received the scroll in his hand. After a simple inspection, he frowned slightly, after which, he apologized to the old man and returned the Do technique. Everyone should be aware of the value of this scroll of the Desolate Finger. Therefore, just a scroll of a water-type Ling class Do technique is unable to exchange for the Desolate Finger. I hope that everyone will carefully consider when bidding. Hearing Lu Zhongtian's words, quite a number of people present frowned slightly. Soon after, someone made a bid. At the same time, he took out 2 scrolls of a high-level Ling class Do technique from his storage ring and delivered them to Lu Zhongtian. I offer 3 scrolls. For scrolls. At this moment, the number of water-type Do techniques was like counting ducks. On the auction stage, Lu Zhongtian's face was filled with smiles. Among the people present, it was naturally not easy for them to take out so many Do skills by themselves. Most of them had borrowed the strength of their clans or sects in order to barely be able to fight. Unfortunately, they were still unable to snatch the Desolate Finger in their hands. Just as the people present were competing, Xiaoyan also called out his chips. A total of 8 high-level Ling class Do techniques. This was already all of his wealth. Unfortunately, it was ultimately suppressed by the number of 10 high-level Ling class Do techniques from another private room. Helpless, Xiaoyan could only withdraw. Since he was unable to obtain it, he could only place his target on the Fusang flower. The final bidder was Qin Yin. He took out a total of 15 water-type Do techniques. However, only 5 of them had reached the high-level Ling class. However, such a number was already sufficient for him to crush everyone present. Cuckoo, this mister has taken out 15 water-type Ling class Do techniques. I wonder if there is anyone present who has a higher value than this? Lu Zhongtian was grinning from ear to ear. 15 scrolls of water-type Ling rank Do techniques. This was a huge fortune. Just based on this, their auction house would be able to earn a huge profit. Regardless of whether there were more after this, their auction house had already made a huge profit. 15 Ling class Do techniques. Who among those present can take them out? Within the private room, Qin Yin laughed coldly. Indeed, logically speaking, with the advantage of numbers, this Desolate Finger scroll should have landed in his hands. Unfortunately, at this moment, Shua! A ray of light suddenly shot out from one of the private rooms. It was like a shooting star as it shot toward Lu Zhongtian. The owner of the private room was the one whose dragon scale fruit had been snatched away by Xiaoyan earlier. The latter first frowned slightly as he faced the ray of light that shot over, after which he easily caught it in his hand. What caused him to be slightly surprised was that this was merely a scroll. However, just as Lu Zhongtian opened this scroll, the expression on his face gradually froze. A moment later, it was once again filled with a rich surprise. At this very moment, the scroll that landed in his hand was actually a low-level E-class water-type Do technique. It was also because of this that this Desolate Finger scroll unsurprisingly landed in the hands of the strong person in this private room. The auction continued. Climax after climax, surprise after surprise unceasingly appeared. Time also swiftly flowed by in this continuous auction. Unknowingly, a week had already passed since the start of the auction. It was only on the evening of the 7th day that Lu Zhongtian gradually withdrew the smile on his face. The auction stage that was floating in front of him slowly rotated. Numerous golden pictures appeared on it. Those lines were some kind of formation. Under Lu Zhongtian's control, the formation was released as he wished. It swiftly agglomerated into a golden barrier that completely covered the auction stage that he was standing on. For the sake of safety, even though Lu Zhongtian's strength was great, he still needed to be fully prepared. The matter of the Fusang flower was extremely important. Even he needed to treat it seriously. After the formation was released, Lu Zhongtian extended a finger and gently flicked the storage ring on his finger. Immediately, a square crystal box the size of a basketball appeared in Lu Zhongtian's hand. Within the crystal box, there was a palm-sized snow-white flower that slowly stood. Fusang flower. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 889. Fusang flower. Xiaoyan's eyes stared intently at the snow-white flower stored in the crystal box. Within the private room, Xiaoyan could not help but mutter softly. At the same time, everyone in the auction house, including the factions in the private rooms, were also staring at the snow-white fusang flower at this moment. Deep excitement surged in their eyes. Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air, and gradually suppressed the fiery hot emotion in his heart. Between his eyebrows, a majestic spiritual strength involuntarily surged out, and moved toward the crystal box in the auction ground. However, just as Xiaoyan's spiritual strength neared the auction stage, a strong resistance directly reflected his spiritual strength back. How vigilant! Helplessly withdrawing his spiritual strength, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice with a slightly surprised tone. Almost at the same time, in the other private rooms, the same scene was happening. It's actually another formation. In the private room, Qin Yun frowned as he felt his spiritual strength being rebounded back. A cold expression surfaced on his face, but in the end, he unwillingly snorted and withdrew his spiritual strength. Esteemed guests, this is the last highlight of our Jingyao City's auction. Of course, I believe that it is also the purpose of most of you coming here. It is. Lu Zhongtian stared at the snow-white, spotless six-petal flower within the crystal box in front of him. A fiery expression involuntarily flashed deep within his eyes. However, it was quickly suppressed by him. Immediately, he raised his head slightly. His gaze swept over everyone present as he spoke in a deep voice, one word at a time. Fusang flower. The low and deep voice was like a heavy bomb that directly set off a huge commotion in the auction house. The uproar rose one after another, as if the roof of the auction house was about to be blown off. Immediately, numerous greedy and fiery gazes shot over like sharp swords. Among them were the people from the various factions in the private rooms. Even though they already had some understanding of the item in the crystal box through the white rings in their hands, seeing it with their own eyes and hearing it from Lu Zhongtian's mouth caused them to be even more shocked. Sensing the sudden chaos and commotion in the auction house, Lu Zhongtian stood at the center of the stage. With a thought, a majestic aura and pressure suddenly surged out from his body. It was like a tsunami that wildly wreaked havoc in the large auction house. At the same time, Lu Zhongtian narrowed his eyes. His sharp and domineering gaze swept across the auction house once again. As his gaze swept past, the chaotic hall rapidly calmed down as if ice had been added to boiling water. Faced with the pressure of a half-step origin transformation expert, there was no one present who could easily ignore it. In other words, there was not a single faction that dared to underestimate him. Everyone, please follow the rules of my auction house. If anyone is interested in the fusang flower, you can call out a price. There is no need to test it or else, Lu Zhongtian indifferently said. His sharp gaze swept past the private rooms with more obscure presences. After which, he waved his hand and coldly cried out. Now, the auction of the fusang flower begins. However, the auction house strangely fell into silence after Lu Zhongtian's words. Countless gazes were directed at Lu Zhongtian, who was currently standing in the middle of the auction stage. Their gazes were somewhat strange. Ugh! Noticing those gazes, Lu Zhongtian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Immediately after, he came back to his senses, coughed awkwardly, and said with a chuckle, "I'm sorry." Haha, sorry. That was my mistake. Everyone in the viewing platform looked at each other as flames gradually surged from the depths of their eyes. Haha, due to the fusang flower being too valuable, the requirements for this auction are rather strict. At the same time, the auction method will be different as well. The original owner of the fusang flower has requested that the auction method is to exchange items. I know that the items in everyone's hands are extremely valuable, but if you truly want to obtain the fusang flower, it will depend on the will of the original owner. As long as any one of you can take out an item that can move the original owner, the fusang flower will belong to that person. Lu Zhongtian smiled faintly. However, he felt a little helpless in his heart. If this was not the case, it was likely that he would have used the foundation of the auction house to obtain this hibiscus flower. Unfortunately, even after using everything in his auction house, he was unable to move the original owner of this hibiscus flower. Therefore, he had no choice but to take it out for auction. In order to ensure the safety of this auction, the auctioneers will each enter a stone room. The owner of the auction item will meet everyone alone. As long as the owner is satisfied, the Fusang flower will immediately fall into his hands. The auction will be considered complete, and you can leave the auction house on the spot. As Lu Zhongtian's words fell, the sound of gears turning immediately resounded in the auction house. Many of the spectator seats split apart and hid in the darkness. Immediately, a pitch-black stone door appeared on the spot. Beside the stone door, there were circular corridors that surrounded the entire auction house. This scene was no different from what Xiaoyan had seen 2 months ago. As for Xiaoyan's side, the wall on one side of the room was slowly pulled open at this moment, and a stone door also appeared. Everyone, time is precious. Only one person from each faction can participate. Once there are too many people, it may cause the auction to be interrupted. Therefore, I hope that everyone can grasp this opportunity. Now, please enter the stone room and prepare for the auction. Looking at the stone door in front of him, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. He was a little hesitant. Originally, he thought that since he had successfully refined the Spirit Awakening pill, he should have a 50% chance of competing for the Fusang flower. However, from the looks of it, the situation was very different. Even if he had a level 4 medicinal pill in his hand, it was still not easy to obtain the Fusang flower. There were 500 different factions present. In other words, there were at least 500 people participating in the auction. However, the person who could truly obtain the Fusang flower was only one of these 500 people. The probability was so small that it was difficult to estimate. At the same time, on Qinyan's side, he was also frowning. In this way, no one could be certain just whose hands the hibiscus flower would end up in. This was especially the case for Xiaoyan. Once Xiaoyan left his sight, it was likely that it would affect his future plans. No matter what, he needed to first intercept Xiaoyan outside the auction ground before he left. Yanhe, go outside the auction house and keep an eye on him. Once he comes out before me, call him to the reserved place. Before I come out, you must stabilize him. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Yanhe nodded his head heavily. His body twisted slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the room. Fusang flower, icy spirit cold liquid, and I want all of them. After Yanhe left, Qinyan narrowed his eyes. Under his sleeves, his palms slowly clenched together. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 890. A black-robed human figure stood quietly in the dimly lit stone room. From the looks of it, it was Xiaoyan. The stone room was not large. The square space could only accommodate over 10 people. The walls on all 4 sides were bare. There was only a stone table in the middle of the stone room. There were 2 stone chairs on both sides of the stone table. Xiaoyan's gaze observed the stone room. For safety's sake, he released his spiritual strength and filled the entire stone room. This included the 4 walls. Everything was carefully probed by Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the wall in front of Xiaoyan shook violently. At the same time, it emitted a crack, crack sound that sounded like gears turning. A stone door suddenly appeared on the flat wall. Soon after, it slowly opened. The person standing behind the door was a female servant. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a little surprised in his heart. Everyone, the stone room that you are currently in is the place where you will be exchanging your items. Since our auction house will not be handling the auction this time around, I will first warn everyone here. Our auction house will not interfere with the process and result of your exchange. Therefore, the choice is in everyone's hands. If you regret it at that time, you cannot blame our auction house. I hope that everyone can understand this point. It was also at this moment that Lu Zhongtian's voice that was filled with warning was suddenly transmitted from outside the stone room. Upon hearing these words, other than a small number of factions, most people snorted disdainfully in their hearts. Their stomachs were filled with cold laughter. What a joke! The item to be exchanged was the Fusang flower. These people could not be more happy if they were able to obtain it. How could there be something like going back on their words, unless that person was extremely stupid? As for those people from the large factions, they could not help but frown slightly after hearing Lu Zhongtian's words. In this way, they would lose their most beneficial protection during the process of exchanging the Fusang flower. If the auction house did not interfere in this matter, regardless of whether the Fusang flower they obtained was real or fake, It would have nothing to do with the latter. They could only suffer in silence, unable to voice out their bitterness. Humph, if you dare to trick this young master, I will definitely shatter your bones. A trace of killing intent rose in his heart. At the same time, the dou qi within the vortex in his body was also swiftly raised at this moment. At the same time, in the other stone chambers, almost the same scene was playing out. After which, the door to the stone room once again closed. The next time it opened, it would be when their exchange process was completed. Within the stone room, Xiaoyan watched the stone door completely close after emitting a heavy collision sound. His heart repeatedly pondered the words that Lu Zhongtian had said earlier. Lu Zhongtian's words as words. It seemed that he was intentionally avoiding something. And it was. Am I really thinking too much? Xiaoyan softly muttered in his heart. However, he helplessly shook his head. Things had yet to reach that stage. It was pointless for him to overthink things. It was better to wait quietly for a moment and wait until he met with the original owner of the mysterious hibiscus flower. Ka ka ka. Suddenly, the opposite wall once again emitted a ka 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 sound. In the stone room, the indifferent Qin Yun raised his gaze and looked toward the stone door. Soon after, a human figure covered in a large black robe slowly stepped into the stone room. As the human figure stepped in, a strange fragrance immediately pounced toward Qin Yun. Qin Yun could not resist blinking his eyes. Immediately, his expression swiftly recovered its indifference. The dou qi in his body was quietly raised. His gaze stared intently at the person in front of him, as though he was waiting for something. It was also at this moment that the black-robed human figure extended a shriveled hand from under his sleeve. The instant he raised his hand, a crystal box appeared in the black-robed human figure's palm. Looking at the crystal box, a six-petaled flower was standing leisurely. It was the Fusang flower. Fusang flower. Qin Yun's body trembled slightly. Seeing the Fusang flower at such a close distance had already caused him to be unable to control the emotions in his heart. The dou qi in his body suddenly rose. A terrifying cold air was immediately emitted from Qin Yun's body. The temperature within the stone room also suddenly dropped. Seeing this, the corner of the human figure's mouth involuntarily lifted into a cold smile. Mister, your cold air is too strong. Be careful not to freeze my flower. A strange laugh that caused one's hair to stand was emitted from under the black robe. Hearing these words, Qin Yun's expression involuntarily changed. He clenched his teeth and forcefully suppressed the turbulent dou qi in his body. Speak. What do you want? As long as you hand the Fusang flower to me, you can choose whatever you want from the things here. Qin Yun waved his hand and the storage ring on his finger immediately flashed. A few scrolls and jade bottles immediately appeared on the stone table in front of Qin Yun. These things were the collection within his storage ring. Usually, even he took great care of them. However, for the sake of the Fusang flower, he had no choice but to pay the price. Seeing the few things in front of him, a pair of tiny eyes under the black robe immediately shot out a greedy glint. A bright red tongue gently licked his lips. The human figure hurriedly said in a somewhat impatient manner, "How about this? I will hand the Fusang flower to you now. I want all of these things." A strange laugh was emitted. The human figure extended a pair of shriveled hands and hugged all the things in front of him. Wait, these things, I'll give them to you. At this moment, the human figure appeared to be impatient as he threw the crystal box in his hand to Qin Yun. Seeing this, Qin Yun did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly hugged it into his embrace, and could not be bothered with the latter as he impatiently began to inspect it. The instant the crystal box entered Qin Yun's embrace, a thick strange fragrance suddenly attacked him. The fragrance assailed his nostrils, causing Qin Yun to involuntarily take a deep breath. His mood immediately became much better. However, what followed was an endless heat. The Fusang flower. I have finally obtained it. Ha 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 ha. Qin Yun's eyes involuntarily turned bright red. The smile on his face was crazy. All of this was seen by the black-robed person. The appearance that the latter revealed caused him to be surprised. However, it quickly turned into a cold laugh. The black-robed person kept the things on the table and hurriedly left the stone room. He mocked in his heart before quickly entering another stone room. The same scene repeated itself. When the human figure extended his hand from under the black robe, a crystal box appeared. Chapter 891. Time flowed by. Within the quiet stone room, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. The flame art qi method within his body was slowly circulating. Threads of energy gradually surged out from the surrounding air. Following the breathing from Xiaoyan's nose, they flowed into the latter's body. After being refined by the heavenly flame, they were finally absorbed into the vortex space and became a part of Xiaoyan's body. Following this slow training of Xiaoyan, 2 hours had passed without him noticing. Only at a certain moment did the stone door in front of Xiaoyan begin to move amidst a series of ka-ka sounds. Ka-ka-ka. Following the appearance of the sound, Xiaoyan, who was training with his eyes closed, immediately withdrew his mind. At the same time, the do-qi within his body rose. A fire gathered deep within his eyes as his gaze looked directly at the stone door opposite him. Soon after, a human figure whose entire body was covered by a black robe quickly stepped into the stone room. Following the entrance of the human figure, a rich, strange fragrance also followed and poured in at this moment just like before. It was like a flow of wind that pounced toward Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. A fire danced deep within his eyes. His gaze was like an invisible arrow that broke the strange fragrance that was heading toward him without him noticing. At the same time, a chill also surged into Xiaoyan's heart. With regards to all of this, the black-robed person was completely unaware. Just like before, he took out a crystal box from under his large black robe. Within it was a flower that stood leisurely. However, in Xiaoyan's eyes at this moment, this flower was not snow-white in color. Instead, it was scarlet red. At the same time, waves of scarlet fog spread out from within the crystal box. In the blink of an eye, it had already filled the entire stone room. Nightmare flower. So this is how it is. Seeing this scarlet flower in front of him, Xiaoyan's heart became increasingly cold. However, his face was indifferent. This calm manner caused the black-robed person to feel a surprise in his heart. From before until now, he had already entered over a dozen stone rooms. The eyes of those people were filled with a fanatical expression when they looked at the fusang flower. In the face of his gift, those people did not hesitate to use the chips in their hands to exchange for it. Some of them would even raise the price for themselves. However, they did not know that in the eyes of this black-robed person, they were just like stupid pigs. The nightmare flower was one of the few unique flowers on the continent that could create illusions. Usually, they would emit the unique fragrance that they possessed and agglomerate into a fog around their bodies. The fragrance was incomparably unique. Any living creature that inhaled it would create illusions and transform into various powerful magical beasts to protect themselves. The strength of the illusionary effect of this kind of nightmare flower was completely determined by the age of its existence. For example, the flower in front of Xiaoyan at this moment, which could be used to hallucinate a dodi, was likely over 1,000 years old. Moreover, looking at the appearance of this fellow in front of him, it was likely that he had used this move quite a number of times. If it was not because Xiaoyan possessed the heavenly flame that allowed him to easily break through the fog, it was likely that even he would have carelessly fallen for it. Although the illusionary effect of the nightmare flower was frightening, at the same time, the nightmare flower was also an extremely valuable medicinal ingredient. Many high-tier medicinal pills would use the nightmare flower. However, Xiaoyan did not expect that this fellow would actually waste a natural treasure in such a reckless manner. He had actually used such a precious item to deceive others. This was really intolerable. Cuckoo, this little brother, the fusang flower is here. Why are you not planning to exchange it with me? Although the young man in front of him caused the black-robed person to feel surprised in his heart, he firmly believed that his nightmare flower would be effective in front of any expert below an 8-star dodi. Hence, he was not worried at all. After all, no matter how strong this young brat in front of him was, how could he reach the level of an 8-star dodi? Indeed, Xiaoyan's cultivation was not comparable to an 8-star dodi. However, his body possessed the most frightening destructive strength in the world, the heavenly flame. In front of the heavenly flame, what waves could a mere nightmare flower stir? Xiaoyan raised his eyes when he heard the words of the black-robed person. Both of his eyes looked directly at the black-robed person in front of him. At the same time, the corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile as he said, "Advanced 7-star Dodi. You actually dare to go around deceiving others with this kind of strength. I don't know if I should say that your courage is commendable, or that you are extremely foolish. What do you mean by this?" The heart of the black-robed person was suddenly startled. Could it be that this black-robed, young man in front of him was actually an old demon that had not appeared in the world? "Cuckoo, since you have not come to your senses, I shall personally take it." Xiaoyan laughed coldly. His seated body suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of the black-robed person. His white hand grabbed at the head of the black-robed person. In front of Xiaoyan's powerful spiritual strength, this black robe was completely useless. What are you planning to do? This is the Fusang flower. Fool. Do you think that you can deceive everyone just because you can deceive a portion of the people? Nightmare flower, it will be fine if you hand over the Fusang flower today. Otherwise, you will definitely be defeated here. The instant the cold cry from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded, the large black robe on the body of the black-robed person instantly burst apart, revealing a shifty-eyed skinny old man. At this moment, a deep horror surged onto the latter's face. His body pulled back explosively in an attempt to pull some distance away from Xiaoyan. Unfortunately, how could he dodge Xiaoyan's attack within this narrow space? "You are an 8-star Dodi?" the old man involuntarily exclaimed. At the same time, Xiaoyan's palm landed in front of the old man's chest. Although the latter tried his best to block, he was also forced back in a miserable manner. After which, he heavily collided with the wall behind him. The old man involuntarily felt a shock in his heart when he sensed the strength contained in Xiaoyan's palm. He immediately raised his head, looked at the black-robed young man in front of him, and involuntarily exclaimed, "6-star Dodi? When did I say that I am an 8-star Dodi?" Xiaoyan merely laughed coldly in the face of this. His body moved and once again attacked. "Damn brat. You actually dare to scare the old me. A mere 6-star Dodi actually dares to show off in front of the old me. You are really seeking death." It was no wonder that the skinny old man would mistake Xiaoyan for a 6-star Dodi. This was because Xiaoyan's overall strength was not weaker than an ordinary 6-star Dodi. Every aspect of his body was comparable to a genuine 6-star Dodi. Hence, this caused the skinny old man to mistake the person in front of him for a 6-star Dodi the moment they touched. It was unknown just what kind of interesting expression would be revealed on his face if he was aware of Xiaoyan's true cultivation. Chapter 892. Xiaoyan's hands were clenched into fists within the narrow stone room. A frightening force swiftly agglomerated in his palms. Although he had yet to truly use his Do Qi, this powerful physical strength was enough to cause the space around Xiaoyan to emit waves of vibrating sounds. The skinny old man in front of him was completely unaware of this at this moment. He, who was completely furious, only felt that it was an insult that he, a 7-star Dodi, was being played by a 6-star Dodi. "Brat, although I don't know how you are able to see through my nightmare flower, you cannot blame the old me since you have delivered yourself to me." The skinny old man coldly laughed. His face was ferocious. His shriveled hand was bent into a claw. Sharp Do Qi immediately climbed to the tip of his finger, agglomerating into numerous sharp claws that viciously tore at Xiaoyan like a hot knife through butter. Xiaoyan was completely fearless in the face of the old man's attack. A thought passed through his mind, and the Force Elephant skill was unleashed. He raised both of his fists and met the old man's sharp claws head-on. Clang 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 clang. Beautiful sparks immediately shot in all directions when the two collided. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Immediately, a cold smile appeared on his face. A great shock surged into the old man's heart at this moment. "This brat, what frightening physical strength. No wonder he dares to attack me. He actually does have some skill. However, if this is all you have, you should get lost." The skinny old man coldly laughed at Xiaoyan in his heart. Soon after, his shriveled body bent. He extended two sharp claws and waved them in front of him like weapons. His legs repeatedly jumped on the ground, and his entire body dodged back and forth like a spring. Chi! The sound of rushing wind was transmitted over. One of the old man's claws was aimed at Xiaoyan's neck. From the looks of it, it seemed that he wanted to forcefully tear the latter into two. However, under the cover of Xiao Yan's powerful spiritual strength, the old man's hand finally narrowly brushed past Xiao Yan's ear, carrying a wave of piercing wind sound. Huh. Seeing that Xiao Yan had actually dodged his attack, the skinny old man could not help but feel astonished in his heart. Soon after, he raised both of his hands and once again attacked Xiao Yan with an even more ferocious attack. The chaotic claw shadows were like ghosts as they danced in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Almost every attack was aimed at Xiao Yan's vital points. This old man did not seem to have the slightest intention of playing around. He wanted to end the fight in the shortest amount of time. He could not allow the person in front of him to ruin his plan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, each time the skinny old man attacked, each time his sharp hand claw was about to land on Xiao Yan's body, the latter's body would twist strangely. A careless action would actually easily break the old man's ghost-like hand claw. Damn it, I have underestimated this fellow. Sensing this point, the skinny old man's heart immediately tightened. He knew that he could not continue to drag this out. Once this dragged on for too long, it would be a destructive blow to him. Currently, he could no longer continue to stay in the auction ground. Once he exited this stone door, he needed to make the best use of his time to leave this place. If the person in front of him had not appeared, he might have really been able to earn a large sum of money. Unfortunately, they were clearly in a narrow space that could only accommodate over 10 people. However, the skinny old man's attack did not even touch Xiao Yan's clothes. This involuntarily caused one to feel astonished. At the same time, a deep seriousness gradually surged into the skinny old man's heart. Even with his strength of an advanced 7-star Do-D, he was actually unable to touch the clothes of this black-robed young man under such an attack. At this moment, regardless of how stubborn he was, he would eventually understand in his heart that this black-robed young man in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. He might have really kicked a metal plate this time around. Damn it. I cannot drag this out any longer. I must leave now. The old man thought unwillingly in his heart. Soon after, the skinny old man's body suddenly shook. Surging Do-Chi immediately surged out. The powerful Do-Chi wave violently collided with the surrounding walls. Xiao Yan's body was also forced back by 2 steps. Soon after, just as Xiao Yan raised his head, the skinny old man suddenly turned around. He was about to open the stone door behind him and leave the stone room. You want to leave? How can it be so easy? Seeing that the skinny old man was about to escape, a cold smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. A thought passed through his mind, and his body immediately appeared behind the old man. At the same time, his hand was already placed on the latter's shoulder. Just as the old man was about to open the stone door, Xiao Yan pulled him aside. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan raised his right leg. It carried a powerful force and easily caused the space to collapse. After which, his leg heavily smashed into the old man's abdomen. Bang! Even with the Do-Chi blocking, under Xiao Yan's powerful attack, the Do-Chi that had just surged out from the old man's body was instantly shattered before it could condense. The skinny old man's body heavily crashed into the wall behind him. His old face instantly swelled red. Soon after, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Pfft! Who exactly are you? Xiao Yan. Without hiding anything, Xiao Yan said with a cold expression. However, just as the skinny old man heard the name that Xiao Yan said, his old face instantly became terrified. A few months ago he had heard of this name in the Shilin region. This name was a name that shook the 4 major sects. At this moment, the old man finally understood in his heart why this seemingly ordinary young man in front of him had such terrifying strength. It turned out that he had transformed into the young man whose name shook the entire Shilin region. Xiao Yan. You are Xiao Yan. The old man was extremely terrified. The trace of resistance that originally existed in the bottom of his heart instantly vanished. What a joke. Even 4 8-star Do Emperors could not do anything to him. What could he, a 7-star Do Emperor, do? Moreover, the person in front of him had a terrifying battle record of killing a Do Emperor with the strength of a half-emperor. Now that his strength had increased by another level, his fighting strength had probably become even more terrifying. You recognize me? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He could not help but feel a little astonished. Who in the Shilin region does not know of Sir Xiao Yan's name? Today, I failed to recognize you and have offended Sir Xiaoyan. I do not dare to ask for you to leave unscathed, but I beg you to spare my life." The skinny old man was filled with fear as he prostrated himself. The battle intent in his heart had completely disappeared. "Hand over the fusang flower, and I can spare your life," Xiaoyan coldly said. The skinny old man could only mourn bitterly in his heart when he heard Xiaoyan's words. However, he did not dare to stop moving. He hurriedly removed a storage ring from his finger. The items that he had obtained from the various factions were all stored within it. At the same time, it also stored the fusang flower. At this moment, this skinny old man did not dare to be greedy for his own life. He could only hand over all the items and hope that the person in front of him would let him off. Xiaoyan swiftly checked the storage ring after receiving it from the skinny old man. After confirming that there was no mistake with the fusang flower, he coldly nodded and spoke sternly. "I can spare your life. However, you are not allowed to leave this stone room for the next 2 hours. Otherwise, Sir Xiaoyan, you can be rest assured that I will definitely not leave this stone room for the next 2 hours." The skinny old man hurriedly cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan when he heard Xiaoyan's words. The latter's heart moved and an avatar was left behind. After which, he swiftly opened the stone door and left the stone room. Chapter 893. By the time Xiaoyan exited the stone room, the female servant standing at the entrance had already brought the items that he had auctioned to this place. Due to Lu Zhongtian being in the auction ground, they were not worried that these things would be snatched away. Of course, in addition to this, it was also because the items they bought were placed in a special formation. If they wanted to take the items out, they had to leave their chips behind. 1 item for 1 item. This was a rule that these auctioneers reluctantly followed. After taking back the things that he had obtained from the auction, Xiaoyan carefully inspected them. After confirming that there were no mistakes in any of the items, he quickly walked out of the auction house. After experiencing the matter with the old man earlier, Xiaoyan appeared to have begun to doubt everything that he saw in front of him. Unless these things were still able to remain intact under the influence of his spiritual strength and the heavenly flame, only then would it cause the latter to believe in his heart. After getting the fusang flower, Xiaoyan should leave Jingyao City and set off in the direction of Tianjua Ancient Tomb again. Now that he got the fusang flower, there was naturally no need to stay in Jingyao City any longer. If he delayed for too long, it would bring endless trouble to Xiaoyan. On one hand, it was to hurry, and on the other hand, it was to avoid trouble. Therefore, Xiaoyan had to choose to leave here as soon as possible. Soon, Xiaoyan came out of the main entrance of the auction house. Although there were many people on the street outside the auction house, no one paid attention to this place. It had been a week since the start of the auction, and the enthusiasm in everyone's hearts had gradually calmed down. With most people leaving, the flow of people in Jingyao City had obviously become much sparser, which was not necessarily a bad thing. Looking up at the sky, the huge golden light shield was still enveloping the entire city. After seeing the power of this formation last time, Xiaoyan was a little interested in it. Although he had not seen it with his own eyes back then, he had clearly sensed that this formation had blocked the first pill lightning for a couple of breaths before it slowly scattered. In other words, the reason the formation had scattered was not because of the pill lightning. Instead, someone had purposely removed the formation. Their aim was to destroy Xiaoyan's medicinal pill under the pill lightning. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the North King. However, even so, Xiaoyan had truly witnessed the might of the array formation. Xiaoyan even suspected in his heart that if the formation was completely opened, it would likely be able to completely block the pill lightning from the last time. Of course, this was merely a guess in Xiaoyan's heart until now. He did not have any evidence to back it up. Even so, it was enough to prove how terrifying this formation was. Just as Xiaoyan's front foot stepped out of the main door of the auction house, 2 human figures were standing at a high spot in a certain pavilion outside of the auction house. 2 pairs of eyes were firmly fixed on Xiaoyan's body the moment Xiaoyan's figure appeared within their sight. Feeling the 2 gazes, Xiaoyan couldn't help but frown. Without thinking, he immediately guessed the identity of the 2 people. Xiaoyan looked over. Sure enough, 2 figures, one black and one white, appeared in his line of sight. It was Qin Yan and Yan He. Their gazes met for a moment, and then the two figures quickly flew toward Xiaoyan with smiles on their faces. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the ladder. Hee, I wonder if Brother Xiaoyan has succeeded in the exchange? The moment he arrived in front of him, Qinyan teased him as if he already knew the answer. Seeing the smile on the latter's face that did not seem to be fake, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows in doubt. Then his bright eyes turned and he immediately understood. From the looks of it, the person in front of him should have successfully exchanged for the hibiscus flower. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. However, he shrugged helplessly on the surface, revealing a look of disappointment, causing the person in front of him to feel even happier. Haha, it's fine. If I can't obtain it, so be it. It is merely a worldly possession. There is no need to think too much about it. However, although little brother Xiaoyan did not obtain the hibiscus flower, I have another thing here. I wonder if little brother Xiaoyan is interested to know about it. As he said that, an obscure light flashed in the depths of Qinyan's eyes. Oh, I wonder what it is. Can you let me take a look? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows, but in his heart, he was curious as to what the fellow in front of him was up to. Haha, brother Xiaoyan is really anxious, but I don't have that thing with me. Why don't you come with me to take a look? Where is it? Xiaoyan revealed a puzzled expression as he asked hesitantly. His original plan was to immediately leave Jinyao City after leaving the auction house, but from the looks of it, Qinyan did not seem to want to give him this chance. At the same time, Xiaoyan was also curious as to what this fellow wanted to do to him, so he was not in a hurry to leave. It's not far, we'll be there soon. Qinyan turned around and pointed the way as he led Xiaoyan and flew in the predetermined direction. By the way, not long ago, I saw someone offer 10 bottles of icy spirit cold liquid at the auction house. Although I didn't see the face from the voice, it should be brother Xiaoyan, right? Even though he was well aware of the situation, Qinyan still pretended to ask. Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled noncommittally. Haha, actually it's not a big deal. It's just that my cultivation method happens to be of the ice attribute, so if I can get a few bottles of icy spirit cold liquid, it will undoubtedly be of great benefit to my cultivation. So brother Xiaoyan, I'm sorry, I only obtained those 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid by chance. After the previous auction, all 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid were used as chips. So I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Without waiting for Qinyan to finish speaking, Xiaoyan said indifferently with a smile on his face. Hearing this, the latter's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then it was perfectly concealed. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Since that is the case, I can only blame my bad luck. However, I believe that the thing that I am going to let brother Xiaoyan see next will definitely give you a great shock." Qinyan's face was full of smiles, and his gaze intertwined with Yan He's for a moment. The latter's heart trembled slightly, and then his figure gradually slowed down. Unknowingly, he had fallen behind Xiaoyan. In his current position, if Xiaoyan wanted to escape, he could stop him at any time. Sensing this, the smile on Xiaoyan's face did not change, but his heart was ice cold. Chapter 894. A short while later, Xiaoyan arrived in the sky above the square in the middle of Jinyao City under Qinyan's lead. At a glance, the flow of people in this square was no longer the same as it was a week ago. At this moment, there was a huge black stone pillar in the middle of the square that appeared even more conspicuous in the eyes of many. At this moment, Qinyan's group was standing directly above the stone pillar. Perhaps it was because of the auction, but the few of them did not see anyone from the Formation Master Association in this square. This caused the smile on the corner of Qinyan's mouth to widen. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw Qinyan stop. His gaze looked all around him, and immediately noticed a dark black stone pillar that was covered with talismans directly below where they were at this moment. "Brother Qinyan, this place is..." Xiaoyan frowned tightly. His expression was somewhat gloomy. "Haha, brother Xiaoyan, this is the thing that I was talking about." Qinyan's face revealed an inexplicable strange smile. He extended his hand and pointed at the black stone pillar directly below the three of them. "This does not seem to be something that belongs to you." Xiaoyan's expression sank. His eyes narrowed as he faintly sensed that the situation was not good. Yes, this ancient city protecting formation is indeed not something that belongs to me. However, I still wish to give this big gift to Brother Xiaoyan. At this moment, Qin Yun did not bother concealing it. The smile on his face became increasingly ferocious, and a sharp killing intent surged in his eyes. At the same time, Yan He, who was behind Xiaoyan, also trembled slightly. Majestic Dou Qi immediately surged out from within his body. What exactly are you planning to do? Xiaoyan's expression was gloomy. The Dou Qi in his body had already been circulated. He glanced at Yan He behind him from the corner of his eyes. After which, he suddenly turned around and locked onto Qin Yun. Although Qin Yun's strength was that of a 6-star Dou Di, Xiaoyan was 80% confident that he could kill him at this distance. Therefore, if the person behind him dared to make any movements, Xiaoyan would immediately launch an attack at the person in front of him. Before I tell you, I still have one last question to ask you. Did you obtain your icy spirit frost liquid from the Shilin mountain range? Huh. Xiaoyan was shocked by Qin Yun's words. How did this guy know that there was icy spirit frost liquid in Shilin? Who was this Qin Yun? Hee, it seems that I guessed correctly. Since you were able to get the icy spirit frozen liquid from there, it means that Lung Bingshuang, that bitch, is already dying. Otherwise, she would never let a human get close to that place. But I am more curious. How did you enter the hinterland of Shilin? Qin Yun's gaze was constantly sizing up Xiaoyan. That gaze was as if he was looking at a person who was about to die. At the same time, Xiaoyan heard Qin Yun say Lung Bingshuang's name, and his heart jumped. His heart was filled with shock. Who would have thought that Lung Bingshuang, a person from the Shilin region, would actually be known by someone from the Western Wilderness region? Moreover, he seemed to know about Lung Bingshuang's injuries. If that was the case, could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, Xiaoyan immediately felt a deep sense of seriousness in his heart. The person who was able to injure Lung Bingshuang was definitely an expert of the origin transformation realm. And this Qin Yun in front of him had a 9-star Dou Di protector by his side. It was not hard to imagine that there were definitely experts of the origin transformation realm in the faction behind him. In addition, Qin Yun knew about Lung Bingshuang. It was not hard to imagine that the person who injured Lung Bingshuang was definitely the person behind Qin Yun. Thinking of this, a nameless flame immediately rose in Xiaoyan's heart. Killing intent also rose because of this. At this moment, the Qin Yun in front of him had already been added to Xiaoyan's blacklist of people who must be killed. Attack. Suddenly, Qin Yun let out a low cry. Almost at the same time, Yan He, who was behind Xiaoyan, suddenly moved. A palm violently smashed toward Xiaoyan's back. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan instantly used the sky extinction steps. At the same time that Yan He dodged, Xiaoyan's figure had already arrived in front of Qin Yun. Under the latter's shocked gaze, Xiaoyan grabbed at Qin Yun's neck. At this moment, even Yan He, who was behind him, was shocked. He had never imagined that the Xiaoyan in front of him would actually possess such a terrifying speed. Was he really only a 5-star Dou Di? Although his heart was shocked by Xiaoyan's speed, it was merely this. Yan He did not appear to be worried about Qin Yun's safety after his attack missed. Instead, a cold smile surfaced on his old face the instant he raised his head. The next moment, swoosh. Circles of intense spatial ripples suddenly appeared in the originally calm space on both sides of Qin Yun. Soon after, the space in the middle of the ripples collapsed with a bang. 2 shriveled hands were extended from within, and each landed on Xiaoyan's shoulders. In an instant, a powerful strength actually forcefully froze Xiaoyan's body on the spot. Even the hand that was about to land on Qin Yun's neck was stopped in midair. Qin Yun also used this short moment to swiftly retreat backwards. What? Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly shrunk. He felt incomparably shocked at the sudden appearance of the 2 people beside him. These 2 people were actually able to avoid his spiritual detection. Brat, is my family's young master someone that you can touch? At this moment, an old voice that was filled with might and overbearingness was suddenly transmitted from the side. At the same time, Xiaoyan felt the pressure on his shoulders suddenly soar. His body involuntarily sank downwards. Soon after, a powerful aura heavily landed on Xiaoyan's head. Xiao Yan's expression also abruptly changed drastically. He did not dare to hesitate any longer. A thought passed through his mind, and the clan tattoo immediately appeared between his brows. The aura within his body also suddenly soared at this moment. With a thought, the heavenly flame within his body suddenly surged. It surged out from the pores all over Xiao Yan's body. The dense white flame emitted a terrifying destructive flame. The powerful strength that suddenly rose caused the two old men to involuntarily be startled. Both of their hands involuntarily lifted. Xiao Yan's figure also hurriedly retreated. However, Xiao Yan, who was behind him, attacked once again. Astral winds whistled. Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. There was a tiger in front of him and a wolf behind him. In such a situation, Xiao Yan was helpless and could only fly downwards. At this moment, while everyone's gazes below were focused on Xiao Yan and the three old men, Qin Yan's figure quietly descended and arrived in front of the stone pillar. Chapter 895. Facing three elite 9-star Do-Di at the same time. Even the current Xiao Yan did not dare to fight head-on in such a situation. Forget about the three of them. Xiao Yan did not dare to say that he had the ability to fight with any one of the three. Qi. Following the sound of rushing wind, an old man in a black robe swiftly descended from above Xiao Yan's head. His shriveled hand landed heavily on Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily shivered as he sensed the frightening aura descending from above his head. The footsteps of his feet changed as he continuously used the sky extinction steps. Only then did he manage to cause the old man's palm to brush past Xiao Yan's body. This brat! What a strange speed! Seeing that his attack had actually been dodged by Xiao Yan, the old man involuntarily felt surprised in his heart. Just as he was muttering softly in his heart, Yanhe's body once again attacked from beside Xiao Yan. The distance between the two of them was extremely close. This caused Xiao Yan to have no time to dodge. Hence, he could only face the attack head-on. Bang! The instant Xiao Yan turned around, his fist heavily collided with Yanhe's attack. An intense collision sound that caused one's eardrums to ring suddenly sounded. Xiao Yan's body trembled uncontrollably. He borrowed the force between the two of them, and hurriedly pulled back. But soon after, "Brat, where do you think you are going? Stay behind for the old me." The other 9-star Do-Di arrived behind Xiao Yan as he was pulling back. He faced Xiao Yan's back and threw a palm strike. Damn it. With Xiao Yan's current condition, it was impossible for him to completely dodge this attack. It was indeed impossible for him to face 3 9-star Do-Di alone. At the very least, the current him was far from having that strength. Huh. Xiao Yan let out a stern cry in his heart. The muscles all over his body immediately tensed up. His calm face suddenly became ferocious. Blood surged up, causing his entire face to be flushed red. His veins popped out as the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor covered his entire body in the blink of an eye, emitting a purplish gold glow. He could only block this attack with all his might. Force Elephant Formula Rise. A roar was emitted from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. A frightening force spread outwards. The invisible space around Xiao Yan suddenly became distorted under this frightening force. It was about to collapse. Almost at the same time, the palm of the old man behind Xiao Yan also landed on Xiao Yan's back with an imposing manner. Boom! A dull sound of collision suddenly rang out. Xiao Yan's body shook violently. He clenched his teeth and forcibly resisted the powerful force. There was a sweetness in his throat as blood surged up. Xiao Yan forcefully swallowed back the fresh blood that was forced to his throat. Soon after, the Do-Chi in his body suddenly swept out. With the help of the heavenly flame, it forced the 3 people around him back. Humph, so what if it is a heavenly flame? Attack together and keep him here. The expressions of the 3 people changed slightly. Soon after, they let out a cold snort. The 3 of them moved together and once again surrounded Xiao Yan. However, with the heavenly flame in front of them this time around, even with their strength, they still took the initiative to keep a small distance from Xiao Yan. The 4 human figures exchanged blows in the empty space. The 3 of them continued to brush past Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan also relied on his spiritual strength and the sky extinction step to do his best to deal with the 3 of them, hoping to find an opportunity to leave this place. Xiao Yan believed that he was definitely not a match for 3 9-star Do Di by himself. If this continued for a long time, it would not benefit him at all. Moreover, the people from the Formation Master Association were also eyeing him covetously. Once they left the auction house, Xiao Yan would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Yan's agility became much sharper. However, these 3 9-star Do Di were not ordinary people. With the three of them joining hands, they were able to block Xiao Yan within this area for a moment, causing the latter to be unable to advance or retreat. After a long while, even though the three people around Xiao Yan were unable to easily hurt him due to the protection of the heavenly flame, they still managed to leave quite a number of wounds on his body. The moment bright red fresh blood surged out, it turned into dried blood scabs under the heavenly flame. Time passed bit by bit. The number of wounds on Xiao Yan's body continued to increase. The fresh blood also gradually turned into a layer of armor that covered Xiao Yan's entire body. Numerous human figures gradually walked out from within the auction ground. The auction had already reached the true end. However, the trouble on Xiao Yan's side was like maggots in one's bones that could not be shaken off. In the blink of an eye, the amplification effect of the clan tattoo had already disappeared. Xiao Yan's strength had also decreased by quite a lot at this moment. For Xiao Yan's current situation, this undoubtedly caused his mood to become even heavier. However, it was also at this moment that an unusual change occurred in the large open space. Crack. Following a clear cracking sound, a dark black stone pillar appeared just a few meters below Xiao Yan. At this moment, following the cracking sound, it was as clear as porcelain shattering. However, it appeared exceptionally clear in this open space. Immediately, everyone present could not help but be slightly startled. This included the 3 9-star Do Di who were currently standing in the empty space, and Xiao Yan who was currently closest to the black stone pillar. The expressions on their faces were clearly a little stunned at this moment. Soon after, everyone turned their gazes to look at the source of the sound. Only then did they see numerous clear crack lines swiftly spreading across the entire stone pillar. Streaks of golden light gushed out from the dense cracks like a blazing sun, dazzling the area. At this moment, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed drastically. At this moment, he finally knew the true reason why Qin Yan had brought him here. Even the reason why Qin Yan had approached him was also incomparably clear at this moment. Qin Yan had come for this strange formation. His goal from the very beginning when he entered Jingyao City was to destroy the stone pillar. In that case, the reason why Qin Yan had approached him had also become clear. At almost the same time, a group of people wearing golden robes gradually walked out from the entrance of the auction ground. At first glance, this group of people passed through the crowd and saw the dark black stone pillar in the middle of the open space. It was filled with densely packed crack lines. Immediately, the dark black stone pillar collapsed with a bang in front of their shocked eyes, turning into numerous fragments. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful energy surged out from the bottom of the stone pillar that had shattered. It turned into an enormous cream-white light pillar that shot into the sky. At almost the same time, the originally unhappy faces of the group from the Array Master Association instantly turned gloomy. Numerous pairs of eyes were also locked onto the human figure, who was closest to the original position of the stone pillar at this moment. It was Xiao Yan. Chapter 896. The Great Formation has been destroyed. At the entrance of the auction ground, a group of people wearing golden robes were staring intently at the young man in black robes who was hovering in the air above the arena. Among the crowd, there was an old man wearing a brocade robe. At this moment, his face was filled with both shock and anger. His fury surged and his entire body involuntarily trembled intensely. The aura in his body spread out almost uncontrollably, and the space around him distorted violently before exploding with a bang, turning into a pitch-black endless space. Just a moment ago, when Xiao Yan approached the dark black stone pillar in front of everyone's gazes, the stone pillar had also collapsed. They saw with their own eyes that the most powerful formation that their Array Formation Master Association had always relied on was being ruthlessly destroyed right in front of their eyes at this moment. There was no need to mention the person who had destroyed the Great Formation. It was naturally the black-robed young man in front of them. Association head, it's him. The person who refined the tier 4 medicinal pill earlier is this brat. The last time, it was Qin Yin who had stepped forward to protect him. I even personally saw him walking side by side with Qin Yin. Beside the old man in brocade robes, Cheng Zhihui stepped forward with a gloomy face and whispered into the ear of the old man in brocade robes. Hearing Cheng Zhihui's words, a biting cold expression surfaced on the gloomy face of the old man in brocade robes. Qin Yin. The hands of the old man in brocade robes were tightly clenched into fists under his sleeves. His gaze followed and looked over, only to see that Qin Yin was currently standing high in the sky. His eyes contained an icy coldness as he stared at Xiao Yin below. The 3 9-star Dodi around Xiao Yin were also unwilling to be outdone. Although the stone pillar had been destroyed, the target of the 3 of them was Xiao Yin. They were completely indifferent to the former. Perhaps it could be said that they were not worried at all. Follow me. The old man in brocade robes waved his hand violently. The group of people behind him immediately followed and aggressively flew toward Xiao Yan's group. Behind him, outside the auction house, Han Dong had also just left the auction house. However, he did not expect the following scene to be so shocking. This was especially the case when he saw that Xiao Yan was coincidentally beside the stone pillar. His heart suddenly sank, and he immediately understood the reason why Qin Yin was approaching Xiao Yan. Framing others and having ulterior motives. Although he already understood this point, Han Dong did not choose to step forward immediately. Instead, he observed from the side. He wanted to see if this group of people from the Array Formation Master Association would be so foolish as to be deceived by someone else. If Xiaoyan was unharmed, then so be it. But if there was a change in the situation, he would immediately step in. With his spiritual strength, he had some confidence in blocking these people. Moreover, with the name of the Alchemist Alliance, it was likely that these people would not dare to act rashly. Qin Yun, our 2 clans have always minded our own business. What is your motive for doing this today? The moment he stepped forward, the old man in brocade robes coldly reprimanded Qin Yun with furrowed brows. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura rushed toward Qin Yun. Qin Yun was greatly shocked when he saw that this old man had actually attacked him without any hesitation. This was outside of his expectations. He did not expect that this fellow would attack before he had even opened his mouth. Chairman Fan, don't tell me that you don't want to hear the truth of this matter? My family's young master cannot afford to be wronged like this. If you hurt him for no reason today, you should know what kind of outcome you will face. Just as the aura arrived in front of Qin Yun, a 9-star Dodi who was originally standing beside Xiao Yin suddenly flashed over. A powerful aura spread out like an iron wall, blocking the aura of the old man with the surname Fan. The old man's originally gloomy expression became even more gloomy when he heard the threatening words spat out from the mouth of the black-robed man in front of him. The destruction of the Great Array was undoubtedly the heaviest blow to the Array Master Association. If it were not for the fact that this fellow had managed to push that person out, even if Qin Yun had a heavenly reason, he would have made him pay the price for this. Fianhua, are you intentionally threatening this old man? You can naturally think of it this way if you are not afraid. The black-robed old man who was called Yanhua coldly looked at the old man in brocade robes opposite him. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. From this, it seemed that his words earlier had already obtained the desired effect. Chairman Fan, may I know if Chairman Fan can listen to me on this matter? You told me to listen to you. All of this happened because of you. You are the one who single-handedly planned this. Now you want me to listen to you? The old man in the brocade robe was instantly enraged. His usual calm demeanor was long gone. The fury in his heart made him want to roar. However, for the sake of the Array Formation Master Association's reputation, he finally suppressed it. Of course, there was more or less some fear towards that person. Does the chairman really think that this matter was caused by me? You said that all of this was done by me. Then may I ask the chairman, can you give me a reason? Why would I do this? What good would it do me? Hearing the words of the old man in brocade robes, Qin Yun sneered coldly in his heart. This was exactly the result he wanted. When the old man heard this, the expression on his old face could not help but be slightly startled. Then he could not help but laugh out of anger. He sneered. Qin Yun, you are really good. What, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Didn't you bring that kid in? You've been protecting him from the very beginning, and your purpose was to create an opportunity for him to destroy the formation. This old man saw it with his own eyes, and now you actually dare to make irresponsible remarks here, speaking eloquently and speaking the truth in such a dignified manner. What, do you really think this old man is muddle-headed? They are my guards. Without my orders, they will definitely not attack anyone. Just now, I had come here under Xiao Yan's invitation. It is really unexpected that he actually wanted to destroy the formation, and even shifted the blame onto me. If Yan Hua had not intervened just now, I'm afraid that I would have really become a scapegoat. Xiao Yan frowned and said, "That's because I have a good impression of him. It is really unexpected that he actually wanted to destroy the formation, and even shifted the blame onto me. If Yan Hua had not intervened just now, I'm afraid that I would have really become a scapegoat." Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly when he heard Yan Hua's words. "That's because I have a good impression of him. Just now, I came here because of Xiao Yan's invitation. It is really unexpected that he actually wanted to destroy the formation, and even shifted the blame onto me. If Yan Hua had not intervened just now, it is likely that I would have really become a scapegoat." Qin Yan stared angrily at Chairman Fan opposite him. His handsome face could not help but reveal a trace of fear. It was as if the terror of the aura just now was still causing him to be unable to escape from the fog. Chapter 897. Seeing the latter reveal such an expression, President Fan's expression was once again stunned. After muttering to himself for a moment, he exchanged glances with the two vice presidents beside him. After pondering for a while, he could not help but feel astonished. Qin Yan's words were not wrong. A few days ago, he had indeed been unusually close to Xiao Yan. This was something that everyone in Golden Glory City had seen. As for the three guards beside him, they were indeed as he had said. Without his orders, they would definitely not leave him even half a step. However, looking at the current situation, the three of them had surrounded Xiao Yan. Furthermore, from their appearance, it was clear that they had just gone through a struggle. Furthermore, looking at their positions, it seemed that they had the intention of stopping Xiao Yan. What were they trying to stop? Could it really be that this brat called Xiao Yan was the one who did it? Even Qin Yan has been used to protect him. Xiao Yan, who exactly are you? A series of questions rose in President Fan's heart. The two vice presidents beside him also frowned, especially Qi Ming. In his heart, he felt that they had missed something. However, Qin Yan's words were something that he could not bring himself to say. After all, Xiao Yan had indeed destroyed the formation. This was something that they had witnessed with their own eyes. It was truly difficult for others to shift the blame onto him. However, it was also because of this that Qin Yan's words made Qi Ming even more suspicious. Hiss! Suddenly, President Fan abruptly raised his head as if he had thought of something. Almost at the same time, the two vice presidents behind him also abruptly raised their heads. Their gazes instantly landed on Xiao Yan's body. If this brat is an alchemist, then everything would make sense if he is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. President Fan's face was gloomy as killing intent surged in his eyes. At the same time, the two vice presidents behind him also had the same thought. The Alchemist Alliance and their Array Master Association could be said to be like fire and water. Both parties treated each other as sand in their eyes and wished that they could get rid of the other party as soon as possible. Today, Xiao Yan had taken advantage of their unguarded moment to destroy the formation. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war by the Alchemist Alliance. Damn it! I never imagined that the Alchemist Alliance's methods would actually be so despicable. For the sake of dealing with us, they actually did such a thing. Boss, what should we do now? Let's go and capture that brat. He destroyed our great defensive array. Today we must make him pay the price. If such a young alchemist dies, I believe it will be a painful blow to them. Behind him, Cheng Zhihui and the other vice president also spoke out one after another. One could hear the killing intent in their words. However, I am currently still very curious. The three guards by your side are all Elite 9-star Do-D. If they were to attack together, would they not be able to finish off a 5-star Do-D brat? Don't tell me you did it on purpose? However, at this moment, Qi Ming, who had been silent all this while, suddenly frowned. His eyes narrowed as his gaze locked onto Qin Yun. In a deep voice, he voiced out the doubts in his heart. These words had really hit the nail on the head. The few people beside him appeared to have come to a sudden understanding the moment these words left his mouth. They immediately turned their gazes back to Xiaoyan. At a glance, they could tell that he was indeed only a 5-star Do-Di from the turbulent Do-Chi that had appeared on the surface of his body. 5-star Do-Di. This brat is actually only a 5-star Do-Di. The face of Cheng Zhihui, who had seen Xiaoyan reveal his aura for the first time, immediately became shocked. His face involuntarily revealed an expression of disbelief. It was no wonder that such a young 5-star Do-Di would receive Qin Yun's favor. Unfortunately, Qin Yun seemed to have judged the wrong person. Qin Yun, you should give the old me a reasonable explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I am still unable to believe that he is purposely trying to harm you. Chairman Fan's face sank. His voice still contained a rich doubt. Indeed, under normal circumstances, how could a 5-star Do-Di be a match for a 9-star Do-Di? Even if he were to face them alone, he would not have any ability to resist, much less face 3 of them at the same time. Just from this point alone, what Qin Yun had said earlier was a lie. Hence, how could Chairman Fan believe that a 5-star Do-Di would actually be able to destroy the great city protecting formation under the combined efforts of 3 9-star Do-Di? It was likely that no one would believe that they had not purposely gone easy on Qin Yun. Once these words were spoken, the gazes of the 2 people behind him immediately landed on Qin Yun. At this moment, Qin Yun's expression was completely indifferent. The current situation was completely within his expectations. If Chairman Fan is unwilling to believe it, you can ask the other people in this open ground. They are all witnesses to this matter. Qin Yun coldly smiled. It seemed that he was quite dissatisfied with Chairman Fan's doubt. Chairman Fan coldly snorted when he heard this. His gaze swept over the people in the open ground below. The result was as he had expected. Everyone who made contact with his gaze swiftly turned their heads away and acted as though they did not know anything. Regardless of whether it was the Formation Master Association or Qin Yun, these 2 factions were enormous existences to them. These people present could not afford to offend them. They would naturally consciously act as though they had not seen anything earlier. Qin Yun, there is no need for you to say such useless words. If you still do not have a sufficient reason to convince the old me, you must stay behind today even if the 3 of them protect you. Chairman Fan coldly cried out. His body trembled slightly, and the surging Do-Chi within his body immediately surged out. It was like waves of ripples that rippled around his body. The old face of Yan Hua in front of Qin Yun sank when he saw this. His feet took half a step forward, and the aura and pressure that belonged to a 9-star Do-Di spread out at this moment. At the same time, the expressions of Yan He and the other black-robed old man on the other side also changed slightly. They were about to step forward. Wait! At this moment, Qin Yun once again spoke and stabilized these few people. The 3 of you need not bother about me. All you need to do is block Xiaoyan. You must not let him take the opportunity to escape. Qin Yun coldly cried out, causing Yan He and the other 2 to be extremely surprised in their hearts. Seeing that Yan Hua did not move, Qin Yun cried out an order. Only then did the latter withdraw, and once again surrounded Xiaoyan with the other 2. After which, Qin Yun once again turned his gaze around and looked at Chairman Fan. As for Chairman Fan, I know that you do not believe what I have just said. However, if you think that Xiaoyan is really an ordinary 5-star Do-Di, you are very wrong. What do you mean by this? Chairman Fan frowned. He could not help but feel a little suspicious in his heart. Chapter 898. If Xiaoyan is only an ordinary 5-star Do-Di, why would I need to dispatch Yan Hua and Yan Lai? Yan He is a 9-star Do-Di. Don't tell me that he does not have confidence in dealing with a 5-star Do-Di? Moreover, I Qin Yun am also a 6-star Do-Di. Does Chairman Fan think that I am unable to deal with an ordinary 5-star Do-Di with my strength? Qin Yun's face carried a cold smile. His words were filled with criticism and ridicule. Chairman Fan, you keep saying that I am doing this on purpose. Even if I am doing this on purpose, would I be so stupid as to send all my guards out and expose my intentions? You are just trying to silence him by killing him. This brat saw that you wanted to kill him, so he stubbornly resisted. Coincidentally, we came out of the auction house and encountered this scene. Chairman Fan curled his lips. Although his mouth was not humble, his heart had already formed a bias towards his own guess. However, it is also what you have said. Xiaoyan is merely a 5-star Dodi. Even a 9-star Dodi would not be a match for him, much less 3 of them. Before you came out, Xiaoyan had already exchanged over 100 blows with the 3 of them. According to what you have said, is this possible? Chairman Fan is unwilling to believe what I have said, but you also do not believe that Xiaoyan's strength is not as it appears on the surface. From the way I see it, you are trying to accuse him. Qin Yun was not stingy. Every word and action of his forced Chairman Fan to the bottom of the valley. For a moment, Chairman Fan was speechless. Even the people behind him also lowered their heads in dissatisfaction. Then tell me, even if his fighting strength is not weak, how strong can a 5-star Dodi be? It was a long while later before Chairman Fan once again spoke. Since President Fan doesn't believe it, why don't you try it yourself? Coincidentally, Yin He and the other 2 can't capture Xiaoyan in a short time. If President Fan helps us, we will definitely be able to capture him. But before that, I hope President Fan can understand that I have participated in many auctions in Jingyao City. If I wanted to do something, I would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Qin Yun let out a cold cry. Immediately he turned around with a furious face and looked at the current Xiaoyan. His heart, however, was laughing coldly. Everything was proceeding in the direction that he had expected. Although there was an interlude earlier, everything was within his control. In today's battle, not only did he want Xiaoyan to die, but he also wanted to obtain everything on Xiaoyan's body. The thing that caused him the most excitement was that his plan this time around had been completed without any flaws. Not only had he obtained the Fusang flower, he had also successfully destroyed the great city protecting formation of Jingyao City. Not long later, his plan would be able to take another step forward. Cuckoo, Fan Siyuan, even if you think until your head breaks, you will not be able to figure out that every word you have said today is within this young master's expectations. I already understand you too well. He. While Qin Yun was secretly laughing in his heart, as the guardian of Jingyao City and the president of the Formation Master Association, he was still kept in the dark. Although Qi Ming had doubts in his heart, Qin Yun's repeated words had caused him to have some doubts about his own judgment. Perhaps, everything was really as Qin Yun had said. It was all done by Xiaoyan. Now the only person who could prove what Qin Yun had said was naturally Xiaoyan. However, as luck would have it, he was the one who had destroyed the Great Formation. Now no one would believe his words, much less listen to his explanation. They would only believe that Xiaoyan and Qin Yun were in cahoots. They would not believe that even Xiaoyan was a pawn of theirs. Soon after, Fan Siyuan wanted to step forward. This matter concerned the reputation of his Formation Master Association. As the president, he needed to personally step forward. President, let me go. A mere 5-star Dodi. There is no need for the president to take action. Last time, Qin Yun had stopped me. However, today, let me properly teach this nameless brat who destroyed my great city protecting formation a lesson. Cheng Zhihui cried out in a deep voice. He took the initiative to ask for a fight. After some consideration in his heart, Fan Siyuan still chose to let Cheng Zhihui take action. He was a 9-star Dodi. If he were to personally take action in order to prove himself, he would lose face. If he were to test the strength of the other party, Cheng Zhihui, being a 7-star Dodi, was undoubtedly qualified for this task. At that time, as long as Cheng Zhihui captured Xiaoyan, Qin Yun's words would naturally be broken. At that time, not only would Xiaoyan have to die, even Qin Yun would also have to pay the price for this matter. The great city protecting formation of Jingyao City was a rank 5 formation. Although it was only a low-level formation, its strength was still extremely strong. If it were to use its full strength, even an origin transformation expert would be able to block it. For hundreds of years, the Formation Master Association of Jingyao City had relied on this formation to be able to survive in Jingyao City without being disturbed by people from the outside world. However, now that the Great Formation had been broken, the position of the Formation Master Association in Jingyao City would definitely be affected. In the outside world, the overbearing actions of the Formation Master Association during these years had already created quite a number of enemies for them. Once they learned that the Great Formation had been destroyed, many factions would gather here. Even if the three great heads of the Formation Master Association were 9-star Dodi, they would not be able to protect the people behind them at the same time. At that time, the Formation Master Association could be considered finished. This was the result that Fan Siyuan could not accept in his heart. He had painstakingly managed the Formation Master Association for so many years. Now it had been defeated in the hands of a young man. This was really something that he could not accept. Hence, no matter what the result was, this black-robed young man called Xiaoyan in front of him must die. Qi. Following the sharp sound of rushing wind, Cheng Zhihui's body was like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan, who was currently surrounded by the three people. Brat, I allowed you to refine a medicinal pill the last time. This time around, I will definitely not let you off so easily. Cheng Zhihui's ghost-like figure appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Turbulent dou qi covered the surface of Cheng Zhihui's body. His powerful aura attracted the attention of quite a number of people outside the arena. Even Han Dong, who had been quietly observing, could not help but secretly break out in cold sweat for Xiaoyan. However, compared to them, Yan He and the other two, who had already come into contact with Xiaoyan for hundreds of rounds, sneered with disdain in their hearts. Although Xiaoyan's strength appeared to be far inferior to theirs, the fighting strength that the latter had displayed was not inferior to a village chief, an 8-star Dodi. This was especially so for his frightening speed, which caused Yan He and the other two to be left in the dust. How could Cheng Zhihui, who only had the strength of a 7-star Dodi, be a match for Xiaoyan? Sure enough, in the next moment Xiaoyan, who had been taking the opportunity to quietly recover his dou qi, suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with a fiery glow, when Cheng Zhihui's fist was thrown toward him. Calm. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 899. Qi. In midair, Cheng Zhihui's fist, which was filled with strength, violently smashed toward Xiaoyan's face. From the looks of it, it seemed that he had the intention of taking Xiaoyan's life with one blow. Cheng Zhihui wanted to use this opportunity to settle the matter between him and Xiaoyan. Of course, under the suppression of his cultivation, he was not worried that this black-robed young man in front of him would have any ability to resist. A mere 5-star Dodi was nothing in his eyes. However, just as everyone below saw that Cheng Zhihui's fist was about to land on Xiaoyan's face, the latter's slightly shut eyes suddenly opened in the next instant. At the same time, an overbearing force that looked down on the world suddenly swept out from within Xiaoyan's body. It was like an invisible wave. Even though there was no support from dou qi, that invisible deterrent force was extremely shocking and forcefully forced Cheng Zhihui, who was already in front of him, back. Hua. Immediately, the passers-by on the open ground involuntarily emitted an uproar. At the same time, a shocked expression surged into their eyes when they looked at Xiaoyan. Trash, he has yet to use his dou qi. Fan Siyuan's old face instantly turned green. He could not resist cursing in a soft voice. This was in exchange for even more mocking laughter from the people below. At this moment, the expression on Cheng Zhihui's face was also extremely ugly. Yan He and the other two laughed coldly in their hearts. Being scared back by just one gaze from the other party, he actually dared to call himself an elite Dodi. He even had the nerve to mention that his cultivation was higher than the other party by 2 stars. This really threw away the face of an elite Dodi. Bastard, you actually dare to threaten the old me. Die. Sensing the many mocking gazes, the expression on Cheng Zhihui's old face became increasingly ugly. He roared furiously from his mouth, and displayed an even more turbulent dou qi. It was like a cluster of fire that wrapped around his entire body. His body moved and once again launched an attack toward Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, the latter's figure had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. At the same time, his hands violently clenched in front of him. Following a flash of light between his hands, a golden long spear appeared in Cheng Zhihui's hands. The long spear suddenly swung. The sharp tip of the spear was immediately wrapped in ferocious dou qi as it violently pierced toward Xiaoyan. The tip of the spear emitted a sharp sound of wind breaking as it passed through the empty air. In the next moment, It was only a few inches away from Xiao Yan's throat. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan appear to have just reacted. He instantly lifted his gaze and stared at Cheng Zhihui, who was already very close to him. His right leg exerted strength, and a frightening strength was swiftly gathering. "Kaka stinking brat, go to hell." The cold smile on Cheng Zhihui's face became even denser when he saw Xiao Yan's actions appear to be a couple of beats slower. A 5-star Do D was ultimately a 5-star Do D. He was unable to contend with a 7-star Do D class expert. Xiao Yan was destined to lose this battle. The price of this loss was his life. At this moment, Han Dong, who was hidden in the crowd, finally could not endure it any longer. The Do Qi in his body was swiftly circulating. Once Xiao Yan was no match for him, he would immediately attack. Xiao Yan was someone he had invited to join the Alchemist Alliance. His talent in alchemy was something he had never seen before. No matter what, he could not let anything happen to Xiao Yan. However, in the next moment, when the long spear was about to pierce Xiao Yan's throat, the indifferent Xiao Yan suddenly turned his body sideways. The frightening speed of his movement caused everyone who saw it to feel shocked. Cheng Zhihui, who was the closest to Xiao Yan, had an even more indescribable shock in his heart. How is this guy's speed? Chi. The long spear flew close to Xiao Yan's chest, emitting a chi-chi sound as it broke through the air. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan abruptly lifted his right leg. His calf exerted strength, and his body stood to the side. At the same time, a heavy whip leg was abruptly lifted high and mercilessly smashed into Cheng Zhihui's chest. In an instant, Cheng Zhihui's eyes shrunk until they were the size of a needle. After which, his body was like a soccer ball in front of the gazes of the large group of people in the open ground. He was heavily kicked, flying with a muffled collision sound. Soon after, Cheng Zhihui's body, which had flown backwards, destroyed a large number of houses under that frightening strength. Finally, he heavily collided with an enormous rock. Soon after, a chi-chi sound was emitted. Cheng Zhihui's expression swiftly turned pale. What a frightening physical strength. Everyone looked at Cheng Zhihui, who had flown backwards. After which, they turned their gazes toward Xiao Yan. Soon after, waves of saliva swallowing sounds sounded in the open ground. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock stared intently at Xiao Yan in the open ground. The shock in everyone's hearts was incomparable. They had never expected that Cheng Zhihui, a 7-star Do D, would actually be sent flying by a 5-star Do D. Moreover, from the looks of Cheng Zhihui's current condition, even though he was not dead, Xiao Yan's attack earlier had caused him quite a great injury. A 7-star Do D is merely so. Xiao Yan's expression was ice cold as he scoffed. Cough cough brat, you should not be too pleased. I was merely careless earlier and underestimated you. However, you will not be so lucky next time. Cheng Zhihui stood up in a miserable manner. He wiped off the blood that seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He beckoned with his large hand, and the golden spear that was inserted into the ground in the distance swiftly returned to his hand. Soon after, his body moved and once again charged toward Xiao Yan. Low spirit class Do technique, flying shadow. A loud cry was emitted from Cheng Zhihui's mouth. Immediately, the golden spear in his hand trembled intensely. A large area of spear shadows immediately fell wildly toward Xiao Yan like dense raindrops. Swoosh 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 swoosh. The densely packed spear shadows fell toward the top of Xiao Yan's head. Each spear shadow would leave behind a distorted vacuum area when it rushed through the empty space. After this large area of spear shadows rushed past, the invisible empty space was almost distorted and shattered. Soon after, Cheng Zhihui's body once again arrived in front of Xiao Yan. The tip of his spear was pointed at Xiao Yan as it violently pierced toward the latter's head. However, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was still incomparably calm in the face of Cheng Zhihui's attack. Both of his eyes focused on the large area of chaotic spear shadows that were swiftly shooting toward him. An enormous spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his brows. Everything in this world had become clear in his eyes. At the same time, the chaotic spear shadows' movements also slowed. Swoosh, Xiao Yan's body moved slightly to the side. A spear shadow brushed past Xiao Yan's body as it flew out. After which, Xiao Yan once again turned his body. His feet were either to the left or to the right. His body leaned forward or leaned forward. He was able to perfectly dodge the spear shadows that were about to land on his body. Even if there were some that he could not dodge, they were similarly broken by Xiaoyan using the simplest overbearing method with a punch. This kind of agility was really like a ghost. Even those high-class Dodi, who were watching the fight outside of the arena, felt extremely shocked when they saw it. Was this really something that a 5-star Dodi could do? Such a strange agility was something that even some of them did not have the confidence to successfully capture. At this moment, even Fan Siyuan and the others felt their hearts involuntarily sink when they saw it. Just from this agility, one could tell that Cheng Zhihui was no match for Xiaoyan. Now the only thing that they could hope for was that Cheng Zhihui's following attack would be able to suppress Xiaoyan. After dealing with the countless number of spear shadows, Xiaoyan immediately had to face Cheng Zhihui himself. Seeing that Xiaoyan had actually dodged his Do technique so easily, Cheng Zhihui was both shocked and furious. Cold sweat continued to emerge from his forehead. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. At this moment, he could only brace himself and place his hopes on his following attack. Both of his hands waved the long spear with all his strength. The body of the spear swayed, and a sharp aura pierced towards the vital points on Xiaoyan's body. The tip of the spear was like a venomous snake, revealing its sharpness. Sea dragon emerges from the sea. The long spear danced. Powerful doqi swiftly agglomerated on the surface of the long spear, turning into the illusory image of a 1,000-feet-long serpent. Following the pouring of doqi, it quickly solidified. Soon after, the serpent twisted its huge body. It was accompanied by an earth-shaking roar as it shot towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's eyes were calm as he watched the huge serpent rushing towards him. He did not have any intention of dodging. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. His hand curled into a claw. With a thought, the dragon phoenix ancient armor immediately covered his entire hand. A thick white flame also lingered on it at the same time. Immediately, just as the serpent was in front of him, Xiaoyan extended his hand. His action was as quick as lightning as he forcefully restrained the serpent that had arrived in front of him. Soon after, under Cheng Zhihui's shocked eyes, Xiaoyan's hand suddenly exerted force and actually forcefully crushed the serpent in front of him. A mere serpent is merely an earthworm in front of a huge dragon. After destroying the serpent, the long spear under it was firmly held in Xiaoyan's hand. A cold smile surfaced on Xiaoyan's face. His aura was not weak. However, under the premise of his strength elephant skill, dragon phoenix ancient armor, and heavenly flame, it was basically useless. Cheng Zhihui's expression finally changed drastically after the serpent was destroyed. He wanted to withdraw his golden spear, but he realized that the weapon in his hand was actually firmly held in Xiaoyan's hand. He was unable to withdraw it. Damn it! Cheng Zhihui cursed viciously in his heart. He simply gave up on the long spear in his hand, and his body instantly retreated. While he was retreating, both of his hands were swiftly lifted. His 10 fingers moved together and formed hand seals in a lightning-like manner. The familiar and complicated hand seals were continuously formed. In the blink of an eye, they agglomerated into a huge energy hand seal in front of him. Hell King Seal. Cheng Zhihui cried out explosively after the seal was formed. The surging do-qi in his body was wildly poured into the energy hand seal in front of him, causing the light on it to shake greatly. It was like a bright sun that emitted a glaring white light. It was about to blast toward Xiaoyan. Crack! In the next moment, a clear cracking sound was suddenly emitted from the energy hand seal. Soon after, numerous clear crack lines swiftly climbed onto the entire energy hand seal. Chapter 900. Bang! Cheng Zhihui's eyes were dull as he looked at the energy handprint in front of him that had suddenly collapsed in midair. His originally pale face had become completely bloodless in an instant. The aura of his entire body had also suddenly fallen to rock bottom. The Ming King seal that he had just formed had suddenly disappeared. The sudden backlash from the energy caused him to instantly descend into a seriously injured state. Why? Cheng Zhihui's body fell weakly to the ground. He raised his head with great difficulty. Only then did he see Xiaoyan's figure slowly appear in his sight after the energy handprint disappeared. At this moment, the latter's figure was still the same as before. He was still in the same state as when he punched out. However, The Hell King's seal in front of him had already been forcibly shattered. Cheng Zhihui's heart was incomparably terrified when he saw this scene. Although the Ming King seal could not be considered a powerful dou technique, it was one of the few trump cards that he possessed. Even so, it was unable to endure even one strike from this black-robed young man in front of him. The most unbelievable thing was that the other party was merely a 5-star dou D. How is this possible? At this moment, a great storm was involuntarily lifted within Cheng Zhihui's heart. The change in his emotions caused the originally serious injuries within his body to become even more serious. At the same time, Xiaoyan withdrew his fist that had been thrown forward. When his hand was covered by his sleeve, one could clearly see traces of blood gradually appearing. After all, he was a 7-star dou D. Xiaoyan had paid quite a great price for that punch earlier in order to achieve a deterrent effect. At this moment, Xiaoyan raised his eyes and looked over. As expected, quite a number of people present were immersed in the memory of the powerful punch that Xiaoyan had thrown out earlier. Of course, there were also a couple of people who were exceptions. One example was the few 9-star dou D. Although this was the case, they were still a little absent-minded at this moment. Xiaoyan coldly laughed in his heart when he saw this. If he did not leave now, when would he leave? At this moment, Fan Siyuan's turbid eyes were also staring at Xiaoyan in a daze. Deep within his eyes, there was also an indelible shock. At the same time, he was somewhat certain of what Qin Yin had said. This little fellow, what frightening fighting strength. That attack earlier is likely not inferior to an ordinary 8-star dou D. Based on Xiaoyan's attack just now, he was certain that Xiaoyan's battle prowess far exceeded his cultivation. Fan Siyuan squinted his old eyes. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. The current Xiaoyan was merely a 5-star dou D, yet he already possessed such a frightening fighting strength. It was difficult to imagine that if he continued to maintain this state, when his cultivation advanced in the future, even origin transformation experts would not be a match for him. Thinking in this way, a desire to kill Xiaoyan rose in Fan Siyuan's heart. Today, regardless of whether it was Xiaoyan or their actions, they were destined to be enemies. Hence, for the future of their Formation Master Association, he must kill Xiaoyan today and eliminate all future troubles. Swoosh, however, the moment Fan Siyuan raised his eyes, Xiaoyan's body turned into a breeze and swiftly flew out of Jinyao City with a lightning-like speed. You want to leave? How can it be so easy? Stay behind. A low cry was emitted from Fan Siyuan's mouth. The group of people behind him immediately recovered. Their bodies moved and they led the two people beside them as they swiftly gave chase in the direction that Xiaoyan had left. At the same time, Xiaoyan and the other two also hurriedly gave chase under Qin Yan's signal. No matter what, Xiaoyan must die here today. The black robe covered Xiaoyan's entire body, completely wrapping around his aura. His body was carried by the flowing wind as he swiftly flew forward. His entire body was hidden within the flowing wind. One could neither see his body nor sense his aura. One could only feel a hurricane whistling past the empty space. If it was any other time, no one would be curious about this. However, at this moment, Fan Siyuan and the others clearly understood in their hearts that Xiaoyan's body was definitely within that cluster of flowing wind. What they needed to do now was to surround that cluster of flowing wind. Qi Ming, Wuxia, activate the formation and stop him for me. Fan Siyuan let out a stern cry. At the same time, Qi Ming and Wuxia, who were behind him, nodded heavily after hearing the order. The two of them looked at each other, and their bodies rapidly rushed forward. Between their hands, numerous complicated seals were rapidly formed. At the same time, the golden runes on the city walls of Jinyao City suddenly emitted a bright light. Immediately, a huge golden light screen rose again and surrounded the entire city. The sudden appearance of this scene caused everyone in the city to be shocked, especially Qin Yun. He had prepared so much in order to destroy this formation. Why was this thing still here? Could it be that the formation was not destroyed at all? Could it be that the stone pillar was fake? Qin Yun's heart trembled. He could not believe that these three old fellows had guarded the stone pillar for so many years. Could it be that they had done it on purpose? That stone pillar was not the center of this formation at all. Young master, that's not right. This doesn't seem to be the formation. This thing is strange. Just as Qin Yan was shocked, Yanhe seemed to have sensed something. He frowned and stepped forward, whispering to Qin Yan. Strange. Speak clearly. Although this formation doesn't seem to have changed, if you examine it carefully, you'll discover that the power of this formation has clearly decreased by more than half. From the looks of it, this doesn't seem to be a Tier 5 formation. They should have added it themselves. Their goal should be to guard against a situation like this. As Yanhe's words fell, Qin Yan quickly discovered the strangeness of this formation. Immediately, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. On the other side, following the activation of the formation, Xiao Yan, who was originally about to leave the area of Jingyao City, was forced to slow down. Fan Siyuan and the rest chased closely behind, followed by Qin Yan's group. A group of people surrounded the empty space in front of them. Their gazes were cautious. Fan Siyuan released a huge amount of spiritual strength and swept it across the empty space in front of him. Sure enough, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, was exposed. In front of a rank 4 formation master, Xiao Yan really found it difficult to continue hiding. The Great Void Dao could only ensure that his aura would not be discovered by others, but he could not maintain the concealment of his body. Xiao Yan was not too surprised by the current situation. What he was concerned about was the formation that had risen once again. Fortunately, under his investigation, he quickly discovered that this was only a rank 4 defensive formation. If that was the case, perhaps he still had a chance. Chapter 901. In the sky above Jingyao City, a bright golden light rose high up and agglomerated into a huge energy barrier. It wrapped around the entire Jingyao City, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. In the sky above the city, 7 figures each took one side and formed an encirclement, surrounding Xiao Yan in the middle. Xiao Yan, although our Formation Master Association and your Alchemist Alliance are like fire and water, we have been minding our own business recently. By doing this, are you trying to declare war on our Formation Master Association? Fan Siyuan's turbid old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as he cried out in a deep voice. If it was possible, he did not wish to fall out with the Alchemist Alliance. After all, the Alchemist Alliance was a branch of the Pill Tower, and was directly managed by the Pill Tower. Once they started a war, it would be going against the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower was publicly recognized as the strongest faction in the entire continent. Although their Formation Master Association and the Alchemist Alliance had never been on good terms, they had never reached such a state. However, today, Xiao Yan had destroyed the great city protecting formation of Jingyao City. That was a rank 5 formation. Just this point alone had caused the relationship between the two parties to worsen in an instant. Chairman Fan, why is there a need to speak so much with such a person? I originally thought that this fellow had great talent, and was someone who could be befriended. However, I never expected that it was I, Qin Yan, who had misjudged and caused you to do such a disgraceful thing. Today, no matter what, I will definitely take your life to repay the sins you have committed. However, without waiting for Xiao Yan to open his mouth, Qin Yan, who was beside Yanhe, stared at Xiao Yan with an ice-cold gaze as he cried out with sharp words. The moment these words were said, Fan Siyuan and the others frowned slightly. Although Qin Yan's words were impassioned, they felt a trace of discomfort in their ears. It was as though a bloodthirsty wolf had suddenly become docile, causing one to involuntarily feel a chill in one's heart. However, before they could think any further, Qin Yan waved his large hand and ordered Yanhe and the other two beside him to attack Xiao Yan. As for Qin Yan himself, he remained where he was. Under the precondition of ensuring his own safety, he coldly observed from the side. At the same time, the Do Qi in his body was prepared at all times. Should there be an opportunity, he would not be stingy in giving Xiao Yan a fatal blow. Chi. 3 human figures shot explosively toward Xiao Yan from 3 different directions. The whistling sound of rushing wind lingered in one's ears. 3 powerful auras intertwined around Xiao Yan's body and turned into one, causing his originally powerful aura to become even more frightening. In the face of such a lineup, Xiao Yan could not help but frown as a grave expression appeared on his face. In order to deal with Cheng Zhihui earlier, he had already exhausted quite a lot of his physical strength. The reason why he did not use his Do Qi was because he wanted to face such a situation. However, He did not expect that the result would be much more troublesome than he had expected. From the looks of it, the three of them had not used their full strength earlier. Their goal is to delay until Fan Siyuan sees that scene, huh? In order to let Fan Siyuan see with his own eyes that the city protecting formation was destroyed in front of Xiaoyan, Qin Yun had deliberately allowed Yan He and the other two to hold back. Now that Qin Yun's goal had been achieved, the three of them naturally did not need to continue holding back. As long as they killed Xiaoyan here, they really did not need to worry about Fan Siyuan doing anything to them. Although the Array Formation Master Association was not weak, in front of the power behind Qin Yun, it was nothing but a small fry in the presence of a great magician. He, Xiaoyan. We were unable to finish you off earlier. Now that we have 6 9-star Do Di, the old me does not believe that you alone can do anything. Haha, you should obediently surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise you will suffer physical pain. The three of them coldly laughed. Turbulent and surging Do Qi swept out from the bodies of the three of them like waves, charging explosively toward Xiaoyan from all directions. Xiaoyan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in this regard. He let out a loud cry in his heart, and his body suddenly shook at the same time. A ferocious thick white flame immediately lingered within the vortex and swiftly covered Xiaoyan's entire body. Yan He and the other two arrived in front of Xiaoyan at almost the same time. The three of them each slammed their palms heavily onto Xiaoyan's body. Surging Do Qi covered their entire palms. The powerful strength emitted a sharp piercing sound as it cut through the air. Soon after, it was about to land. Swoosh. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan's footsteps changed. He used the sky extinction step, and did his best to dodge the combined attacks of the three of them. The three human figures surrounded Xiaoyan's body. This time around, they did not easily withdraw even with the obstruction of the heavenly flame. Therefore, at such a close distance, even if Xiaoyan used the sky extinction step, he was still unable to completely dodge the attacks of the three of them. Hence, even though Xiaoyan managed to dodge a couple of vital points on his body, his left shoulder and back had also received a palm each. Even with the protection of the heavenly flame, the attacks of the 2 9-star Do Di still caused Xiaoyan's expression to instantly turn pale. Humph. A muffled snort was involuntarily emitted from Xiaoyan's nose. He flipped his hand and forced Yan He, who was in close proximity, back. Soon after, his body swiftly withdrew. His throat rolled and a trace of blood involuntarily flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, this is their true strength. Xiaoyan unwillingly cursed in his heart. However, before he could catch his breath, Qi Ming and Hua Lai from the Formation Master Association suddenly charged over. They were like sharp arrows. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Brat die. Hua Lai's mouth emitted a ferocious cry. His entire body emitted a dense flame aura as he violently charged at Xiaoyan. Qi Ming's body by the side was even faster. As he flew, a gust of wind swiftly swept past him. Numerous tornadoes involuntarily agglomerated around Qi Ming's body. From this point, it was not difficult to see that the latter was a wind affinity expert. Blazing palm. Whirlwind scattered clouds. Following the appearance of the two loud cries, Qi Ming and Hua Lai's bodies had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Each of them displayed a powerful Do skill that heavily smashed toward Xiaoyan. Once again emitting a loud cry in his heart. This time, Xiaoyan's body retreated as he frantically agglomerated the enormous spiritual strength between his eyebrows. In this kind of battle, even spiritual strength was one of Xiaoyan's main methods of fighting. Even if the results were not great, it was one of the few forces that Xiaoyan could mobilize. Of course, at the same time that he was mobilizing his spiritual strength, the Do Qi within the vortex within his body was also frantically agglomerating. Xiaoyan clearly knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to rely on a single spiritual Do skill to block the combined attacks of the two in front of him. Only a sufficiently powerful Do skill would be able to temporarily block them. If he wanted to temporarily resolve all of this trouble, it was likely that he would need an even more powerful Do skill. Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. Unfortunately, the current situation caused Xiaoyan to be helpless. He had to fight for a way to agglomerate the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame at the same time as he forced the people in front of him to retreat. At that time, The appearance of the angry Buddha lotus flame would definitely be able to force this group of people to retreat temporarily. At the same time, this was also the only way for Xiaoyan to break the rank 4 formation behind him. However, just as Xiaoyan was thinking of how to resolve the situation in front of him, Fan Siyuan, who was behind Xiaoyan, slightly curled his hand under his sleeves. A powerful doqi quietly agglomerated in his palm. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 902. Bang! Following a thunder-like roar, Xiaoyan, Qi Ming, and Huolai each flew back by 100 steps in the sky above Jiniao City. Powerful energy ripples swiftly swept out in all directions with the three of them at the center, transforming into a storm that randomly wreaked havoc in the city. Humph! The instant Xiaoyan stabilized his body, his face swiftly turned bright red. Soon after, a mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, his bright red face swiftly turned pale. Fighting 1 against 2, facing 2 9-star Dodi at the same time, was really too difficult. Moreover, the strength of these two could be considered among the top even among the 9-star Dodi. At the same time, Qi Ming and Huolai, who were facing Xiaoyan, also appeared unusually shocked at this moment. The seriousness in their hearts could not be any greater. This brat's fighting strength is really strong. Although he is indeed a 5-star Dodi, regardless of whether it is the thickness of the Do Qi within his body, his control over the Do Qi, or the quantity, they are not inferior to a 6-star Dodi. There is also that heavenly flame. That damn thing is the most troublesome to deal with. Even we have to be wary of its overbearing destructive strength. If it was not because of that thing, this fellow would not be able to unleash such a powerful strength. Their hearts were filled with all sorts of shock. At the same time, Xiaoyan also caused them to be uncertain. Although his fighting strength was frightening, the latter's defensive strength seemed to have far exceeded their expectations. Even if their attacks were to face a 9-star Dodi of the same level, they might not be able to seriously injure the latter, but they would definitely cause the latter to suffer. However, Xiaoyan in front of them was merely a 5-star Dodi. Although he had barely blocked their attacks, the injuries that he had received were not what the two of them had expected. The latter's physical strength could be said to be frightening. This was especially so when they saw the layer of scales that covered Xiaoyan's hand. Their hearts felt even more terrified. Was the person in front of them a human or a magical beast? Such an abnormality was something that they had never seen or heard of in their entire lives. While the three of them were gasping for breath, Fan Siyuan, who was in the distance, disappeared into the void in an instant. Almost at the same time, Han Dong's face also revealed a solemn expression as he flashed his body from the crowd outside of the battleground. With a lightning-like speed, he flew toward Xiaoyan, who was currently being attacked from all sides within the battleground. Swish! The next moment, just as Xiaoyan was preparing to maneuver the Do Qi in his body and once again face Yan He and the other two who were charging toward him, Fan Siyuan's figure suddenly appeared in the empty space behind him. A claw viciously slashed at Xiaoyan's back. What? Feeling the dangerous and sharp qi behind him, Xiaoyan's heart was greatly shocked. He did not expect that this old man would actually suddenly attack him at such a critical moment. Did he want to use this kind of sneak attack to end this battle? Brat, don't blame me for being vicious. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for actually daring to destroy the great city protecting formation of my Jiniao city. Today, even if the association head of your alchemist alliance were to come, he would still be unable to save you. Fan Siyuan's old face was gloomy. As the words from his mouth sounded, the movements of his hands became even sharper. Such a powerful and overbearing attack was something that even the current Xiaoyan did not have the ability to resist. Oh, is that so? However, at the next moment, a deep and old voice was suddenly transmitted from the sky. It was like the sound of a bell that reverberated unceasingly in the sky. At the same time, behind Xiaoyan, an extremely large spiritual strength suddenly agglomerated in front of Fan Siyuan. The enormous spiritual strength seemed to have substance as it condensed into a tangible entity behind Xiaoyan. It was like a tall wall that blocked Fan Siyuan's extremely tyrannical claw attack. Following a beautiful spark, a sharp and ear-piercing creaking sound exploded in the air. A belly wave swept out once again. stopping Yan He and the other two who were originally rushing towards Xiaoyan. Immediately after, when the spiritual wall dissipated, Fan Siyuan hurriedly retreated with a serious face. At the same time, a pair of sharp eyes constantly swept across the space in front of him. Who is it? Hehe, President Fan, we haven't seen each other for so many years, yet you don't even recognize this old man? Immediately after, behind Xiaoyan, an old man dressed in a brocade robe slowly appeared. It was the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong. You are Han Dong. The moment he saw this person, the muscles on Fan Siyuan's old face couldn't help but twitch violently. In an instant, a storm was set off in his heart. He never thought that this fellow would actually appear here. In that case, the ones who destroyed the Great City Barrier Array were really them. Hehe, looks like President Fan still remembers this old man. Han Dong gently stroked his beard with one hand and smiled. Xiaoyan's expression was slightly startled as he turned around from behind. His gaze immediately landed on Han Dong in front of him. President Han. Hehe, little friend Xiaoyan, don't worry. Let this old man settle this matter today. Han Dong extended his hand with a gentle smile and patted Xiaoyan's shoulder. He didn't look worried at all. Han Dong, the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong. I never thought that he would actually appear here. But that's good as well. This way, it can even more prove Xiaoyan's sins. Seeing Han Dong's appearance, Qin Yan's face first revealed an astonished expression, following which the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Although there were many surprises, it was fortunate that everything was still within his control. Han Dong, you sent people to destroy the rank 5 Great Array of the Array Master Association. Now you still want to save him? Do you really think that my Golden Glory City is a place where you can come and go as you please? Seeing Han Dong's calm appearance, Fan Siyuan's heart was filled with endless rage. His body shook and surging do qi immediately surged out of his body. It was like a raging flame that rose unceasingly. At the same time, Qi Ming and Huo Lai moved together. The three of them each took a side and surrounded Xiaoyan and Han Dong. Behind them was another group of experts from the Array Master Association. They formed a special formation with each other. Each of them released a large amount of spiritual strength and merged with each other. Then let's give it a try, Han Dong said in a deep voice. At the same time, his old face involuntarily revealed a serious expression. It was obvious that even though he was a rank 5 alchemist, he did not have much confidence in facing 3 9-star Do Di and over 10 powerful array masters at the same time. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan grabbed Han Dong's wrist. Using a voice that only the two of them could barely hear, he softly said, Han Dong, can you help me for a while? Guild leader Han, can you help me stall for a moment? 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, we'll leave this place. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Han Dong could not help but raise his eyebrows. He felt astonished in his heart. Where did Xiaoyan get his confidence from? They were facing Do Di. Although this was the case, Han Dong did not know why, but he had a special kind of confidence in this black-robed young man in front of him. It seemed that his words were not false. Even though this was only the second time they had met, he felt an indescribable attraction from Xiaoyan's body. Finally, Han Dong nodded heavily and said, All right, 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I guarantee that none of them will be able to get close to you. Chapter 903. On Qin Yan's side, he quietly laughed in his heart when he saw that the Array Master Association and the Alchemist Alliance were in a state of mutual hostility. Haha, let's fight. Fight. Fight fiercely. If they all die, it will save us some trouble. Ha 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 ha. Young master, do we still need to participate now? Beside Qin Yan were Yan He and the other two. At this moment, the three of them tactfully withdrew when they saw the situation in the arena. They would only listen to Qin Yan's arrangements. Participate. We will naturally participate. However, now is not the time. When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Since they want to fight now, let them fight. Let them fight to their heart's content. It will be best if both sides are seriously injured. We will then be able to benefit from it. Wouldn't that be great? Qin Yan's face revealed a ferocious smile. The three people beside him also laughed awkwardly. After which, They turned their gazes toward the battleground in unison. Han Dong, although you are a rank 5 alchemist, you are ultimately only a 7-star Dodi. Do you think that it is possible for you to face the 3 of us by yourself? Moreover, we have the most elite array masters of our Array Master Association behind us. You are destined to have no chance of winning this battle. Fan Siyuan coldly smiled as he stared at Han Dong opposite him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Big brother, why do you need to speak nonsense with them? They have already committed a capital offense by destroying the city protecting formation of our Jinyao city. It is fine if this Han Dong has a special identity. However, Xiao Yan, who is behind you, must die here today. Huo Lai stared at Xiao Yan with a murderous expression. His powerful Do Qi was like a wave crashing against a reef. Following a thought from Huo Lai, the Do Qi swept out and turned into a sharp arrow. It pierced through the air and shot toward Xiao Yan. Ding! However, in the next moment, a huge and invisible soul power suddenly condensed in the void and easily blocked the arrow. If you want to touch him, you will have to get past me first. Han Dong took a step forward. A powerful aura immediately leaked out. An invisible spiritual strength was released from between his eyebrows and covered the entire battleground. Attack! Fan Siyuan let out a cold cry. The 3 human figures immediately rushed forward. Powerful Do Qi mercilessly tore through the empty space. The 3 of them flipped their hands and numerous powerful Do Qi pillars shot forward, violently smashing toward Han Dong. Han Dong also controlled his enormous spiritual strength to meet the attacks of these 3 people head-on. At the same time, the group of powerful formation masters from the Formation Master Association also relied on their enormous soul power to form numerous complicated talismans in the void. These talismans emitted an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. Puff! At the same time as the 2 parties collided, Xiao Yan's mind moved and several balls of ferocious heavenly flames of different colors rose from the void in front of him. Qin Yun, who was outside the battle circle, immediately noticed Xiao Yan's side the instant these few clusters of flames rose. This was especially so when his gaze landed on the few clusters of ferocious flames that rose in front of the former. Even with his mental fortitude, he could not help but be startled in his heart. That is, how can there be so many heavenly flames on this fellow's body at the same time? The muscles at the corner of Qin Yun's eyes could not help but twitch intensely. His heart felt a sense of shock because of this. However, he quickly realized that other than the bone-chilling flame, the rest of the flames were only some seed flames. So it's only seed flames, huh? Only after realizing this point did Qin Yun's heart relax. Due to him being of the ice attribute, he would feel repulsed by any kind of flame. This was especially so for this heavenly flame. It could be said that he feared it. As the king of flames, the heavenly flame's suppression of the ice attribute was absolute. Until now, the only natural treasure that Qin Yun knew that could suppress a heavenly flame was the ice spirit cold liquid. Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes stared at the few clusters of flames in front of him. A raging fire light was reflected in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he raised both of his hands and fiercely slapped the flames in front of him together. With a crisp paw sound, the few clusters of flames were heavily kneaded together between Xiao Yan's hands. Sparks flew in all directions. The powerful energy within the flames turned into a circular flame wave that uncontrollably spread outwards. The entire cluster of flames violently trembled between Xiao Yan's hands, as if it wanted to break free from Xiao Yan's control. The raging flames continued to struggle. However, with regards to this, Xiao Yan's heart was especially calm. Xiao Yan's expression did not change. He was the creator of the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. No one was more familiar with the characteristics of the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame than him. If it was in the past, before the bone-freezing flame was swallowed and refined by Xiao Yan, perhaps this process would be incomparably difficult. However, the bone-freezing flame had already accepted Xiao Yan as its master. This little rebellion was just like a child's play in Xiao Yan's eyes. With a thought, a huge amount of spiritual strength immediately surged outwards and rapidly poured into the brilliant cluster of flames between his hands. Very quickly, the cluster of flames calmed down. The few clusters of flames within also rapidly merged together at this moment. This fellow, is he crazy? What exactly is he doing? As he watched the transformation of the cluster of flames between Xiao Yan's hands, Qin Yun, who was outside the battle circle, could not help but feel agitated in his originally calm heart. Xiao Yan had forcefully merged the few clusters of flames together in front of his own eyes. Originally, he thought that Xiao Yan would fail. However, from the looks of the current situation, the rebellion of the cluster of flames seemed to be completely under Xiao Yan's control. Moreover, the energy that was occasionally emitted from the cluster of flames actually caused his heart to palpitate. The thing that caused him to be most alarmed was that the energy within the cluster of flames was actually still soaring at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, it quickly exceeded the limits of what he could endure. It was hard to imagine that if he waited for Xiao Yan to stop, the energy that would be released when the cluster of flames erupted would cause even him to have difficulty escaping death. No, I must stop him. Qin Yun's expression became grave. When his gaze looked at the three people beside him, the gazes of the three brothers had already been fixed on Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, even their hearts were similarly grave. It was hard to imagine that such a frightening Do skill was something that a 5-star half-emperor could easily unleash. The three of you attacked together. We must stop him. Qin Yun cried out loudly from his mouth. His feet involuntarily withdrew as he handed all the threats in front of him to the three people beside him. Hearing Qin Yun's words, the faces of the three of them twitched intensely. Their hearts were extremely unreconciled. However, in the end, their bodies flashed and they used their fastest speed to charge explosively toward Xiao Yan. Although Han Dong's appearance caused the experts from both sides to feel a wave of shock, it was only when they noticed the cluster of raging flames between Xiao Yan's hands that they understood that the most troublesome one among the two was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. Even Han Dong, who was a rank 5 alchemist, did not have a Do skill that could truly threaten them. However, Xiao Yan in front of them was different. Earlier, they had already seen the latter's powerful fighting strength that far exceeded his own cultivation. At this moment, the cluster of seemingly calm flame in his hand caused their hearts to tremble. Swoosh! A sharp sound of rushing wind that caused one's eardrums to ache sounded. The bodies of Yan He and the other two had already swiftly approached Xiao Yan. At the same time, Han Dong on the other side had naturally sensed the intentions of the three of them. If you want to touch him, you should first ask this old man. Han Dong's body swiftly approached Xiao Yan. At the same time, his spiritual strength crazily surged outwards, agglomerating into 3 long spears that shot towards Yan He and the other two. Bang bang bang. Faced with Han Dong's attack, even with the strength of Yan He and the other two, they did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in their hearts. Helpless, they could only stop their bodies and forcefully block the long spears that were flying over. Ha ha ha, Han Dong, what you should be concerned about now should be yourself. You still dare to be distracted when facing the three of us. You are really seeking death. However, it was also at this moment that Fan Siyuan and the other two suddenly approached Han Dong. Each of their hands displayed a powerful Do skill that was quite powerful and forcefully held Han Dong back. Yan He and the other two also took the opportunity to once again charge explosively towards Xiao Yan. Bastard, you are seeking death. Seeing the three of them once again charging towards Xiao Yan, Han Dong's mouth emitted an earth-shaking explosive cry. His heart was filled with killing intent as he once again flashed his body in an attempt to block the three of them. However, he was helpless as Fan Siyuan and the other two in front of him also used all of their strength to display their tactics and block him. Both parties continued to be in a stalemate. At this moment, Yan He and the other two had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Their faces revealed a fierce expression as each of them displayed their Do skills, and were about to land on Xiao Yan's body. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan, who was originally completely focused on agglomerating the fire lotus in his hand, suddenly raised his head. His expression was cold as it swept over the three people in front of him. At the same time, his footsteps changed and the sky extinction steps was displayed. Only then did he narrowly dodge the attacks of the three of them. Although this was the case, Yan He and the other two were like maggots in the bones as they relentlessly chased after him. Even though Xiao Yan's speed was unusually fast, the distance between the two was also becoming increasingly smaller under the repeated pursuit of the 3 9-star Do Di. On the other side, although Han Dong had the intention to help Xiao Yan, He was helpless as the three people in front of him firmly held him back. Regardless of what methods he used, he was unable to escape. On the other hand, the current Xiaoyan's heart was much calmer. When his dark black eyes swept over the three people in front of him, a glint flashed deep within them. He involuntarily let out a cold laugh in his heart. The storage ring on his finger flickered under the cover of the fire. As time passed by minute, the flame between Xiaoyan's hands had already completely transformed into a beautiful fire lotus. Within it, only the final thread of energy was left to perfectly merge. After which, the angry Buddha lotus flame could be considered to have been successfully agglomerated. However, it was also at this moment that Qin Yun's figure had unknowingly appeared behind Xiaoyan, who was surrounded by Yan He and the other two. Chapter 904. Qi. Xiaoyan's body flickered in the air as he repeatedly pulled back. At the same time, he appeared to have successfully dodged Yan Hua's attack in a dangerous manner. Immediately, he flew back in front of the latter's eyes, which were about to spit fire. Immediately after, Yan He continued to charge forward. The three of them were like a wheel battle, constantly forcing Xiaoyan to retreat. Until a certain moment. Ha, Xiaoyan, die. A ferocious smile emerged on Yan He's old face. His body rapidly rushed forward as he brandished the short sword in his hands and slashed at Xiaoyan's throat. In this regard, Xiaoyan's eyes were calm. His pair of pitch-black eyes stared at the short sword that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils. When it quickly approached his throat, Xiaoyan tilted his head slightly and dodged it. Soon after, another short sword came slashing from the left. This time around, the short sword stuck close to the scale armor on the surface of Xiaoyan's body and dangerously swung past. It seems that you don't have the ability to kill me. After dodging Yan He's two attacks, Xiaoyan said in an indifferent tone. He immediately raised his head and turned his gaze to the latter again, only to see a ferocious smile emerging on Yan He's old face. Yes, I can't kill you, but someone can. Immediately after, the moment Xiaoyan's mocking laughter fell, an extremely cold killing intent suddenly approached Xiaoyan from behind. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared behind Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the person behind him from the corner of his eye. It was Qin Yun. At this moment, there was a sharp dagger that was agglomerated from cold ice in Qin Yun's hand. It was emitting a coldness that caused one's heart to tremble. The sharp ice blade was aimed at Xiaoyan's heart and ruthlessly pierced it. Wherever it passed, ice fragments would appear in the empty space. Haha, die. As long as you die, everything that happened today will be over. Clang. However, just as the dagger in Qin Yun's hand was about to pierce through Xiaoyan's heart from his back, a purple gold hand suddenly grabbed the dagger without any reason. Kacha. Soon after, a clear sound of a horn continuously rang out. Qin Yun felt the dagger in his hand tremble violently. Under the pain, the latter had no choice but to release his grip. Soon after, he clearly saw that as his hand released his grip, the ice dagger in his hand had completely turned into a pile of ice shards. What? Qin Yun's pupils abruptly shrunk when he saw this scene. He was astonished in his heart. He never imagined that Xiaoyan actually had an expert by his side. However, soon after, a purple gold figure suddenly appeared behind Xiaoyan. The tall and sturdy figure was like a purple gold metal tower. His body was half a body taller than Qin Yun. From the looks of it, who else could it be other than the Northern King? At the same time the Northern King appeared, his other hand was suddenly clenched into a fist. It carried an extremely powerful force as it violently smashed toward Qin Yun's chest. Damn it! I actually forgot that there was such a thing. Qin Yun was greatly alarmed when he recognized the Northern King in front of him. He hurriedly controlled his Do Qi to form a washbasin-sized Do Qi shield in front of him. He wanted to use this to block the Northern King's punch. Bang! Soon after, the Northern King's punch landed on the Do Qi shield. An explosive force instantly poured out. In an instant, numerous clear crack lines swiftly spread across the Do Qi shield. Qin Yun's eyes focused. He only felt that the energy that had gathered in front of his chest was rapidly scattering at this moment. The enormous Do Qi was uncontrollably compressed back into the vortex. Soon after, his body appeared to have received a heavy blow as it flew backwards with a bang. After which, it heavily smashed into the city below. In an instant, it destroyed a large number of buildings. Pooh! When Qin Yan recovered, he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. He raised his eyes. They were like sharp swords as they instantly locked onto the Northern King. He involuntarily cried out, "Six-star Dodi! It's a late six-star Dodi!" In the sky, Xiaoyan slowly turned around. He faintly smiled as he looked at Qin Yan, who was half propping himself up in the ruins below. A cold smile surfaced in his eyes. "You discovered me long ago?" Qin Yan's eyes once again focused as he spoke in a deep voice. "You have underestimated the spiritual strength of a rank 3 alchemist. My spiritual strength fills every corner of this battlefield. Unless your speed or spiritual strength far exceeds mine, it is impossible for you to appear behind me when I am unprepared." Xiaoyan coldly smiled, after which he withdrew his gaze. At the same time, he slowly raised his right hand. A dazzling fire lotus slowly floated above his palm. It was the angry Buddha lotus flame. The fire lotus slowly floated and rotated in the empty space. The flame seedlings on the lotus petals appeared to be alive as they danced briskly. Following the rotation of the fire lotus, the surrounding empty space was torn apart by the flame seedlings and formed numerous clear crack lines. This kind of crack line could only be created when the Do techniques in the hands of these elite Do-di were completely unleashed. Gulp! Qin Yan's heart suddenly sank when he saw the fire lotus. The terrifying destructive aura that was emitted from it caused even him to involuntarily feel fear in his heart. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would still be able to complete the agglomeration of the fire lotus. The muscles on Qin Yan's face involuntarily twitched intensely when he thought of this. His heart trembled because of this. He did not doubt that the energy contained in this beautiful fire lotus, which looked like a piece of art, was definitely incomparably terrifying. Even among these people present, it was likely that there were not many who could block it. Moreover, even if they could, they would definitely have to pay a great price for it. He did not expect that the plan that he had designed would ultimately be destroyed by this Xiaoyan in front of him. In the end, Xiaoyan still did not die. This was quite a big problem for him. On the other side, after Han Dong sensed the situation on Xiaoyan's side, he also forcefully forced the 3 people in front of him to withdraw. This time around they did not continue to be entangled. Instead, at the same time, they threw their solemn gazes toward where Xiaoyan was at. When they saw the dazzling fire lotus that was suspended in Xiaoyan's hand, the expressions of the 3 of them immediately became serious. Han Dong swiftly came to Xiaoyan's side. When he saw the fire lotus that was suspended in Xiaoyan's hand, even with his mental state, a shock involuntarily surfaced in his pair of turbid old eyes. It was difficult to imagine that this seemingly young black-robed young man before him was actually able to create such a frightening Do skill. In the square, the few 9-star half-emperors surrounded Xiaoyan from afar. Their gazes were firmly locked onto the wash-basin-sized fire lotus in his hand. Everyone's hearts were filled with seriousness. If they had known that this would happen, they would have spared no expense to kill Xiaoyan first. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Xiaoyan's strength. The situation that was originally in their favor was about to be turned around due to the appearance of the angry Buddha fire lotus. Set up the formation. Take out all of your formation plates. The muscles on Fan Siyuan's old face twitched. His mouth was filled with a grave expression as he shouted out explosively. Immediately, the surrounding people from the Array Master Association began to move at this moment. Many rays of light flew out from their respective storage rings. Soon after, waves of spiritual strength were wildly poured into the formation plates that were shot out. Unfortunately, they did not have the strength to do so. Even though they were rank 3 formation masters, it was impossible for them to control so many formation plates at the same time. In addition to Fan Siyuan and the others at the front, there were nearly 300 formations that were activated in a short moment. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan shook his head and coldly laughed. If this group of people had been prepared earlier, they might have been able to create trouble for him. However, the angry Buddha fire lotus had already been formed. Even if they were to create formations now, it was already too late. As the dozens of powerful formation masters on the opposite side activated their formations one after another, Xiaoyan threw the fire lotus in his hand forward. The beautiful fire lotus, which was like a piece of art, seemed to slowly draw across the empty space. However, it was pressuring their hearts every second. It was like an invisible mountain that passed through their bodies and directly collided with the bottom of their hearts, causing their hearts to tremble in fear. The flame flickered as if it was connected to the hearts of everyone present. Every time the flame flickered, the breathing of everyone present would also tremble. Their hearts were already in their throats as they were afraid that it would really burst out of their chests. When the fire lotus drew across the empty space, the thin line of fire was like a ray of sunlight that remained in the empty space. Everywhere it passed, there was an endless darkness. 1 inch, 2 inches, 10 feet, 20 feet. The empty space began to collapse. All the buildings in the city below were also implicated. The space around the fire lotus seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss in an instant, swallowing everything within. The endless darkness seemed to be about to swallow the entire Jinyao city. Damn it, just what kind of Do technique is this? Fan Siyuan's heart was extremely anxious. The threat that this fire lotus brought to him had far exceeded the pressure of an expert of the same level. He really did not dare to imagine that this kind of destructive strength was something that a 5-star Dodi could achieve. It's too late. Attack and stop this damn thing. On the ground, Qin Yun involuntarily cried out. His heart was filled with fear. He did not wish to die in this place before his great undertaking was completed. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan in the sky laughed coldly. He grabbed Han Dong beside him and swiftly flew toward the rank 4 formation that covered the entire Jinyao city. The instant he turned around, a simple and icy word was spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. Explode. Chapter 905. A frightening energy storm suddenly swept across Jinyao city. The moment these words were spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth, the earth-shattering explosion resounded in the minds of everyone in the city, like a thunderclap. The invisible sound wave turned into a storm, and instantly destroyed the formation that the sorcerers had yet to completely condense. The sound wave directly attacked one's soul, and also caused great damage to one's physical body. In the blink of an eye, everyone who was nearby fell into various degrees of pain. Their bodies convulsed, and the intense pain of their souls being torn apart continuously transmitted. Their painful screams were mercilessly drowned out by the sound wave. Their eardrums exploded and blood dyed the sky. Even elite Dodi were in extreme pain under the sound wave. Clang! The storm that was condensed from the sound of the explosion heavily collided with the formation that enveloped the entire Jinyao city. In an instant, the sound of a bell rang once again. The entire Jinyao city trembled violently under the violent bombardment, and all the buildings in the city were destroyed. Countless half-emperors were killed or injured in an instant. Elite Dodi wailed at the sky and the Do-Chi in their bodies crazily surged out. Only then did they barely manage to resist the sound wave. However, the eruption of the angry Buddha lotus flame had officially begun. As the sound wave dissipated, an even more terrifying flame storm suddenly swept across the city. A terrifying high temperature that wanted to incinerate everything swept across every corner of the city. Under this terrifying high temperature, the vegetation instantly turned into nothingness. Everything in the city was rapidly melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Above the empty space, with the angry Buddha lotus flame as the center, the endless dark space continued to crack and collapse in all directions. Everything was silent in the darkness. At this moment, only those high-level Dodi could barely control the situation. Damn it, what a terrifying power. If you don't want to die, attack with this old man and suppress this damn thing. After all, Fan Siyuan was the president of the Formation Master Association, and Jinyao City was his headquarters. Fan Siyuan's rallying power was undoubtedly extremely shocking. With a shout, everyone in the city immediately turned their heads. Of course, the real reason behind this might be the gorgeous fire lotus that was currently suspended in the sky. Now, everyone gather your Do-Chi and attack that fire lotus. Remember, if you want to live, it's best not to hold back. Fan Siyuan's expression was solemn. His turbid old eyes stared intently at the flame wave that was rapidly spreading in the air not far away. The Do-Chi in his body began to circulate wildly at this moment. At this moment, it was already too late to set up a formation. Hence, the only thing that could be used to block the fire lotus was the powerful Do techniques in their hands. He formed a seal with both of his hands, and a series of mysterious seals flew out from his hands. Vigorous doqi gushed out of his body and condensed into a golden palm in front of him. The moment the golden palm was formed, it flew forward with a majestic aura and violently smashed towards the fire lotus. Gold glorious seal. Fan Siyuan let out an explosive cry. The doqi in his body was continuously poured into the golden palm until it came into contact with the fire wave. At the same time that this golden palm flew out, numerous majestic do techniques from all over the city also shot toward the sky at this moment. It was just like the gathering of stars. These people clearly only had one target. Buddha's fiery lotus. Bang! Suddenly, the powerful flame wave violently collided with those do techniques. It was just like raindrops smashing into the surface of a lake. An earth-shaking explosion suddenly sounded. Wave after wave of frightening energy ripples immediately swept across the sky. Its strength was even more frightening than before. In an instant, other than a portion of the do techniques that were unleashed by a high-class do-di, most of the do techniques were turned into ashes by the flame wave. After the hundreds of powerful do techniques were completely destroyed, the remaining 10+ do techniques were the strongest remaining ones. Soon after, the remaining 10+ powerful do techniques also arrived in front of the fire lotus in the air following the destruction of the huge flame wave. In an instant, they had already collided. However, the earth-shaking explosion that everyone had imagined did not appear. Instead, there was a deathly silence in that endless empty space. The 10+ do techniques surrounded the beautiful fire lotus in the middle. The fire lotus was still slowly rotating. The flames on the lotus petals danced like little spirits that were still active under those powerful do techniques. Soon after, the remaining 5 petals of the fire lotus began to fall one by one, starting from the outermost layer. Layer by layer, the petals stacked together, after which they merged and emitted a glaring fire light. What is that? In the empty space below, Fan Siyuan's eyes stared intently at the cluster of glaring fire light. However, even with his eyesight, he did not discover anything. Damn it! What exactly is this thing? Buzz buzz buzz. The glaring light became increasingly prosperous. Finally, a light pillar that connected the heavens and the earth suddenly rose and directly entered the empty space above. Soon after, the owners of the 10+ do techniques, including Fan Siyuan, clearly felt that the do techniques that they had unleashed were trembling slightly at this moment. What? It was also at this moment. Bang! Following a wave of firelight, the entire Jinyao city was filled with firelight. The light was so bright that it was even brighter than the sun. The firelight penetrated the formation that covered the entire Jinyao city. Numerous enormous crack lines swiftly filled it. Bang! At a certain moment, there was a crisp sound that sounded like glass shattering. The entire world fell silent at this moment. An instant later, an enormous energy storm suddenly swept in all directions with the angry Buddha lotus flame as the center. The frightening energy storm tore the invisible space apart layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, half of Jinyao city was covered in darkness. This was also because the few high-class do-di did their best to block it. The spreading of the energy storm continued for 15 minutes. At this moment, there were countless deaths and injuries in the enormous Jinyao city. The enormous city had been completely turned into ruins. There was even an enormous depression. Below it was an endless empty space that one could not see the bottom of. The storm that swept through the city was extremely frightening. A large group of people had also gathered outside the city because of this. However, there were very few people among these people who knew the truth of this matter. At this moment, on a mountain peak outside of Jinyao city that was completely far away from the battleground, an old man wearing a yellow robe was watching the events that were happening in Jinyao city. His pair of turbid old eyes were similarly filled with a deep solemnness. Additionally, there was a hesitation. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 906. Under the frightening energy storm within Jinyao city, even Xiao Yan, who was the owner of the city, had difficulty escaping from it. After the energy storm scattered, a painful groan was transmitted from the outer area of Jinyao city near the city gate. 2 human figures, one old and one young, were standing at the foot of the city gate in a miserable manner. They were Xiao Yan and Han Dong. After being mercilessly attacked by the angry Buddha lotus flame, even the current Xiao Yan and Han Dong's condition was extremely bad. Han Dong was seriously injured within the terrifying storm. Although he was a rank 5 alchemist and had managed to block most of the attack by relying on his powerful spiritual strength, he was ultimately only a 7-star Dodi. Under the remnant force of the energy storm, Han Dong was ultimately injured by it. Han Dong was seriously injured, but Xiao Yan was in an even more dangerous situation at this moment. After forming the angry Buddha lotus flame, the Do-Chi within the latter's body had been completely exhausted. All of his strength had been exhausted the moment the fire lotus exploded. If it were not for the little remaining connection between himself and the angry Buddha lotus flame, and the heavenly flame within his body protecting him, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have difficulty surviving. At the same time, a couple of human figures flew out from the dark bottomless pit in the middle of the city on the other side. Most of these people were high-class Dodi. The weakest among them was not inferior to Han Dong. However, the condition of this group of people did not appear to be good. Like Han Dong, these people had all suffered varying degrees of injuries from the energy storm earlier. Among these people, the ones who had preserved the most strength were naturally the 6-star Dodi and 9-star Dodi from the Formation Master Association, and Qinyan's side. Of course, a large group of elite Dodi were gathered on the other side of Jinyao City outside of the battleground. These people were completely unrelated to this big battle. They had already withdrawn from the battleground when the big battle began. Even though this was the case, the frightening energy ripple that was created when the angry Buddha lotus flame exploded caused these experts to be quietly shocked in their hearts. The two leaders among these people were the chairman of the auction house, Lu Zhongtian, and the deputy chairman Wu Gang. Over half of the energy ripple that was created when the angry Buddha lotus flame exploded was blocked by these two people. Is he really just a 5-star Dodi? Lu Zhongtian's expression was serious. His bright eyes stared at the spot where the Buddha's fiery lotus had exploded. His heart could not calm down for a long time. Wu Gang by the side also had a solemn expression. They had never seen a 5-star Dodi with such a frightening fighting strength. Although Lu Zhongtian was also able to agglomerate a Do technique of this level, the thing that caused them to be shocked was not just how frightening this Do technique was. What was even more frightening was the person who had created this Do technique. A 5-star Dodi. This point was something that even someone as strong as Lu Zhongtian would not dare to exaggerate. Would he be able to compare with this black-robed young man when he was a 5-star Dodi? Lu Zhongtian did not dare to imagine. This was the first time he had seen such a proud son of heaven after so many years of fame. He could even imagine that in a few more years, Xiao Yan's combat strength would far surpass his. When that time came, the entire western region would be shaken. There was an enormous being in the western region that was rapidly growing in an invisible manner. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to see this day. The baby eagle had already grown up and was dancing in the sky. The western region would definitely become the stage where Xiao Yan would ascend to the peak. Bang! A muffled loud sound was suddenly emitted from a pile of rubble in the city near the battleground. The remains of the building were forcefully sent flying by a barbaric strength. Soon after, a human figure flew out from within, after which, it heavily smashed onto the ground. If one were to look at it, this person was the fourth person in charge of the Formation Master Association, Cheng Zhihui. However, from the looks of the latter's current appearance, he had already become a dead person. Trash cough cough cough. A string of curses was emitted from the rubble that the human figure flew out from. Soon after, a miserable figure covered in blood crawled out from the rubble with great difficulty. When he lifted his head, the sunlight scattered down. The blood-stained face coupled with the ferocious expression looked extremely frightening. However, one could still recognize at a glance that this person was Qin Yin, who had failed to launch a sneak attack and was sent flying by the Northern King's punch. Qin Yin had relied on the already seriously injured Cheng Zhihui to luckily survive the energy storm. This had caused Cheng Zhihui's death and Qin Yin himself to fall into a seriously injured state. If Cheng Zhihui was not seriously injured, Qin Yin might not have ended up in such a state. A cool breeze swept across the land and scattered the dust. Everything in the city had become clear. After the angry Buddha lotus flame, at least half of the people in Jingyao City had died. The price of this battle could not be said to be not terrible. However, this was the price of war. There would never be a victor. The so-called winners were only those who continuously fled from war and luckily survived in the end. A coward in battle, a hero in the aftermath. Fan Siyuan's old face was pale as he stood in the air. His gaze swiftly swept over the city below. He did not believe that Xiaoyan would be unharmed in the energy storm from earlier. Even if he could do so, it was impossible for Han Dong, a 7-star Dodi, to escape unscathed. Even he, a 9-star Dodi, had been injured because of it. How could Xiaoyan be unharmed? Soon Fan Siyuan's gaze locked onto Xiaoyan and Hualai, who were currently at the foot of the city gate. At this moment, the two of them were staggering toward the city gate. You want to leave? How can it be so easy? Fan Siyuan forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his body. A thought passed through his mind, and he maneuvered the enormous Do Qi within his veins. He swiftly flew forward, planning to stop the two of them. Qi Ming and Hualai once again followed behind him. After this battle, their impression of Xiaoyan in their hearts was no longer as simple as a 5-star Dodi. Who had ever seen a 5-star Dodi erupt with such a terrifying strength? It was also because of this that if Xiaoyan did not die today, the latter would definitely become a great threat to their Formation Master Association in the future. Additionally, there was the Alchemist Alliance behind him. From the relationship between them, they were destined to be opponents and enemies from the very beginning. As for Yan He and the other two, they quickly returned to Qin Yun's side after their gazes surveyed the surroundings. Young master, we subordinates have failed to protect our master. Please punish us. Yan He and the other two were filled with fear as they knelt on the ground toward Qin Yun. Although Qin Yun's cultivation was inferior to theirs, the latter's methods caused them to feel fear. Today they had failed to protect Qin Yun. Tomorrow they might not be able to protect their heads. Forget it, this cannot be blamed on you. Now the most important thing is to kill Xiaoyan for me. You must do it quickly, no matter what method you use. Otherwise, I will settle the old and new debts together. Qin Yun's pale face revealed an uncaring appearance. As he spoke, an extremely obscure killing intent flashed across the depths of his eyes. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 907. At this moment, a couple of human figures were gathered at the city gate of Jingyao City. Fan Siyuan and the two others once again stood in front of Xiaoyan and Han Dong. In the distance, Yan He and the two others were flying over. The expression on Han Dong's old face was grave. Xiaoyan's face was also pale. Although he had already swallowed the medicinal pill, the condition of his body did not improve much. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that there was still some Do Qi left in the vortex within his body. This was the last bit of strength that Xiaoyan had purposely preserved. Under the effect of the medicinal pill, the Do Qi within Xiaoyan's body was also slowly recovering. Xiaoyan clearly understood that although his angry Buddha lotus flame was powerful, it was unrealistic to think that it could face so many strong people at the same time. Hence, he did not think that the angry Buddha lotus flame would be able to resolve the problem this time around. He only wanted to use it to exhaust the strength of Fan Siyuan and the others. From the looks of this result, Xiaoyan had indeed succeeded. However, he had underestimated the strength that a 9-star Dodi contained. The angry Buddha lotus flame had indeed caused them to suffer serious injuries. However, this was unable to completely affect the condition of a 9-star Dodi. From the looks of the current situation, Xiaoyan and Han Dong seemed to have yet to withdraw from the earlier situation. They were currently facing 6 elite 9-star Dodi. Damn it, I have underestimated them. Xiaoyan viciously cursed in his heart. His face was grave. It was unexpected that they had still ended up in this situation. By the side, Han Dong moved his feet and blocked Xiaoyan behind him. His gaze was piercingly cold as he looked at the three people on the opposite side. Behind him, Yan He and the two others quickly approached. Xiaoyan, I will act to stop them later. You should quickly take the opportunity to leave this place. Remember, do not turn back. Suddenly, Han Dong's voice that was filled with a grave intent was transmitted into Xiaoyan's ears. The latter's expression immediately changed. He was just about to open his mouth when Fan Siyuan, and the others on the opposite side opened their mouths first. Xiaoyan, you have nowhere else to go. I advise you to allow yourself to be captured. Otherwise, once we make a move, not even your bones will remain. Huolai coldly sneered at Xiaoyan with a ferocious expression on his face. Killing intent was present in his words. Clearly, at this moment, the hearts of everyone present were filled with dread towards Xiaoyan. At this moment, the only way to calm their hearts was for Xiaoyan to die. As long as Xiaoyan did not die, they would not be able to rest easy. Cough cough. Xiaoyan couldn't help but cough twice. Ignoring Han Dong's attempt to stop him, the pale-faced Xiaoyan took a step forward with a smile. His eyes were filled with a cold sneer as he swept his gaze across the people in front of him. I'm sorry, but my bones are naturally tough and I won't be threatened by anything. So if you really want my life, I advise you to do it yourself. You're still so sharp-tongued even when you're about to die. You're really courting death. After cursing, Huolai did not hesitate at all. His body moved and he charged explosively toward Xiaoyan. If you want to hurt him, you'll have to get past me. Han Dong let out an explosive cry from his mouth. His expression was solemn as he flew forward. Soon after, he collided heavily with Huolai. Bang! The two collided. This time around, a cold smile surfaced on Huolai's face. His body shook and a frightening strength poured out, forcing Han Dong back with a single strike. Humph, Han Dong, a 7-star Do Di is indeed a 7-star Do Di. With just your Do Chi, you won't even be able to block a single attack from the old me. You want to protect this person who's about to die? What a fool's dream. Huolai laughed out loud. His body once again charged explosively forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. His large hand grabbed forward and violently landed on Xiaoyan's head. The old me has already said that if you want to hurt him, you'll have to get past me. However, right at this moment, the complexion of Han Dong, who had been forced back by Huolai's attack, suddenly turned red. At the same time, a burst of powerful energy abruptly surged out from within his body. Like a flame. It rose up and lit up his entire body, making him appear like a star. Han Dong's body instantly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside Huolai. His hand was as swift as lightning as he firmly grabbed Huolai's wrist. Ha! With an explosive cry, Han Dong suddenly exerted some strength with the hand that he had grabbed Huolai's wrist, forcefully flinging the latter's body away. Huolai's body miserably retreated dozens of steps in the air before stabilizing his body. He raised his head and looked over. His eyes were filled with fierceness. Secret technique, huh? Insignificant skill. Let's see how long you can endure. At this moment, Yan He and the others had also arrived in front of Han Dong. The 6 9-star Do Di simultaneously looked at Han Dong. Waves of ferocious Do Chi rose from the bodies of the 6 of them. Immediately, the atmosphere in the arena became unusually tense. Xiaoyan, I will delay them now. You should leave quickly. Taking advantage of this short gap, Han Dong once again transmitted his voice to Xiaoyan. No, facing 6 9-star Do Di at the same time is really too dangerous. I cannot abandon you. I cannot leave. Even if I want to leave, we must leave together. Otherwise, little fellow, there is no need for you to say so much nonsense. As the deputy chairman of the Alchemist Alliance, they do not dare to really kill me. However, if you continue to stay here, they will definitely use all sorts of methods to kill you. Moreover, you are currently seriously injured. If you do not leave, you will only become a burden to me. I will not be able to endure this condition for long. If you want to leave, you can only do so now. Leave. Before Xiaoyan could say anything, Han Dong hurriedly interrupted him. It was also at this moment that Fan Siyuan and the others on the opposite side suddenly attacked. They planned to finish off the 2 people in front of them in one fell swoop. Damn it! Xiaoyan unwillingly cursed in his heart. Although he was extremely dissatisfied in his heart, he also understood in his heart that the current situation did not allow him to hesitate even a little. Hence, he made a ruthless decision in his heart. When Fan Siyuan and the others attacked, Xiaoyan dragged his weak body and hurriedly flew out of the city. You want to leave? Stop him! Fan Siyuan emitted an earth-shaking explosive cry. The bodies of the 2 people behind him shook. Their speed suddenly increased as they charged forward. Ha! Just as Qi Ming and Hua Lai were about to step forward, Han Dong suddenly rushed forward and used all his strength to block the two of them. On the other side, Yan He and the other two planned to bypass Fan Siyuan and the others and chase after Xiao Yan. The expression on Han Dong's face changed when he sensed the actions of Yan He and the others. Just as he was about to flash and explosively withdraw, Fan Siyuan appeared in front of him in a ghost-like manner. He threw out a palm in an attempt to block Han Dong. However, bang! Han Dong did not dodge at all. He used his body to forcefully block this attack. At the same time, with the help of this force, Han Dong's bloody body swiftly arrived in front of Yan He and the other two. He used his flesh and blood to forcefully block them. In this way, these 6 9-star Do-Di were forcefully blocked in front of the city gate by Han Dong using his own body as the price. At this moment, Xiao Yan also gradually disappeared into the distance. Chapter 908. Very quickly, Xiao Yan was far away from the boundary of Jinyao City. From time to time, a muffled rumbling sound could be heard from behind him, causing Xiao Yan's heart to tremble. It was not difficult to imagine what kind of price Han Dong had paid for Xiao Yan. Using his 7-star Do-Di cultivation, secret technique, and physical body, Han Dong had given Xiao Yan enough time to leave. Xiao Yan could only hope that it was just as Han Dong had said. They did not dare to kill him. Otherwise, once Han Dong died, Xiao Yan would go all out. Regardless of the price, he would definitely make those 6 9-star Do-Di pay with their lives for what they had done today. Xiao Yan had never been a narrow-minded person. However, he would definitely not be stingy when it came to revenge. However, Xiao Yan's most important task now was to leave this place. Otherwise, once Fan Siyuan and the others caught up, Han Dong's hard work would be wasted. Very quickly, Xiao Yan's figure appeared in the sky above a mountain forest. Even though he could no longer see Jinyao City behind him, Xiao Yan did not plan to stop here. He needed to ensure his own safety. Otherwise, he would not be able to hide under the detection of a 9-star Do-Di. Moreover, Fan Siyuan was a rank 4 formation master whose spiritual strength far surpassed his. Xiao Yan's figure slowly flew forward without stopping. The medicinal pills in his body were still healing the injuries in his body. At the same time, threads of Do-Chi were slowly being poured into the vortex. This kind of feeling of not being able to make ends meet really caused Xiao Yan to feel strained. Xiao Yan, who was in a hurry to leave this place, did not realize that in the empty space far behind him, there was a human figure wearing a yellow robe quietly following him. The hand under the sleeve was tightly holding an ancient-looking scroll. The old man's hand slowly rubbed it. His scarlet tongue licked his lips. A pair of snake-like, icy-cold eyes looked in the direction that Xiao Yan had left in. A greedy expression involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Although he had personally witnessed the frightening scene that caused fear to rise in one's heart, under the influence of his greedy heart, this old man still quietly followed Xiao Yan, who had safely left. "Brat, you're already heavily injured. I don't believe that you can create another fire lotus like that. Ha 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 ha." 2 hours passed very quickly. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was slowly flying forward, finally landed in the forest below. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the trunk of a huge tree. With a flick of his finger, he summoned the Northern King. Immediately after, Xiao Yan quickly took out 2 Class 4 medicinal pills from his storage ring and swallowed them without hesitation. Immediately, the enormous medicinal effect of a Tier 4 medicinal pill was displayed. The damaged chi paths and bones in Xiao Yan's body were swiftly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye under this enormous medicinal strength. Of course, it was easy to recover from minor injuries. However, those injured internal organs required time to be worn in before they could slowly recover. In just a short 15 minutes, Xiao Yan's injuries had gradually stabilized. Waves of Do-Chi quickly flowed through his meridians and gathered in the vortex. Xiao Yan's pale face recovered slightly. His originally weak aura also began to fill up. However, it would take a very long time for him to return to his peak. However, while Xiao Yan was focusing on recovering from the injuries within his body, a yellow-robed human figure suddenly appeared in the empty space a short distance away in a ghost-like manner. Under the yellow robe, a pair of sinister eyes covered in shadows instantly stared at Xiao Yan. Like two invisible arrows, they pierced through the air and appeared in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. Buzz, the Northern King, who was originally standing quietly beside Xiao Yan, suddenly took a step forward and used its body to block Xiao Yan. The two invisible arrows collided with the Northern King's chest, which was filled with a metallic texture. The invisible arrows left two shallow dents on the Northern King's chest, which quickly recovered. At the same time, the Northern King's cold and empty gaze landed on the yellow-robed man. What a strange puppet! Under the yellow robe, the sinister old eyes stared intently at the Northern King. He could not help but feel astonished. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was behind the Northern King, had already exited from his training state. He continued to refine the pills in his body as his pitch-black eyes looked at the yellow-robed figure in the sky. May I know who you are? I don't think we have met before. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the yellow-robed figure. He was immediately certain that this person was not from the Array Master Association. Haha, indeed. It is as you have said. We have never met before. Under the yellow robe, a slightly hoarse old voice slowly spat out. There was even a trace of mockery in his voice. Since we have never met before, why have you appeared now? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. A trace of seriousness surged in his heart. It could be said that he had just escaped the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den. He did not expect that there would be someone who would target him. With a thought, the dou qi that had barely recovered from the vortex in his body began to circulate. Even though he was seriously injured, Xiao Yan could still determine the cultivation of the person in front of him by relying on his remaining spiritual strength. An advanced 8-star dou di. With such strength, he was not inferior to Wu Jitian of the Battle Martial sect. From the looks of it, this person's cultivation was not that of a 9-star dou di. However, when placed among the high-class dou di, he could be considered an extremely troublesome existence. Mister, do you still remember that you had won a dragon scale fruit in the auction house? Under the yellow robe, the old man's somewhat deep voice was transmitted over. Once these words were spoken, Xiao Yan immediately frowned. The scene from back then surfaced in his mind. Indeed, Xiao Yan had successfully won the dragon scale fruit with 10 bottles of icy spirit cold liquid. However, because of this, he had offended the faction in the private room. It turned out that it was this yellow-robed old man in front of him. You are here for the dragon scale fruit? I was before, but not now. The yellow-robed old man sneered and said. Or rather, it is not just for the dragon scale fruit. The moment his words sounded, the old man's pair of shady old eyes instantly lifted. His gaze was like a sharp arrow as it stared at Xiao Yan. The greed in his eyes was not concealed at all. Dragon scale fruit? You mean this? After hesitating for a while, Xiao Yan still took out a jade box. After opening it, an oval-shaped fruit was exposed to the air. It was the dragon scale fruit. The moment he saw the dragon scale fruit, the expression on the yellow-robed old man's face could not help but change. He quickly extended his shriveled hand and greedily stared at the fruit in Xiao Yan's hand. His tone was dense as he ordered. Kid, hand it over and I will let you die a quick death. Who said I was going to hand it over to you? Xiao Yan sneered. He took out the dragon scale fruit, but he did not intend to hand it over to the yellow-robed old man. Kid, I saw the previous battle. The combat power that you possess is something that I have never seen in my life. I have to say, if you were at your peak, I would not dare to attack you. However, it is better for you to see clearly now. With your severely injured body, do you think that you have the ability to defend it? The yellow-robed old man first praised with a solemn expression, but then he sneered sarcastically. Or do you intend to use it to threaten me? You can try. I guarantee that you will die miserably. The yellow-robed old man slowly clenched his outstretched hand. The invisible space between his palms constantly distorted. Then, with a bang, it collapsed and turned into an endless darkness. Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Yan sneered. His gaze returned to the dragon scale fruit in front of him, and his heart was filled with determination. Seeing that you want this dragon scale fruit so much, I think that you should also be a physical body cultivator, right? So what? The yellow-robed old man frowned. He could not help but feel that something was wrong. Since that is the case, let me see which one of us has the better physical strength. A cold cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. Soon after, Xiao Yan grabbed the dragon scale fruit in front of him in front of the yellow-robed old man's disbelieving eyes. He widened his mouth and forcefully swallowed it. Chapter 909. The instant the dragon scale fruit entered his mouth, it turned into an enormous fiery energy that followed Xiao Yan's throat and surged into the latter's body in one go. Bang! On the tree branch, Xiao Yan's body shook uncontrollably. In an instant, a frightening heat wave attacked. The mountain forest within 1,000 feet radius was flattened in an instant. At the same time, a painful roar was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. The roar was just like thunder that shook the sky and earth, causing the magical beasts in the mountain forest to scatter in all directions in fear. At this moment, even with the strength of the yellow-robed old man, his expression involuntarily changed. The dou qi in his body surged out and blocked the frightening heat wave. After which, he threw his solemn gaze toward the latter. His eyes contained a deep disbelief. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect Xiao Yan in front of him to crazily swallow the dragon scale fruit. It should be known that the dragon scale fruit contained the strength of an ancient dragon. Even at his peak, he could only rely on external strength to slowly refine it. The result of swallowing it in one go was unimaginable. This lunatic. What is the difference between this method and self-destruction? Damn it, I should not have given him the chance to speak. At this moment, the heart of the yellow-robed old man was filled with regret. If he could turn back time, he would definitely kill Xiao Yan at the first possible moment. Unfortunately, it was already too late to think about this now. The frightening energy moved in all directions within Xiao Yan's body. The enormous energy seemed to have a purpose as it surged into every cell in Xiao Yan's body. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body swelled by more than a couple of times. His entire body appeared to be scarlet red in color, as though it had been burned. His swollen body appeared to be transparent. One could even see the unceasingly flowing blood under his skin. However, at this moment, even the blood appeared to be boiling. Xiao Yan's face revealed a painful expression. His body was bright red and the expression on his face appeared to be crazy. The roars that were emitted from his mouth were almost hoarse in the end. His originally dark black eyes had become scarlet red at this moment. Both of his eyes were extremely wide and his perfectly round eyeballs appeared to be about to fall out of their sockets, causing a chill to rise in one's heart upon seeing them. The enormous energy moved wildly within his body, passing through his flesh, organs and bones, completely occupying every inch of Xiao Yan's body. Even so, Xiao Yan's body continued to swell, as though it could explode at any moment. Roar! Until a certain moment, Xiao Yan's throat once again emitted a beast-like roar. His swollen palms suddenly clenched tightly, and his mind forcefully controlled his body. His enormous body suddenly shook and behind him, a slightly illusory figure suddenly rose from the ground, reaching a height of 100 feet. It was the Force Elephant skill. When the illusory figure was formed, the enormous energy within Xiao Yan's body seemed to have found a place to return to. It violently poured out and entered the illusory figure behind Xiao Yan. In an instant, the originally illusory figure rapidly solidified. A fiery red color filled his entire body, and the enormous energy continued to pour in. The figure that was formed by the Force Elephant skill once again swelled under this enormous energy. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with horror as he realized that even the Force Elephant skill was unable to withstand this enormous energy. Even the Force Elephant skill was about to explode from this energy. At that time, once the Force Elephant skill exploded, the damage would be directly reflected on Xiao Yan's body. Then one could imagine the outcome. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with fear. He did not expect that the dragon scale fruit would actually possess such a terrifying energy. Now it seemed that he would inevitably die under this enormous energy. Damn it, how could this be? Xiao Yan's heart was filled with unwillingness as he roared furiously. However, the situation had already reached an irreversible state. Even if he tried his best, he would still be unable to control this energy. As for the yellow-robed elder, he had hidden far away. In the face of such an enormous energy, even he did not dare to casually face it. Hence, he could only observe Xiao Yan's situation from afar. He hoped that after the latter exploded, there would still be some valuable things left behind. However, it was a pity that his wish was destined to not be fulfilled. Just when Xiaoyan felt that he was no longer able to endure this strength, the dragon phoenix bloodline that belonged to the ancient void dragon tribe within his body was suddenly awakened at this moment. In an instant, Xiaoyan let out an earth-shattering dragon roar towards the sky, causing all the magical beasts in the forest to submit to him. In this roar, these magical beasts could clearly feel a pressure from the bloodline. This kind of pressure caused them to be unable to have the slightest intention to resist. It was as if with a single thought, he could control their life and death. This was an absolute power, an absolute deterrence, and a symbol of status. At the same time in the sky, the yellow-robed elder's eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan. He could not help but feel shocked. At this moment, on Xiaoyan's body, purple gold dragon scales rapidly covered the latter's body. His hands turned into dragon claws, and the purple gold dragon scales covered Xiaoyan's earlobes. The dragon scales all over Xiaoyan's body emitted a special purple light, and the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body seemed to have come alive at this moment. It turned into purple gold blood dragons and rapidly flowed in the blood vessels in Xiaoyan's body. An enormous suction force surged out of the bodies of these blood dragons. In an instant, the remaining portion of the frightening strength that the dragon scale fruit had given Xiaoyan was completely absorbed by them. After absorbing the power of the dragon scale fruit, the dragon phoenix bloodline seemed to have become even more powerful. The dragon roars became even more majestic and domineering. Xiaoyan's huge body, which had swelled up because of the energy, also returned to its original size in an instant. The dragon scales that covered Xiaoyan's entire body were hidden. When one looked at the wounds on Xiaoyan's body, they had completely recovered. Although the injuries within his body were still present, for some unknown reason, the recovery speed of his body had clearly increased significantly after he swallowed the dragon scale fruit in this manner. Although his injuries still appeared serious, the current Xiaoyan was no longer the least bit worried. Other than that, there was another thing that made Xiaoyan feel pleasantly surprised. Under the scouring of the terrifying power earlier, the Force Elephant skill had condensed into a physical body in an instant. This also meant that Xiaoyan's Force Elephant skill had now reached the advanced stage. Although the Do Qi in Xiaoyan's body was weak, the advanced stage of the Force Elephant skill allowed Xiaoyan to feel a kind of strength that did not rely on Do Qi. He only felt that his entire body was filled with power at this moment. This kind of power made him overly excited, so he urgently needed to vent it in the void. Xiaoyan stood upright. His pale face was filled with a confident smile. His gaze fell and stared at the yellow-robed elder. His heart was filled with ridicule. Previously, this fellow had repeatedly said that he wanted to kill him. Now Xiaoyan felt curious. If the two of them were to fight, how many rounds could this yellow-robed elder in front of him last? Xiaoyan coldly laughed in his heart. Immediately, his feet suddenly stepped on empty air. His seemingly weak body was like a cannonball as it charged toward the yellow-robed old man, whose face was filled with disbelief, with a lightning-like speed. Come. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 9-10. In the sky above the dilapidated mountain forest, a lightning-like human figure was charging toward a yellow-robed old man in the sky. The invisible space became distorted wherever the human figure passed. After which, it was unable to withstand the pressure, and collapsed with a muffled bang sound. Under the precondition that he did not use any Do Qi, the strength that erupted from his body was actually this frightening. This kind of power was truly shocking. At this moment, even the yellow-robed old man felt shocked in his heart when he saw this scene. The expression on his old face was extremely solemn. Threads of cold sweat were uncontrollably being emitted from all over his body. The heart of the yellow-robed old man involuntarily trembled when Xiaoyan emitted that earth-shaking dragon roar from his mouth. His heart was involuntarily terrified. Was the person in front of him really a human? How could a human's body endure such a frightening strength? How could he emit a dragon roar? That was the symbol of the dragon race. Just who was this black-robed young man? Although there were many questions in his heart, the yellow-robed old man did not have the time to care about them at this moment. Xiaoyan had already attacked. If he did not retaliate, he would become a laughing stock. Why would an advanced 8-star Dodi be afraid of a seriously injured 5-star Dodi? Even if Xiaoyan had the increase in strength from swallowing the dragon scale fruit, the yellow-robed old man did not think that he would lose in the face of the strength of an 8-star Dodi. Moreover, other than being an 8-star Dodi, the yellow-robed old man was also a physical body practitioner. In terms of physical strength, even if it could not be compared to the current Xiaoyan, he would not be afraid of the former. Brat, let the old me see just how much strength this strange body of yours can unleash after swallowing the dragon scale fruit. The yellow-robed old man's face was arrogant as he watched Xiaoyan charge over explosively. The do qi within his body crazily surged out at the same time as the explosive cry sounded from his mouth. It agglomerated into a reddish-yellow do qi armor. After doing all this, the old man swiftly raised his hands to his chest. His 10 fingers moved together and formed a seal. Soon after, he let out a long roar toward the sky. Ha! Half-step savage beast formula. Along with this long howl, a formless and terrifying force rapidly condensed on the surface of the old man's body. The formless energy continued to converge, as if it was material. At a glance, it looked like a barbaric bear. However, the barbaric bear could only cover the left half of the old man's body. Perhaps, this was what he meant by half-step. Roar! As the barbarian beast's skill was displayed, the half-a-barbarian bear on the surface of the old man's body also emitted a beast roar that was filled with a murderous aura. Immediately, the old man's body suddenly moved as the black-colored human figure in front of him grew increasingly closer. His feet heavily stepped on empty air. Soon after, he abruptly charged forward explosively and heavily collided with the black figure that was heading towards him. Boom! Terrifying energy ripples spread out from the center of the two of them, instantly washing away the wind and clouds in this area. The two of them did not give way to each other. Their imposing auras were surging. Their powerful do qi and physical strength were actually equally matched against Xiaoyan's pure violence. Both sides were actually equally matched in this strike. This fellow's physical strength has actually already reached such a powerful stage. The yellow-robed old man's eyebrows were tightly knit together. A solemn expression involuntarily appeared on his old face. Such a powerful physical strength was really unbelievable. Brat, is this all you have? Although his heart was solemn, the yellow-robed old man's mouth did not give way. At the same time, the strength on his hands that were thrown forward became even more ferocious, as if he wanted to force Xiaoyan back. It is still uncertain how much strength I have. However, your strength should only be this much. Xiaoyan coldly laughed when he heard this. The expression on his face instantly became stern. The moment the strength in the yellow-robed old man's hands soared, his tightly clenched fists suddenly shook. 2 enormous forces immediately surged into his palms. A frightening force poured out, and easily destroyed the strength that the yellow-robed old man had just agglomerated in his palms with an unstoppable force. Bang! Soon after, a muffled bang sound was once again emitted between the two of them. The yellow-robed old man's body flew back uncontrollably until he was 1,000 feet away. Only then did he miserably stop his body. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. The old man raised his head. Both of his eyes were filled with horror. It was difficult to imagine that this Xiaoyan in front of him was actually this powerful in front of his advanced 8-star Dodi. He was actually no match for such a fighting strength. How is this possible? On the other side, Xiaoyan was currently standing proudly in the empty air. His entire body was overflowing with fighting intent. The turbulent and surging force within his body continued to spread outwards, attacking the originally calm empty space around him. Circular spatial ripples spread around Xiaoyan's body one after another. His powerful physical strength caused this unmoving, invisible empty space to tremble. After swallowing the dragon scale fruit, the strength of the current Xiaoyan's physical body had already greatly increased. Under the cleansing of the dragon scale fruit, the strength of Xiaoyan's physical body had already reached the limit that he could endure. Adding this to his complete mastery of the strength elephant skill, the combination of the two caused Xiaoyan's physical body to reach a frightening level that was difficult to imagine. Such a physical body was already not inferior to an ordinary 9-star Dodi. Even in the entire western region, There were very few people who could match the strength that this seemingly frail body possessed. An 8-star Dodi is only SOSO. Xiaoyan coldly laughed. The amplification effect that the strength elephant skill had given him was much greater than he had imagined. Originally, he had thought that even if he mastered the strength elephant skill, it would at the very most raise his fighting strength to an advanced 8-star Dodi. However, he did not expect that it would actually forcefully reach the initial 9-star Dodi level. Perhaps this was all thanks to the effect of the dragon scale fruit. Under the impact of the powerful strength of the dragon scale fruit, the force elephant skill had once again soared to its greatest extent. Perhaps it was because of this that Xiaoyan's fighting strength had soared to such an extent. Brat, don't be too arrogant. So what if you have swallowed the dragon scale fruit? If you continue to endure for such a long time with your seriously injured body, the injuries in your body will only pile up. You are digging your own grave. Haha, you know that I have swallowed the dragon scale fruit. Don't tell me that you don't know what kind of changes have occurred to my body. Xiaoyan parted his mouth and laughed coldly in the face of the yellow-robed old man's furious cry. His words were filled with disdain. Such a lowly method was really unsightly. Ugh! The yellow-robed old man's eyes immediately hardened when the words from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded. The expression on his face was clearly startled. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something and the muscles on the corner of his eyes twitched intensely. Damn it. So what if this is the case? A 5-star Dodi is a 5-star Dodi. In front of an 8-star Dodi, he is merely an ant. The yellow-robed old man emitted an unwilling roar. He did not believe that with his 8-star Dodi's cultivation he would not be able to finish off a seriously injured 5-star Dodi. If news of this were to spread, how would he have the face to mingle in the western region in the future? Brat, the old me does not believe that without Do Qi, you will be able to withstand the old me's Do technique with just this physical body of yours. The old man's heart was furious. The Do Qi in his body surged out without any restraint. His hands swiftly formed a seal. Immediately, his body flashed a couple of times and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Both of his hands flipped and turned into palms. They violently landed on Xiaoyan's chest from the left and right. Faced with such a sharp attack from the yellow-robed old man, Xiaoyan did not withdraw. Instead, he advanced. Both of his hands clenched into fists and his body suddenly shook. An invisible force agglomerated on the surface of his body and formed a somewhat illusionary barrier. At the same time, both of his fists were waved and collided head-on with the yellow-robed old man's Do technique. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of an intense collision repeatedly reverberated through the empty space. Xiaoyan and the yellow-robed old man exchanged blows. Fist against fist, palm against palm. Earth-shaking explosions repeatedly reverberated through the empty space, causing the invisible space to crack and collapse time and time again. However, the battle between the two of them did not reveal a victor even after a long time had passed. Until a certain moment. Bang! Xiaoyan and the yellow-robed old man each threw a punch at each other's chest. The powerful Do technique shattered the invisible barrier on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. After which, it landed on Xiaoyan's chest without any reduction in power. At the same time, Xiaoyan's punch that was filled with power also violently attacked the Do technique armor on the surface of the old man's body. The same scene then appeared. The yellow-robed old man's eyes were filled with anger. The fist that landed on Xiaoyan's chest suddenly shook. Surging Do Qi immediately gushed out from his palm, wanting to force Xiaoyan back with one blow. However, buzz buzz buzz. After the surging Do Qi energy bombarded Xiaoyan's body, it only set off an intense Do Qi ripple on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. The yellow-robed old man's Do Qi was actually forcefully dissolved by Xiaoyan using the force elephant tactic. What? This brat's physical body is actually... Seeing this scene, the yellow-robed old man's heart violently trembled. The shock that Xiaoyan gave him was too much. He let me do it. Xiaoyan coldly smiled. The arm that he had thrown out suddenly shook. A terrifying huge force suddenly poured out from his arm. It was like the Yellow River bursting a dam as it violently bombarded the yellow-robed old man's chest. Bang! Following a low and deep explosive bang sound, the clothes in front of the yellow-robed old man's chest instantly turned into fragments. His pupils abruptly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. His old face turned completely red as fresh blood involuntarily spat out from his mouth. His body also bent backwards in an instant. Soon after, he flew backwards like a cannonball with a bang sound. On the spot, Xiaoyan withdrew his fist with a cold smile on his face. He gently twisted his wrist with one hand with a satisfied expression on his face. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 911. This place was a mountain forest that had been destroyed by the powerful energy. At a glance, gullies were everywhere and the ground was full of scars. One could even clearly see the huge impact of the energy attack from the traces on the ground. It was simply shocking. At this moment, in the ruins, an old man who was covered in blood and had an extremely unstable aura was lying in a huge pit. From his position, this pit seemed to have been caused by the powerful energy that had spread from his body after he had fallen. After being hit by such a shocking power, this old man was actually able to survive. Just this point alone was shocking. Cough, cough, cough. How is this possible? No matter how strong one's physical body is, it is impossible to be so strong. This old man has bitterly trained his physical body for 100 years, and has never reached such a level. How is it possible for a young brat like you? The old man climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He stretched out a trembling finger, and pointed at the blurry black figure in the sky. His voice was trembling and hoarse as he spoke. High up in the sky, under the sunlight, it was impossible to see the expression on the man's face. However, one could hear some ridicule in his voice. It seems that you've truly lived a dog's life for the past 100 years. The strength of the physical body is not something that can be proven by mere time. Even if it's only been 100 years, if you don't train and rely on external items, it's simply impossible for you to become truly powerful. Soon after, a cold laugh was heard. The figure in the sky tilted his body slightly. Under the sunlight, a young face was reflected. It was Xiaoyan. Bastard. You are just a young brat. What qualifications do you have to judge this old man? Bang. This is my qualification, Yi Futian said. Just as the old man's words sounded, Xiaoyan's right hand suddenly clenched in the air. A terrifying force immediately poured out. Almost at the same time, the invisible space within a few feet of his hand suddenly collapsed. A powerful strength possessed the right to speak at any time. Xiaoyan was clearly aware of this point. At this moment, this move of his had instantly suppressed the old man below, who had originally wanted to retort. Cold sweat involuntarily surged out from the old man's forehead. He panted intensely as he once again looked at Xiaoyan with eyes that were filled with fury. Brat, the old me admits that you are indeed the strongest Dodi that the old me has ever seen in my life. If you are allowed to continue growing like this, I believe that in less than 3 years, even that old thief Lu Zhongtian will be trampled under your feet. The muscles at the corner of the old man's eyes twitched slightly. His 2 hands, which were exposed, were slowly clenched tightly. It was as though he was suppressing the pain in his body. At the same time, the do-qi in his body also swiftly surged. However, no matter what, you will definitely die in my hands today. The moment the words left his mouth, the expression on the old man's face suddenly became awe-inspiring. He quickly raised his 2 withered palms to his chest, and his 10 fingers moved together, changing seals. As the old man's fingertips formed the seals, numerous unfamiliar and complicated seals were swiftly formed from his hands. At the same time, an enormous do-qi energy swiftly agglomerated in the empty space above the old man's head. It faintly formed a somewhat illusionary finger. Brat, since you have swallowed the dragon scale fruit, you should also give it a try. This do technique that the old me had similarly obtained from this auction. Let's see just who is stronger between the 2 of us. The originally invisible finger gradually became angular and clear. The outline of an enormous finger also became increasingly clear. At the same time, an extremely ancient and enormous pressure was emitted from it, causing people to feel an enormous pressure assaulting them head-on. Spirit class high-level do technique, desolation finger. The old man's mouth once again emitted an explosive cry. Almost at the same time as the cry from his mouth sounded, the enormous finger that was suspended above his head emitted an extremely dazzling green glow. A frightening force spread out like floodwater. The atmosphere between the sky and the earth once again became solemn in an instant. Such an enormous strength was something that even the current Xiaoyan could not help but feel moved when he saw it. Desolation finger. So the person who had obtained it is you. Seeing this enormous green finger, Xiaoyan immediately recalled the mysterious strong person who had obtained it in the auction back then. At that time he had taken out an E-class Do technique. The appearance of that thing had caused everyone present to be shocked. However, this fellow clearly understood in his heart that it was useless for him to keep a water affinity Do technique. Thus, he might as well use it to auction off something that he needed. This desolation finger was exactly what he wanted. After using a week's time, although he did not dare to say that he completely understood it, he was able to display 30% of its strength with his ability. Xiaoyan's gaze focused on this enormous green finger. As he sensed the powerful force that spread out from it, a solemn expression finally appeared on his face. Although this old fellow had yet to comprehend the essence of the desolation finger, this was after all a spirit class high-level Do technique. Its body was extremely extraordinary. Just this point alone was sufficient for Xiaoyan to pay attention to it. Currently, the Do Qi in his body had not recovered by much. It was still insufficient for him to use the 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. Moreover, the Do technique that he could use with his physical strength was merely the Octane Blast. It was far from enough to block this desolation finger. From the looks of it, he could only rely on brute force to forcefully resist. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily moved slightly. However, it was also at this moment that the enormous finger suddenly charged toward Xiaoyan. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air and allowed his heart to completely calm down. Both of his hands were slowly raised. After which, as his thoughts moved, numerous complicated seals were formed at lightning speed. At the same time, the vast and frightening force in his body also appeared to have received a command at this moment, as it swiftly agglomerated. A cool breeze blew over and caused the black robe that Xiaoyan was wearing to flutter, revealing his skinny yet muscular body. At this moment, as the frightening force in Xiaoyan's body began to agglomerate, a thin layer of golden light gradually agglomerated on Xiaoyan's chest. That thin layer of light was like a thin veil that covered the surface of Xiaoyan's body. At the same time, one could clearly see that every piece of skin and every piece of muscle on Xiaoyan's body had become tense at this moment. Following the cover of the thin veil, a metallic luster was reflected. Without relying on Do Qi, Xiaoyan relied on the enormous force in his body to agglomerate a layer of substance like thin veil. This was also the only defense that he was currently using to face the desolation finger. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 912. In the distant sky, one could see a huge green finger charging up into the sky. Intense spatial ripples continued to spread from the green finger's body. It was like the surface of a lake where a huge rock had been thrown in, causing circular ripples to form. A shocking aura spread out from the finger. That kind of terrifying strength was like a volcanic eruption, filled with a destructive power. It seemed that it would only stop when everything in front of it was destroyed. Hurricanes swept across the sky and surrounded this huge green finger. At this moment, a human figure wearing a golden veil was standing in front of this huge finger. If one were to look carefully, it turned out that this human figure was not wearing a golden veil. Instead, there was a layer of faint golden light covering the surface of his body. The golden light dyed his entire body a golden color. Looking from a distance, he looked like a man made of gold, giving off an indestructible feeling. However, at this moment, there was no doubt that the target of this huge green finger was the human figure in front of him. On the ground below, the old man could not help but feel surprised when he saw Xiaoyan in the sky reveal such an appearance. With just this layer of faint golden light, could it be that Xiaoyan wanted to rely on it to block his Mi Huang finger? Although he did not dare to believe it in his heart, the old man also understood that from the strength that Xiaoyan had displayed, the latter was not the kind of person who would put on a brave front. Since he was able to rely on such a thin layer of golden veil to block his attack, it meant that this golden veil, which seemed to be easily shattered with one strike, was not as simple as it appeared to be on the surface. Thinking of this point in his heart, the old man immediately calmed down. With a thought, All of his remaining do qi was poured into the huge green finger in the sky. A dazzling green light was immediately emitted, illuminating the entire place with a green color. At this moment, this green finger already contained all of the do qi in his body. After this attack, regardless of whether it was a success or failure, he would definitely enter a state where his do qi was exhausted. The Mi Huang finger would decide who would stand in the end between him and Xiaoyan. In the sky, the huge green finger was getting closer and closer to Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the latter. At this moment, the distance between the two was less than 1 meter. Xiaoyan and the old man's nerves were also extremely tense at this moment. Finally, when the huge green finger was about to arrive, Xiaoyan suddenly raised both of his arms and crossed them in front of his chest. The force in his body crazily gathered. Following this, the two collided. Bang! An earth-shattering sound suddenly resounded. A terrifying energy storm instantly swept out. The forest collapsed and burned to the ground. Close to 1,000 li of forest was razed to the ground. One could see the big picture through a narrow window. The terror of a Ling-class do technique was displayed at this moment. In the sky, a dense green do qi wave covered a large area of the sky. The energy within it continued to explode. A thunder-like explosion sounded repeatedly in this area. Only after a long while did this area once again return to silence. Cough cough, is it over? On the ground, the pale-faced old man climbed up from the ground with great difficulty. His mouth panted intensely as he hurriedly raised his head. His gaze searched the heavy green cloud. After he confirmed that there was no aura fluctuation there, he finally sighed in relief in his heart. His old face involuntarily revealed a smile, as though he had just survived a calamity after a bitter victory. In this way, the final result was still. Buzz! Suddenly, an intense trembling sound appeared in the sky. On the ground, the old man's eyes suddenly hardened. The smile that had just surfaced on his face gradually froze at this moment. It was as though something had exploded deep within his heart. The expression on his pale old face gradually turned gray. High up in the sky, the green energy mist was swept away by a powerful gust of wind. The energy that had yet to disperse was completely dissolved, disappearing into the world. Subsequently, a human figure covered in a purple-gold color was exposed in the air. Looking at his face, he was undoubtedly Xiaoyan. The purple-gold light that covered Xiaoyan's body was the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor. However, from the looks of it at this moment, even with the protection of the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor, the Mi Huang finger had still left quite a number of injuries on Xiaoyan's body. A large piece of the scale armor in front of his chest had been forcefully torn off. The flesh under it was also exposed to the air. At a glance, he appeared extremely miserable. However, upon thinking about it, Xiaoyan had merely suffered some superficial wounds under the attack of a high-level spirit do technique. Just this point alone was sufficient to make Xiaoyan feel proud. However, under the recovery of the heavenly flame, and the frightening recovery ability that he had obtained after swallowing the dragon scale fruit, the wounds on Xiaoyan's chest were swiftly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at Xiaoyan's slightly pale face, it was also gradually recovering. Of course, the only thing that did not change was that the muscles on the corner of his mouth were still twitching involuntarily. Although his recovery ability had become much stronger, the intense pain that was transmitted from his wounds was still unbearable. After recovering, Xiaoyan's eyes lowered and looked at the old man whose aura was currently extremely weak. Why? This time around, the expression on the old man's face did not fluctuate much. All the hope and begging in his heart had also disappeared at this moment. Being an 8-star Do D, the peak expert of the Western region, he had already lost everything today. Moreover, all of this had been caused by him. From the very beginning, he should not have come to look for this black-robed young man who appeared to be seriously injured. After descending, Xiaoyan walked step by step toward the old man. When he arrived in front of him, the injuries on his chest had already completely recovered. A thought passed through his heart, and the purple gold scale armor all over his body disappeared in the blink of an eye. Soon after, a golden illusory figure suddenly rose behind him. The golden-colored illusory figure was a huge god standing behind Xiaoyan. A layer of faint golden light was emitted from it. It was the same as the thin golden veil that had covered Xiao Yan's body earlier. However, the golden light on this illusory figure was much dimmer. Perhaps it was due to the difference in size, but the golden light on this illusory figure was much dimmer. So it is actually like this. The old man's aura was weak as he nodded. Immediately, he fell to the ground with a loud bang. After which, Xiao Yan smiled indifferently. He turned his head to look at the golden illusory figure behind him. A thought passed through his heart and he withdrew it. This golden illusory figure was one of the 4 saint manifestation skill, which was known for its defense, golden elephant skill. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 913. In a mountain range that was rarely visited by humans, a human figure swiftly fell from the sky in front of a huge cave. After which, he landed heavily on the ground. Although his figure appeared a little miserable, his strength was also terrifyingly powerful. The ground where he landed formed a huge pit. At the bottom of the pit, a human figure wearing a black robe was half kneeling. Only after the frightening force on his body was removed did the human figure stand up while panting. Roar! Human, leave this place. Just as the human figure stood up, a huge beast roar that was filled with enmity was transmitted from deep within the cave in front of him. The roar was like thunder as it rolled over. It blew up a thick cloud of dust that swept toward the human figure in the pit. Just as the cloud of dust was about to attack, a cool breeze suddenly rose around the human figure. It swept the cloud of dust into the air and agglomerated into the shape of a long dragon that suddenly exploded in the distance. The human figure lifted his face. A pair of dark black eyes looked toward the deepest part of the cave. His gaze was calm. Xiao Yan's pale face carried an exhausted expression. After the repeated big battles, his body's recovery ability had increased significantly. However, the great exhaustion of his douqi and physical strength had caused Xiao Yan to descend into a weak state. Now he urgently needed to find a quiet place to recover. However, before this he needed to retrieve something. His footsteps did not pause as Xiao Yan walked directly toward the interior of the cave. Within it, the magical beast that had let out a furious roar was also angered by Xiao Yan's actions. Insignificant human, you actually dare to be presumptuous here. You are seeking death. A rough and heavy beast roar was transmitted from deep within the cave. Soon after, a fierce douqi wave surged out from deep within the cave. Xiao Yan directly ignored it. His black robe did not move and his footsteps were as steady as usual. Soon after, an enormous beast appeared in front of Xiao Yan with heavy footsteps. Swoosh! However, without waiting for the enormous beast to do anything, Xiao Yan flicked his finger. A purple gold figure immediately shot out. It was as steady as a cannonball as it forced the enormous beast back. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain above Xiao Yan's head suddenly shook violently. The huge body of the giant beast was actually deeply smashed into the mountain. Bang, 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 bang. Immediately after, a few more explosive sounds rang out. It sounded like fists hitting flesh, and the dull sound of collision made people feel a burst of pain. Amidst the muffled collisions, miserable roars could be heard. From this, one could tell how much pain the giant beast was in. With a thought, the sounds of collisions in the depths of the cave finally stopped. Then, there was the sound of rushing wind, and the Northern King quickly returned to Xiao Yan's side. Xiao Yan's footsteps did not stop. Only when he arrived at the side of the huge beast did he stop. He turned his head to take a look. At this moment, the huge beast was embedded into the mountain with its body covered in wounds. Soft painful cries repeatedly sounded. It's just a superficial wound. He won't die, right? Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as he spoke in a flat tone. Hearing this, the giant beast's body couldn't help but tremble. Although the voice sounded harmless, after seeing how powerful the Northern King was, it was terrified. The giant beast's body gradually shrank. Then it turned into the appearance of a middle-aged man. However, the man's face was bruised and swollen. He lowered his head, not daring to look at the person in front of him. My lord. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please. Alright, I don't want to waste my breath with you. If you want to live, then go out and stand guard. Don't let anyone come near. Also, I'll borrow your muscle cleansing powder. After quickly instructing, Xiaoyan entered the depths of the cave without any hesitation. When the middle-aged man heard Xiaoyan's words, he stood there in a daze for a long while. His heart instantly sank. However, in the end, under Xiaoyan's powerful pressure, he left the cave with a heart full of grievances. However, he didn't dare to escape alone, so he could only obediently stand guard at the entrance. He was helpless. First, someone had barged into his cave, then he was beaten up for no reason. Now he was even asking for his things. Who could accept such a thing? If it weren't for the fact that the other party's strength was suppressing him, he would have fought with his life on the line. However, for the sake of survival, he endured it in the end. Life was like this. Painful blows would always appear in front of you at the most unexpected moment. You wouldn't be able to make any preparations. However, this was the price of survival. In the depths of the cave, Xiaoyan directly came to a seemingly inconspicuous giant rock in the cave. He ordered the Northern King to move the giant rock away. Immediately, a giant stone pool appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Within the stone pool, there was a pile of white powder that looked like lime. As the giant rock was moved away, a strange smell wafted out from within. Smelling the strange smell in the air, Xiaoyan's face didn't reveal any strange expression. Instead, a tinge of surprise flashed across the depths of his eyes. This muscle cleansing powder was much more than what he had expected. As such, it was sufficient for his needs. After the repeated big battles, Xiaoyan's fighting strength might have risen quite a lot during this process, but the injuries all over his body were extremely shocking. Forget about the external injuries, but the damage to his internal organs required a period of time to recover. Other than this, the chi paths in Xiaoyan's body had also suffered quite a great amount of damage during the big battle earlier. This was not something that could be easily recovered by relying on his body's recovery ability alone. Xiaoyan might have some medicinal pills that could repair his chi paths, but due to the tier being too low, they could not be of any use. Hence, he had come all the way to this place. Just like its name, the muscle cleansing powder had the miraculous effect of cleansing one's meridians and marrow. The medicinal properties contained within could be integrated into one's meridians and bones, strengthening one's physique and increasing one's overall toughness. Many elixirs that were used to expand one's meridians would often use the muscle cleansing powder as the main ingredient. Of course, that effect could only be achieved after Xiaoyan refined it into an elixir. Before that, its effects were limited to repairing and increasing the toughness of one's meridians. However, with Xiaoyan's current situation, it was obviously impossible to refine it into an elixir. Therefore, he could only choose to directly swallow it and refine it. With no other choice, Xiaoyan did not hesitate at all. He opened his mouth and a suction force immediately gushed out. A large clump of powder was sucked into Xiaoyan's mouth. Immediately after, it was like a large clump of sand as Xiaoyan swallowed it with great difficulty. The instant the muscle cleansing powder entered Xiaoyan's body, the powder rapidly transformed into a strange yellow-brown energy. It began to flow in all directions within Xiaoyan's body. As the enormous energy continued to flow, it even affected the injuries in Xiaoyan's body that had yet to recover. This caused the latter's face to involuntarily twitch violently. Tightly clenching his teeth, Xiaoyan forcefully endured the waves of pain that were transmitted from his body. He began to mobilize the heavenly flame within the vortex, driving the milky white energy to the various meridians in his body. Only then did he use the heavenly flame to slowly refine it. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 914. Under Xiaoyan's slow refinement, the powder of the muscle washing powder actually started to burn within the heavenly flame. The impurities within it were continuously removed under the refinement of the heavenly flame, little by little turning into a milky white viscous liquid that covered the chi paths all over Xiaoyan's body. When the viscous liquid covered the chi paths, it was different from the heavenly flame. It actually emitted a temperature that Xiaoyan found unbearable. It was as if it was grilling Xiaoyan's entire body, causing the latter's face to involuntarily contort. His flushed red face appeared to be in quite a lot of pain. His teeth repeatedly emitted a chi-chi-chi-chi sound of grinding teeth, which sounded quite ear-piercing. However, as time slowly passed, the chi paths in Xiaoyan's body also slowly recovered under the medicinal strength of the viscous liquid. Not only did his chi paths completely recover, their toughness was even greater than before. In this way, regardless of whether it was for Xiaoyan's future battles or the mobilization of his dou qi, there was no doubt that it would be of great benefit. Indeed, it was bitter before sweet. If one did not experience pain and suffering, how could one possess strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary person? Every matter that Xiaoyan did seemed to repeatedly prove this principle. As for Xiaoyan himself, he was also repeatedly cleansed by this kind of pain time and time again. Only by experiencing the most bitter of hardships would one be able to rise above others. This was the unchanging way of the strong since ancient times. This process continued for a total of 2 days. During these 2 days, Xiaoyan continuously challenged the limits of his endurance, repeatedly swallowing and refining the muscle-washing powder. In the blink of an eye, the originally huge rock pool actually gradually reached the bottom under Xiaoyan's crazy swallowing and refining. It could be said that it was shocking. After a long period of swallowing and refining, Xiaoyan seemed to have developed a certain level of resistance to the pain brought about by the muscle cleansing powder. Unknowingly, the power of the muscle cleansing powder seemed to have become less terrifying. Even Xiaoyan's originally flushed face gradually turned dull. Only when the last bit of muscle cleansing powder had been used up did Xiaoyan wake up from a dream. He didn't expect that the muscle cleansing powder had been used up by him. He had used up all the muscle cleansing powder that the fellow outside had stored up for God knows how many years. In the depths of the cave that was filled with fluorescent light, Xiaoyan curled his lips awkwardly. He didn't expect that the ending would turn out like this. After all, this was a place that had been painstakingly managed for who knows how many years. Now that he had turned it into such a state, even with Xiaoyan's thick skin, he couldn't help but feel slightly hot. Awkwardly rubbing his nose, Xiaoyan stood up and easily placed the huge rock back to its original position. Soon after, he walked out with a thick face. When he reached the entrance of the cave, Xiaoyan discovered that the middle-aged man was absent-mindedly sitting on the edge of the hole that he had created. His eyes were staring blankly at the empty space before him. Only when Xiaoyan arrived behind him did the latter suddenly wake up. His figure hurriedly retreated. After discovering that the person who had arrived was Xiaoyan, he hurriedly stopped his actions and bowed. "Sir, you're done?" Yes," his eyes flashed as he replied. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with awkwardness. Seeing that the man seemed to want to return to the cave, his face changed greatly as he hurriedly called out to him. Under the latter's pleasantly surprised gaze, Xiaoyan smiled and gifted him a few bottles of medicinal pills and medicinal ingredients that could increase his cultivation. After that, under the middle-aged man's gaze that was filled with gratitude, Xiaoyan quickly left the place as if he was fleeing. Seeing that Xiaoyan had left quickly, the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also filled with joy as he returned to the cave. He did not expect that in a short few days, he would actually be able to obtain so many good things. However, when he moved the huge rock away and discovered the empty stone pool below, the smile on his face gradually froze. In the distant mountain forest, Xiaoyan could clearly hear the mournful screams coming from behind him. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to speed up and leave this place, the bloodline power in his body suddenly trembled. Buzz! In an instant, Xiaoyan's entire body froze in the air. All the hair on his body stood up. An aura that made him feel incomparably dangerous was slowly flying over his head. Swoosh! Even though his heart felt incomparably terrified, Xiaoyan still forcefully endured the bloodline power that was about to erupt within his body. He lifted his head with great difficulty. Looking from a distance, there was an enormous shadow that blotted out the sun slowly flying over the 9 heavens. It was as though the sky had suddenly changed. At this moment, the entire mountain range that he was in had become dark. However, when Xiaoyan carefully saw the enormous figure that was flying in the 9 heavens, his body trembled intensely. His body was instantly covered by cold sweat. This is the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. His heart trembled as he spat out these words. Immediately, the bloodline power within his body, which was being suppressed with all his might, actually struggled even more intensely. It had almost erupted. This bloodline power was the Dragon Phoenix bloodline that belonged to the Dragon tribe. Once the Dragon Phoenix bloodline erupted, Xiaoyan had difficulty imagining just what kind of consequences it would create. Moreover, it would have a great impact on him. While Xiaoyan was doing his best to suppress the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body in the mountain forest below, there were a couple of human figures seated on the back of the enormous bird beast in the sky. A golden-haired young man among them suddenly frowned. Just a moment ago, the bloodline power within his body seemed to have trembled slightly. That kind of trembling did not mean that it wanted to erupt. Instead, it was a strange feeling of being suppressed. What is it? Beside the golden-haired young man, a young and beautiful woman, who also had golden hair, seemed to have discovered the change in the young man's emotions. She smiled and asked, "Just now, I seem to have sensed another bloodline power." The golden-haired man spoke in a solemn tone. Hearing this, the woman smiled and said, "Don't forget, this is their territory. Don't forget, this is their territory now. It's normal for us to be able to sense the power of the bloodline. There's nothing to worry about." "I hope so. I hope that it is just my imagination." Hearing this, the golden-haired man frowned and pondered for a moment. Only then did he withdraw his thoughts. His gaze once again looked straight ahead. Under the slow flight of the enormous bird, they flew towards the depths of the western wasteland region. Only a long time after these people had completely left did Xiaoyan, who was in the mountain forest, finally recover from the frightening pressure earlier. His mouth panted intensely as he sat down on the ground. His entire body was exhausted as though it had lost all its strength. The shock in his heart did not disappear for a long time. Chapter 9:15. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan was only left with 8 months from the 1-year deadline. 8 months was neither long nor short. In 8 months, nothing could be changed. At the same time, it was possible that everything could be overturned. The desolate desert was filled with mountains and rivers. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. The deeper one ventured into the western wastelands region, the less lush greenery one could see. The green mountains that one had seen earlier were no longer there. Even in the entire western wastelands region, such a scene was extremely rare. Strange rocks stood in great numbers within the desert, forming a huge stone forest. Although this place appeared to be desolate, due to the stone forest, it was able to withstand the evil aura within the wild wind. This caused this place to become a refuge for living creatures. At the same time, it was also a chaotic place that was filled with slaughter. At a certain spot within this stone forest, there was a relatively spacious open space. At a glance, there were a few huge magical beast corpses. Their blood had already dried up. Their huge bodies had swiftly dried up in this dry environment. The dense bloody aura that was emitted from them caused the other magical beasts within this stone forest to be terrified. Even some of the stronger magical beasts did not dare to approach this place. At this moment, a human figure wearing a black robe was seated in the middle of the open space. Beside him, a purple gold metal body was shockingly standing. The evil aura that spread out from it caused one to tremble in fear. On the ground, the seated human figure had both of his eyes tightly shut. His breathing was coordinated as both of his hands formed a training seal. His chi method was rapidly circulating within his body, wildly absorbing the modeled energy in the world. The modeled energy in the world gathered under the tearing of the strange suction force. It agglomerated into a huge energy vortex above the human figure's head. Like a storm, it poured an endless amount of natural energy into the body of the black-robed human figure. After being refined by the heavenly flame, it transformed into threads of pure energy liquid droplets. With a flash, they entered the vortex space. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan finally slowly exited his training mode. His eyes trembled slightly, revealing a pair of dark black bright eyes under them. Feeling that his body was once again filled with energy, Xiaoyan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He stood up and swept his gaze across the huge corpses in front of him. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly. These demonic beasts were not supposed to die at his hands, but they seemed to be dissatisfied with the visit of a stranger like Xiaoyan. They actually attacked Xiaoyan together, but they all died tragically under the iron fists of the North King. A group of initial class Dodi was nothing in front of the current Northern King's strength. They were basically all defeated with a single punch. This further proved the strength of the strong. An ordinary elite Dodi was just like a child in front of a high-class Dodi. This principle was even more so in the eyes of an even stronger expert. After stretching his body a little, Xiaoyan once again sat cross-legged. With a flip of his palm, a transparent crystal box appeared between Xiaoyan's hands. Inside the crystal box, there was a snow-white flower with a thumb-sized circle of light purple at its core, standing there leisurely. It was the Fusang flower. Looking at the Fusang flower in his arms, Xiaoyan's calm state of mind couldn't help but become nervous. A 6-petal Fusang flower. This was the first time Xiaoyan had seen such a strange situation. He had never heard of a 6-petal Fusang flower. If this thing in front of him was a mutated species and he swallowed it, it would bring great harm to Xiaoyan's body. In serious cases, it might even endanger his life. This was also the reason why its original owner didn't dare to swallow it, and instead put it up for auction. There were countless living things on the continent, and there was no lack of mutated species. These things were often infected by external things, which caused them to change. Take He Mu for example. He was originally a great genius of the spirit ginseng tribe, but in the end he became bloodthirsty after being infected by external things. His goal was to devour his own kind in order to pursue his own strength. This kind of mentality was simply crazy. Xiaoyan didn't want to become like that for any reason. It was because of this that Xiaoyan was unable to make a decision as he looked at the exquisite 6-petal flower in the crystal box at this moment. He clearly understood in his heart that every decision he made now was not only related to himself. Holding the crystal box in his arms, Xiaoyan temporarily descended into deep thought. His heart was hesitant. If he was able to successfully swallow and refine this Fusang flower, it would undoubtedly bring him endless benefits. By relying on the Fusang flower, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength would greatly soar. If nothing unexpected happened, it was extremely possible for him to reach the intermediate level of a rank 4 alchemist. At that time, if he were to meet the few 9-star Dodi from the Formation Master Association, Xiaoyan would not need to be afraid by relying on his various tactics. However, the problem that Xiaoyan was currently worried about was that if any unusual changes were to occur during the process of refining the Fusang flower, not only would he not be able to obtain any strength, it was extremely likely that he would lose his nature under the attack of the powerful spiritual strength of the Fusang flower. From then on, he would transform into a killing machine. In that case, everything that he had would vanish into thin air. If he succeeded, his spiritual strength would soar and his fighting strength would soar. He would be one step closer to being a true expert. However, if he failed, even if he did not die, Xiaoyan's heart would fall into darkness and he would no longer be a human. When Xiaoyan was lost in the chaotic darkness, who would rescue Sun Air? The person that Xiaoyan was most worried about was still Sun Air. Sun Air, Xiaoyan's mouth softly muttered. When he thought of the latter, his mood immediately became gloomy. The atmosphere in the space had become inexplicably oppressive. Xiaoyan's eyes were tightly shut. His originally rosy face gradually became flushed red. The emotions in his heart had also become completely gloomy. Within a short couple of breaths, Xiaoyan's sadness, anger, and hatred were like a volcano erupting angrily from the bottom of his heart. His body, which was seated cross-legged, began to tremble intensely at this moment. A wild killing intent surged out from his heart. The majestic energy within his body instantly spilled out uncontrollably. Bang! A frightening energy storm swept out in all directions with Xiaoyan at the center. In an instant, it shattered the large stone forest within 1,000 feet of Xiaoyan into a pile of rocks. The powerful energy continued to pour out. It was a long while later when Xiaoyan, whose body could not stop trembling, suddenly woke up. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. The wild killing intent that had gathered in the depths of his eyes also swiftly retreated like the tide. The frightening energy that was gushing out also instantly disappeared. Xiaoyan's forehead was once again covered with cold sweat. Both of his eyes were scarlet red and tears of anger were swirling in his eyes. His mouth continued to pant coarsely, as though he was enduring some kind of great pain. His appearance was quite shocking. Only after half an hour did Xiaoyan's trembling body gradually stabilize. The violent emotions in his heart slowly calmed down, as if they had been vented. Xiaoyan's expression also returned to normal. However, There was an additional determined expression in his eyes. Sun Air, even if I really fall into the dark abyss, I will definitely bring you back. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 916. The moment these words sounded in Xiaoyan's heart, the crystal box in his chest burst apart with a bang. At the same time, the fusang flower within it was exposed to the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, a gentle fragrance that was like a gentle breeze immediately pounced on his face. Although the fragrance was rich, it was not pungent. Instead, after Xiaoyan inhaled this fragrance, his mind immediately shook. The soul bead between his brows, which had not swelled for a long time, actually trembled gently at this moment. Feeling the throbbing of the soul bead, Xiaoyan's heart immediately surged with joy. Just from this point alone, this fusang flower did not seem to have any bad effects on the human body. Since he had already made up his mind, Xiaoyan did not hesitate any longer. He opened his mouth and a dense white flame immediately spat out, wrapping around the fusang flower in front of him. After which, it turned into a fist-sized flame-like cluster. After flashing slightly above Xiaoyan's head, it actually entered Xiaoyan's mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After entering Xiaoyan's mind, the flame-like cluster stopped a short distance away from the soul bead. Soon after, waves of enormous spiritual strength surged out from the fusang flower within the light cluster, forming many invisible energy streams. Under the encirclement of the heavenly flame, they were like small snakes that surrounded the fusang flower. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan, who was observing the fusang flower, raised his eyebrows slightly. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart. The spiritual strength that surged out from the many spiritual streams was clearly extremely pure and enormous. Xiaoyan did not doubt that he could easily refine and absorb such a level of spiritual strength. The world was actually able to give birth to such pure spiritual strength. Everything that happened here was extremely shocking. The mystery of this world was really unpredictable. Not only was it able to give birth to thousands of mysterious creatures, but even this spiritual strength, which was impossible in the eyes of ordinary people, was actually able to give birth to such a pure and enormous spiritual strength. Perhaps only the soul origin that Xiaoyan had refined in the past could compare to the purity of the soul origin. Unfortunately, although it was pure, its gentleness was far inferior to the soul origin. Hence, Xiaoxian's remnant soul was unable to devour it. The soul pearl trembled slightly and spiritual strength was separated from it. It turned into Xiaoyan's figure by the side. Immediately, with a thought, the bone-chilling flame that surrounded the hibiscus flower quietly retreated, revealing the snow-white flower below. There were also a few substantial spiritual streams that circled around the hibiscus flower. The moment the bone-chilling fire dissipated, those spirit streams seemed to have broken free from their shackles. They carefully probed and gradually extended outwards, slowly drawing closer to the soul bead. As the stream of souls extended, Xiaoyan could clearly see that the faint layer of milky white light shining on the surface of the fusang flower had actually dimmed slightly, as if the power within had been sucked away. Puff! The heavenly flame rose and completely wrapped around the soul bead. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily became anxious when he saw the numerous tentacle-like spiritual streams approaching the soul bead. Both of his hands were slowly clenched. His mind controlled the bone-chilling flame, as he prepared himself to deal with any situation in the battleground. The moment those spirit streams made contact with the soul bead, an enormous and pure spiritual strength immediately poured into Xiaoyan's soul bead. Bang! In an instant, Xiaoyan sensed an extremely enormous spiritual strength suddenly surging from deep within his soul. It was just like a river entering the sea. The dark black spiritual bead suddenly trembled intensely. Soon after, an extremely powerful spiritual strength suddenly swept out from within the spiritual bead in an uncontrollable manner. In the outside world, Xiaoyan's seated body suddenly shook. An invisible energy fluctuation carried a frightening spatial ripple, as it swept out in all directions from all directions. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, all the magical beasts within the stone forest where Xiaoyan was located were heavily pressed to the ground by this frightening spiritual pressure. It was as though they were carrying an enormous mountain on their backs. Their enormous bodies were deeply embedded into the ground, and they were unable to move. Even the enormous Douqi energy within their bodies could not be mobilized even a little at this moment. A deep fear lingered within the hearts of all the magical beasts within the stone forest. Being able to reach this level, their intelligence was naturally not lower than a human. Hence, they immediately understood the origin of the spiritual pressure. Unfortunately, the only thing they could do now was to use all their strength to prevent their bodies from exploding and dying under this frightening spiritual pressure. Time passed bit by bit. The spiritual pressure that covered the sky above the stone forest gradually became increasingly powerful and frightening. Under this frightening pressure, the Douqi within the bodies of the few magical beasts that were closer to Xiaoyan were forcefully compressed, to the point that they were on the verge of exploding. Under Xiaoyan's frightening spiritual pressure, the Douqi within the bodies of these magical beasts was compressed to the extreme. The originally obedient Douqi had become violent at this moment. If it continued to be compressed in this manner, they would definitely explode and die. Mournful cries sounded within this vast stone forest. The frightening spiritual pressure that covered the sky continued to strengthen. At a certain moment, when the enormous spiritual pressure was about to crush these magical beasts, an unusual change occurred in Xiaoyan's mind deep within the stone forest. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The soul bead, which was continuously absorbing spiritual strength, suddenly emitted a sizzling sound. In an instant, Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically. A thought passed through his mind and the bone-chilling flame immediately revolved around it, wrapping the entire soul bead. At the same time, the spiritual stream that connected the soul bead and the hibiscus flower was also forcefully cut off by Xiaoyan at this moment. Damn it, there is indeed a problem. Xiaoyan's heart was greatly shaken. He focused his eyes and looked over. His heart suddenly trembled. An extremely bad premonition suddenly surged out from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the surface of the soul bead, which was originally pitch black, had actually gradually become transparent. Through the outer layer of the soul bead, Xiaoyan could faintly see that in the depths of his soul bead, there was a flower bud that was like a stamen. It was a bud that was waiting to bloom. At the same time, Xiaoyan also clearly felt that within his soul bead, the enormous spiritual strength that he had just swallowed had suddenly lost control over it. Moreover, what shocked Xiaoyan even more was that he realized that his spiritual origin was actually being rapidly swallowed by the flower bud. The hibiscus flower, which should have been swallowed by Xiaoyan, had actually started to swallow Xiaoyan's spiritual strength at this moment. It seemed that Xiaoyan was not the only one who wanted to swallow the hibiscus flower. The latter also seemed to have the same intention towards him. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 917. Deep within the stone forest, a black-robed Xiaoyan was seated with his legs crossed. Both of his eyes were tightly shut and his face was completely pale. From his tightly knitted eyebrows, one could tell that the latter was currently enduring an enormous pain. Within his mind, Xiaoyan was currently staring at the soul bead in front of him with a grave expression. His face was filled with a grave expression. The originally pitch-black soul bead was currently revealing a soft white color. However, that white color was not the color that a soul bead should have. Instead, it was being emitted from within the soul bead. The soft white light was as gentle as a pearl, and did not cause one to feel the slightest bit of threat. In fact, one would even have the impulse to hold it in one's arms and admire it carefully. However, all of this was extremely frightening in Xiaoyan's eyes. Under this seemingly pure and soft white light, the flower bud that was rapidly taking root in the depths of Xiaoyan's soul had already begun to bloom at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a huge suction force was released from the flower bud. It was like an invisible ghost hand that tore the enormous spiritual energy contained within the soul bead into itself. Hiss. The intense pain that was transmitted from the depths of his soul caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily grit his teeth and suck in a breath of cold air. The muscles all over his body instantly tensed up. His veins bulged and twisted as if they were about to jump out from under his skin. The pain that originated from the depths of his soul was something that Xiaoyan could not avoid. The spiritual source that was contained within the soul bead was currently being crazily bitten by the strange flower bud like a jackal. Even the spiritual shadow that Xiaoyan had formed outside the soul bead gradually dimmed. In the end, it could not be controlled and suddenly disappeared. Damn it! Don't tell me that I can only watch helplessly. A painful hiss was emitted from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. Xiaoyan was shocked to discover that as his spiritual source was being forcefully devoured by the strange flower, his bodily functions were rapidly decreasing. The rhythm of his breathing became slower and slower. The life that belonged to a living person was also rapidly dissipating. This body had already broken away from Xiaoyan's control, and was just like a corpse. Xiaoyan's soul was also being rapidly devoured by the strange flower. Following the gradual weakening of his spiritual source, Xiaoyan's consciousness also became blurry. Once Xiaoyan's consciousness completely dissipated, he would officially be declared dead. Seeing that his spiritual source was about to be completely devoured, Xiaoyan did not have any means to stop all of this. The soul bead was where one's spirit resided. Doqi was unable to enter it. If one were to forcefully barge in, not only would it be useless, but it would also cause irreparable damage to the essence of one's spirit. Hence, Xiaoyan needed to reconsider before the final moment arrived. At the same time, in the Array Formation Association of Jinyao City, Qin Yun, what is the meaning of this? In the large hall, Fan Siyuan and the other upper echelons of the Array Master Association were seated opposite Qin Yun. Fan Siyuan's gaze slowly swept across the 5 people standing behind Qin Yun. His expression was solemn. These 5 people were all genuine 9-star Dodi. Other than the 2 elite Dodi who had been guarding by Qin Yun's side that day, there were 2 more people. This was especially so when his gaze landed on the person behind Qin Yun who was covered in a black robe, and whose face could be vaguely seen wearing a mask. Fan Siyuan's heart sank. With just one glance, he could tell that this person's strength was above his. Haha, Chairman Fan, I wonder if you are interested in the matter I mentioned that day? Hearing this, Qin Yun smiled faintly. He raised the teacup with one hand, and placed it by his mouth to take a sip. He glanced at Fan Siyuan and asked with a smile, "Are you talking about joining forces with you? Or should I say joining us?" Just as Fan Siyuan finished speaking, Qin Yun unceremoniously opened his mouth. His words were filled with arrogance. "Dream on. How is it possible for my Formation Master Association to join you?" Hua Lai, who was beside Qi Ming, immediately let out a furious snort when he heard Qin Yun's words. He slammed his palm heavily on the table beside him. The frightening strength instantly shook the table, until it burst apart. The few standing human figures behind Qin Yun immediately took half a step forward. A powerful aura suddenly swept out and instantly suppressed the fury in Hua Lai's heart. "Third brother." Fan Siyuan frowned and reprimanded in a deep voice. Fan Siyuan withdrew his gaze with a trembling face. "Young Master Qin, your Qin wasteland Maze Valley has dominated the western region for many years. He is merely a 5-star Dodi. If you really wish to deal with him, wouldn't it be an easy task? Moreover, your father is..." Chairman Fan, the reason I have come to look for you this time around is to ask you what you have thought about the matter that I have mentioned. If you are willing to join us, it will bring endless benefits to both of us. If you are unwilling, I will naturally not force you. Hence, I only wish to know the answer that I want to obtain. An obscure glint involuntarily flashed across Qin Yun's eyes when Fan Siyuan mentioned his father. Both of his eyes stared intently at Fan Siyuan. His gaze was like a torch, causing Fan Siyuan's heart to tremble slightly. Fan Siyuan and the others from the Formation Master Association became quiet after Qin Yun's words sounded. The 3 of them faced each other. Their gazes converged as they quietly deliberated in their hearts. Although Qin Yun's words appeared to be quite free and easy, it was clear that he did not come with good intentions based on the lineup today. However, Fan Siyuan still shook his head in the end. He raised his eyes to look at Qin Yun and spoke in a serious tone. "From the old me's point of view, there is no need. Although that brat's fighting strength is extraordinary, our Formation Master Association is not a soft persimmon. With his strength alone, it is impossible for him to truly do anything to us. We are extremely grateful for young Master Qin's sincere invitation. However, I also believe that we have the ability to deal with him." Fan Siyuan's gaze involuntarily glanced at the black-robed person behind Qin Yun when he spoke these words. A solemn expression involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Hearing these words, Qin Yun's eyes slightly narrowed. An undetectable glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. Soon after, he smiled slightly, put down the teacup in his hand and stood up. Since President Fan has said so, this young master shall not disturb you any further. I only hope that the Formation Master Association will be safe and sound. After speaking, Qin Yun did not hesitate any longer. His figure turned around, and with the 5 people behind him, he walked out of the large hall. Behind him, Fan Siyuan and the rest also welcomed him with smiles on their faces. After sending off the 6 people, Fan Siyuan's expression darkened. He turned his gaze and exchanged glances with Qi Ming, who was standing to the side. His brows were tightly knitted together as he faintly felt a sense of unease in his heart. Notify the entire city to seal off Jingyao City. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 918. As Xiao Yan's spiritual origin was gradually devoured, the snow-white flower bud within the soul bead had already completely bloomed. The snow-white flower had 5 petals, just like the Fusang flower that Xiao Yan knew of. Its size almost filled the entire interior of the soul bead. At this moment, the exterior of the soul bead looked like a thin layer of glass, as though it could shatter at any time. However, if one were to look carefully through the outer layer of the soul bead, one would be able to discover that on the 5 petals of this Fusang flower, between the tiny veins, there were numerous black lines that covered the 5 petals like a network. A faint fluorescent light slowly flowed from it. Finally, it transformed into threads of energy that surged out from the 5 petals. At the core of this hibiscus flower, a palm-sized black-colored bead was rotating. Around it, there was a small wave of strange black-colored energy that agglomerated into the shape of a serpent. It occupied this dark black bead and at the same time, emitted a ferocious suction force that tore off the little remaining energy on the black-colored bead a little at a time. Immediately, it was mercilessly swallowed by it. At the same time, the threads of energy that surged out from the 5 petals of the flower were also devoured. This black bead was naturally the remaining cluster of spiritual origin energy that Xiao Yan had at this moment. As for the serpent that was surrounding him, it was the main culprit that caused Xiao Yan to fall into such a state. More than half of Xiao Yan's spiritual origin had already been devoured by this strange thing. Even the remaining spiritual origin of the latter was about to be completely devoured. Moreover, it was not only Xiao Yan. Even the spiritual strength of the Fusang flower itself seemed to be continuously being devoured. From the looks of it, not only was Xiao Yan harmed, even the Fusang flower had been corroded by this strange serpent. It was not easy for such a dense black network to take root to such an extent. Clearly, this Fusang flower had been corroded by this serpent for a long time. However, from the looks of this Fusang flower, it did not seem to have been completely corroded. The spiritual strength within the Fusang flower was still extremely large. At the very least, before the Fusang flower was forced to invade Xiao Yan's soul bead, there was definitely more than 80% of the spiritual strength within it. However, after it entered Xiao Yan's soul bead, all of this changed. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan did not have the time to care about all of this. What he was worried about was that his spiritual strength could no longer hold on. If he did not take any action, it would not be long before the last trace of his spiritual origin would be completely devoured by this strange serpent. Ha! Bone-chilling flame, refine it. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's roar came from the depths of his soul. Forcefully controlling the little spiritual strength that was left, Xiao Yan mobilized the heavenly flame in his body and rushed it to his mind. The ferocious flame enveloped the soul bead, and a terrifyingly high temperature was suddenly released. He was actually planning to refine the soul bead. This was also the only way that Xiao Yan could think of to change the situation and save himself. More than half of his spiritual origin had been devoured by this strange serpent. The soul bead that originally belonged to Xiao Yan had also lost control of it. Now, in the soul bead, other than the little spiritual origin that Xiao Yan had, the rest of the spiritual strength was under the control of the serpent. This also meant that this soul bead did not belong to Xiao Yan at this moment. Since the soul bead did not belong to him for the time being, Xiao Yan naturally did not have any misgivings. As long as he was able to completely refine the enormous spiritual strength in this soul bead, Xiaoyan believed that not only would he be able to restore the soul bead, but his spiritual strength would also definitely be able to recover to its peak. It might even be able to rise to another level. As for the soul bead, as long as it was not destroyed by Do Qi, the high temperature of the heavenly flame could completely permeate it. While ensuring that he could refine this spiritual strength, he could also not destroy the soul bead. This was undoubtedly the result that Xiaoyan was most willing to see. Now, what Xiaoyan needed to do was to use the heavenly flame to refine this soul bead that almost did not belong to him. Even the fusang flower within it would be refined by Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Previously, he did not have this process. Now, Xiaoyan had picked it up and returned all that he should have paid. The remaining was naturally what he could possess. Of course, this process would inevitably exhaust a portion of the spiritual strength in the soul bead. However, compared to being swallowed by this damn thing, Xiaoyan would undoubtedly choose the former. Moreover, the fusang flower was still present. As long as he was able to refine the fusang flower, Xiaoyan believed that he would similarly be able to advance to a rank 4 alchemist. However, before this, he was destined to experience some trouble. The raging flame wrapped around the soul bead, and a frighteningly high temperature was released. The refining process had also officially begun at this moment. Indeed, at the moment when the bone-chilling flame released its high temperature, the soul bead in front of him suddenly trembled intensely. The approach of the heavenly flame seemed to have caused this strange spiritual strength to feel a threat that it should not have felt. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a series of buzzing and trembling, boundless spiritual strength suddenly surged out from within the soul bead and rapidly condensed. It condensed into a seemingly solid defensive barrier outside the soul bead, wanting to use it to block the invasion of the heavenly flame. At the same time, the devouring power within the soul bead also became even more ferocious at this moment. The devouring of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength became even more ferocious. This thing seemed to be aware that Xiaoyan was controlling the heavenly flame, and wanted to increase its speed in wiping out Xiaoyan's consciousness. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a little surprised. However, the refining speed of the heavenly flame far exceeded the former. The instant the frighteningly high temperature came into contact with the defensive barrier, an intense chi-chi sound rang out from the defensive barrier. Under the refinement of the heavenly flame, the aura within the defensive barrier that was formed from spiritual strength rapidly dissipated. A few hours later, this defensive barrier was broken, and the spiritual strength that it contained had all become Xiaoyan's nourishment. After absorbing this pure spiritual strength, Xiaoyan's weak spiritual strength within the soul bead was temporarily comforted. Seeing that his spiritual strength that was about to dissipate had become stronger under the injection of this spiritual strength, it also caused the devouring speed of the strange snake to slow down. At the same time, the bone-chilling flame outside the soul bead also began to emit an even hotter temperature towards the interior of the soul bead. Just as Xiaoyan had expected, the soul bead itself was not affected by temperature. Hence, after the flame penetrated the soul bead, it immediately began to refine the enormous spiritual strength that it contained. Come. Wonderful book house.